So good morning, everyone. Day 4 of mediation training. Today we're going to do maintenance, so a lot of mathematics and the calculations. But before that, we're going to recap what we've learned so far, which is all the theory of conflict management. We understand where conflict comes from. It's that escalating ladder where if we don't capture the root of the problem, we don't deal with the root of the problem, it's going to escalate into frustrations, to a full-blown conflict, to a war zone. If we don't turn it around and we can make it go into peaceful understanding and new agreements. So that's important, that we have to talk as soon as possible. We have to identify conflict as soon as it happens so that we can understand the dynamics of what's going on, the role players, that power play that's going on, communication, the meaning that we put to words. I did my life coach training again. I'm qualifying as a level 2 NLP coach, and I'm doing a student or a lady that I'm coaching pro bono so I can get my hours in. And we talked about the values. And I asked her, what does love mean to her? And her love actually encompasses almost more compassion than the definition of love. So her idea of love is caring for someone. It was almost a definition of caring from the Children's Act. And she struggles in a relationship with her family because she expects love back, but she actually wants to be cared for. And that's the meaning of words. The meaning of the words that we allocate to certain terms is important, because if we're not on the same page in terms of language, that also causes problem. Okay, so that's the conflict, the theory. I want you to go through chapters 1 to 5 in your own time, or 5 to 8, all the theory. Read through this textbook again. As I said, I'm not going to read like a parrot, but all the theory is contained there. Then on the second day, we did the Children's Act, which we're going to run into now, which literally sets out how to talk law, how to use your book as a sword. Last week, we tried to go into the mediation session, but it's very difficult to proceed if you don't know how the people are married, because that impacts all the decisions about the finances and especially the residency. Who keeps the house? Who's going to live in the house? Can we afford it? Do we both move out? Where are we going to go to with the kids? Because that determines your capacity to care and the definition of care in terms of that suitable place to stay. And only if we've determined that can we move into maintenance, which is what we're going to do today. And that's going to do hopefully a completion of the whole process for us. And then only can we draft the parenting plan. Where you guys do it the back, we just do the parenting plan, come hell or high water, without taking into consideration the financial implications, where they are in the divorce, what the marital regime was. And then you wonder why the clients repeat and they come back, because the root of the problem was never properly addressed. And the most shocking part is that the attorneys sometimes don't do it correctly either. I can't tell you how many divorce settlements I see that say maintenance will be referred to the maintenance court. But then for months and months and months, there's no financial support. And the kids suffer because we as professionals don't have the knowledge to advise our clients or to give them information. So today's session will greatly focus on maintenance. And I want to empower you as social workers to be able to give your clients information. You're not going to turn into the lawyers. You're not going to give legal advice, but you're going to give legal information that's going to benefit them when they make the decisions. Right, so let's just start with the Children's Act. Hopefully my screen will share. Okay, and you guys are actually going to tell me what the sections say. Okay, can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, it starts off with mediation in a nutshell. Is that on your screens? Okay. Right, so in my sessions, we have an intake process, which we will also do next week, but how to get people into your practice, how to do effective practice management. It means that you have to get people into your office so that they can sit there, so that you can do this presentation for them, either in person or on Zoom. Okay. So I always start off with the same process. And remember, I'm in charge of my ship. I'm the captain of my ship. I don't allow anyone to derail me. This is my process. So I have an opening statement where I tell the people, welcome to mediation. Mediation is a process where a neutral person will assist you guys in making decisions that's good for you and your family. I'm a neutral person. I'm here to facilitate. I'm not your judge or your jury or your executioner. I'm passionate about children and empowering families to come through a conflict, the tsunami of conflict on the outside as a unit with children that can cope with the world, with parents that are functioning and happy. That's who I am. Remember, you have to build your values in for me into your opening statement. I want you to talk to them about the process. In my sessions, we're going to deal with the Children's Act. We're going to talk about emotional intelligence. We're going to look at flipping your lid, what happens when we get angry. We're going to talk about communication skills. You're going to go into parent, adult, and child mode if your lid is flipped. But at the end of the day, I'm going to teach you how to properly communicate with the PMS model. What does PMS stand for? And I'm going to ask the guy, Nkosinati, what does the PMS stand for?
PMS, it's what's it? Making your it's specific.
Yeah, that's the S, perfect.
Yes, it's specific request, something like that, ma'am.
Yeah, but the P, what does the P stand for? Think of please, P for please. Positive. So P stands for a positive. And then if you go to Debonair's, and you should actually go to Romans, you're in the wrong store. It means you must be in a mutually agreed to place. So you cannot
Yes.
go to the wrong place. The M is for mutually agreed upon. Positive,
Oh,
mutually agreed upon, and specific. Okay. Request. So that is communication. How do we communicate? We have to validate if their lids are flipped. We have to actively listen. We'll get to that recap now. But then we're going to also talk about boundaries, how to set healthy boundaries. So step 1 to 6 is where I talk. 7 is where I give the people 5 minutes to talk and tell me why they are there. What are their concerns, the issues they are struggling with. Okay, this is their 5 minutes. I have an egg timer so they don't go over time, so I can protect my fairness. I make sure they don't tell me that I'm biased. I also tell them that we're going to do the discussion of the items one by one as per the agenda order that I give to them after I've listened to them. We're also going to do a proper constructive discussion in the time that we have so that we get to agreements, and we're going to draft the parenting plan. And agreements may also include settlements if I have a mandate to help them with the division of assets or the determining of maintenance. So this is what's going to happen in my session. This is the process I follow. I expect you guys to stick to the ground rules. So ground rules are you don't swear at each other. We give each other opportunity to talk. It means that you don't chip in, you don't interject. You make notes because I've given all of you an agenda. And we're going to follow a respectful process, because this is what I'm going to teach you. I'm going to model good behavior for you so that the two of you can learn how to deal with each other for the rest of time without your attorneys, without constantly having to run to the social worker. Okay, so this is why we are doing this. You have the right to an attorney. So I will not force you into any agreements in my sessions. You can talk to your attorney. I'm not your attorney. I'm also not your judge. So my role is to stay neutral and balanced. Okay.
yes.
Those are the elements of mediation, my opening statement. I'll send you the breakdown during the course of the morning so that you can prepare your own 2 to 3 minute opening statement for me. This is how long it took me to explain it to you. I don't want something of 10, 20 minutes. A short opening statement that you can concisely tell me what is mediation, what is your role, what is your process, what are the rules, what is the basis and the characteristics of your mediation session, and what can they expect? Okay. And then we start. Okay. So overview of the section, section 18, 7, 31, 33, 64, and 35. It's not a lot of sections that you have to remember, but it starts with section 18. And if you always think of this page, you get your picture out, that page with the pictures on, the house, the hands with the two balls. You're the holders of rights and responsibilities. It's equal rights, equal responsibilities. With great power comes great responsibility. Spider-Man. Okay. 4 interlinked but separate rights and responsibilities. The right and the responsibility to guardianship, contact, maintenance, and care. So it means you have the right as a guardian to do what? What is guardianship all about? Guardianship is those written consents that we need for passports, consent to leave the country, to marry, medical procedures, or to buy and sell property. So if you see section 18 guardianship, your brain automatically goes to the next section of the act, which deals with what? Where does your brain go to immediately? Anyone? What other section your brain should jump?
Section 31,
31.
communication.
Thank heavens, someone. Thank you, Nada. Because why does it take so long? Huh? Because naughty, Daisy, Hanley. You guys must automatically jump to section 31. Make a big flippin' note. I'm going to do the same thing next week. And I'm not going to ask Nada again. I'm going to check the 3 of you. It must automatically jump to section 31. Because how do we make decisions as guardians? How? If we don't communicate. So step 1, we need to give due consideration to the views and opinions of the children. How do we do that? Because Nati, how do we get the views and opinions of the child?
Please, ma'am, can you repeat that again?
How do we get the views and opinions of a child?
Oh, definitely. It's we're looking at the best interest of the children, which is section 7, ma'am.
No, but how do I get the voice of a child? How do I bring the child to mediation?
Oh yes. It can be why is it you mention it? It's I forgot.
What's wrong
It's
with
either
Where's your coffee?
you no, ma'am.
Is there anyone that wants to help in Kosanati? How do we get the views and the opinions of children? Daisy?
Is it that oh,
Yeah, come on, Nada.
is it an assessment that you do?
Yeah.
That interactive assessment?
There's a number of things we can do. One of them is an interactive assessment. The other one is a voice of the child interview. The other one is a socio-emotional assessment. Sometimes you can use the teachers to give you an idea of the children. Have an interview with the teachers, with the friends of the child. Nkosinati, is this new information?
No, ma'am, it's not new.
Where did it fly out of your brain during the last week? So you must either, normally you guys have interviews with the children. You talk to the children, don't you? But remember, as a mediator, you don't have the therapeutical role. You can't do the assessment as well. Depends on the hat that you have. But we have to get the views and the opinions of the children. Secondly, you have to give due consideration to the views and wishes of both parents. Means you have to be able to listen to them both. You need to listen accurately and effectively to what they are saying. You can't tell me that Delilah wants marriage counseling if she actually wants a divorce because she said it 10 times. Then it means you're not listening to your clients. If you think that Candace is the girlfriend, you're not listening. If you think Lisa is 3 years old, you're not listening. Okay, so it's important that you listen in mediation to your clients very accurately and effectively. So your taking of notes is important. This document with the blocks. Oh, let me just unblur my screen. Okay, so this block document is extremely important so that you know as you listen to your clients where to put what they say to you. So you have to be able to listen and make notes and develop a strategic plan in your brain while they are talking. This means that you need to be present. Because you cannot ask your clients 3 times, repeat the question, repeat what you've said, repeat what you've said. And it happens to all of us. The day goes wrong, your phone keeps ringing, you're worried about your kids that's late, you didn't eat breakfast, you didn't get paid, whatever. But if you're not present, the people will pick it up. They're going to lose trust in you. So you need to manage yourself. It's that important part of day one. The effectiveness of a great mediator is where you are the biggest barrier then to your client's success. If you're not present. Okay. So I'm not picking on you in Nkosinati. Just easy to see from people because I saw your phone ringing and then you're not hearing what I'm asking. So there's something going on in your office. Ne?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So rather communicate with your clients and say, please give me 5 minutes. I need to sort out my IT or my secretary or my whatever. Please excuse me. But don't be half present. It's going to backfire in your face. Okay. Honest communication is the best way to go. The same for if you made a mistake. If you didn't listen. If you did get Lisa's name wrong. Apologize. Say, I'm terribly sorry I got the name wrong. I'm sorry I made you feel as if I'm not listening to you. I'm sorry that I'm not present. Own it. That goes back to Simon Sinek, where your character, your values, who you are, will tell people they can either trust you or they can't. So good communication is something that you need to model to your clients. Actively and effectively communicate. Okay. So everything actually revolves around communication. I had a session with a friend of mine yesterday. We're trying to get him and his wife. There's 2 clauses in his settlement, which is in court order now. It says the mother cannot make any decisions without him, and she can definitely not make any major decisions about the children's mental health and health without his input. Now, this woman took the kids to a psychologist and a psychiatrist, and the kids on medicine. Apparently, she had a panic attack where she tried to commit suicide, and the mother never told the father. The father found it out a week later from the psychiatrist when he got the bill. It took me 2 months to get them into mediation. I actually wanted to have her locked up, but the client is very soft-hearted. Now he's sitting in mediation and he's not communicating properly. He's not saying, but I want us to talk about what decisions and how decisions are going to be made. I typed out a protocol for him to present to the mediator. So first, if there's an appointment, contact the father. Secondly, he needs to be invited to that meeting. Thirdly, if he's not part of that, he will not pay for any of the expenses. But he didn't talk about it in the session. Then he wrote the email, CC'd me the email. I said to him, but you still haven't put in there what you want. Last night I spoke to him. He's got a session today. I said, are you going to talk about it today? No, we'll write a letter afterwards. I'm like, so at what point are you going to communicate effectively? This guy is a severe passive person. And if you, again, understand the spiritual roots of Ahab, it's passiveness. You'd be able to recognize certain things. But if you're not communicating properly, you're going to be unhappy for years. They've been divorced for 4 years, and for 4 years, communication is a problem because he cannot do it effectively. So we need to communicate we need to show our clients how to communicate. Okay, because otherwise we're going to end up like Nkosinati that's going to get any little pizza. And that's not effective. It's not resolving the problems. You're not hitting the root of the problem and addressing it properly. So Nkosinati's need for a triple stack cheesy meaty pizza will never be fulfilled unless he communicates about what he wants in a PMS manner. So what does the P stand for, Nkosinati?
Positive.
M?
Mutual.
S.
It's positive mutual. Yo.
It's the only one you got right when I asked you 10 minutes ago.
It slipped my mind.
If you're telling me anything, any little pizza, is that specific?
It's specific.
It's
It's
nasty.
positive
What's
mutual
going on with
specific.
you today? Should I be worried? Oh, are you okay? Let's talk first quickly. I'm worried about you. Are you okay?
Yes, I'm okay. It's just that Aisha, it's the workload that I'm having, but I'll be fine, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Is it? Okay, I'll go
Yes.
soft on you today. But you have to be able to manage this because this is going to be every day of your life working for an NGO.
Yes, ma'am.
It is the unfortunate reality of it. You can ask Hanley. And we have to be able to struggle because as I'm sitting here, I'm also thinking of 10 things at the same time. But if I'm not going to focus on what I'm doing currently, I'm going to bugger it up. And I'm not serving you guys. So I'll rather give breaks more often today so that you can get 10 minutes to talk and manage your workloads as well. But it's up to you to manage yourself in your office. Okay. That's what I'm saying. Excellent communication skills is something that you need to do. You need to know what you can offer. You need to set the boundaries and you need to manage your own life, your own schedule and your workload. Okay. So I know it's tough. So I'll go light on you in Kosanati, but you need to be aware of this. This is what I'm actually wanting you to understand and all of you to learn through this because you see how quickly you pick it up. And your clients will pick it up too. And that's going to make them lose trust in you. And the minute you have broken trust, you lose all your influence over your clients. Okay. So section 31 is still part of guardianship, which is making decisions. So step 1 in making decisions is communication. What next section comes automatically to your mind? Because if we can't communicate, what is the next step? Where will the ladder escalate to?
Section 33.
Yes. What does section 33 say, Anli? Before I move to the slide, let me test you.
Section 33 is that we must mediate
Yeah.
before we litigate. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So section 33, if we have any problems with contact care, guardianship and maintenance, which we cannot resolve through communication, we must seek mediation of a parenting plan before we go to court. Okay. So this means we need to stay out of court. Now your brain jumps to what part of section 7? There's one specific section 7 clause that deals with how to stay out of court.
Section 7N.
Nazain Kosanati is joining us. Well done. Section 7N. What does section 7N say? Any action that avoids legal or administrative action is in the best interest of the child. Now your brain jumps to a court case.
Was it
Court
Brownlee?
Say again?
Brownlee.
Brownlee?
Is it Brownlee? Yes. Brownlee versus Brownlee.
Yes, where
That's
who got
breastfeeding.
penalized? What
Was
happened there?
Well, it was which one of the parents it was supposed to be one of the parents who didn't want to mediate, ne?
No.
And they were dragging it out. No, the attorneys got penalized. Yes.
Yes. Why?
Yes.
Because the attorneys know the law. The attorneys are supposed to know section 7N and 33 that says before we go to court, we must mediate. They refused that. And what was the penalty against the attorneys? Where did it hit them the hardest?
It was the cost
Yes.
order or
Yeah. So the attorneys couldn't get their full bill paid. They got probably a third of their big bill paid. So that hits attorneys the hardest. So this is how your brain works in mediation. If the people don't want to communicate, you tell them, you're going to end up, you don't want to communicate, you don't want to mediate with me, where do you think you're going to go next? You're going to end up in litigation. You know you're breaking 3 sections of the Children's Act almost. You know that you're on the risk of a cost order. What does this tell you about the people in terms of Section 7B if they don't want to work together?
The attitudes.
Yes, Section 7B. So sometimes it's an attitude problem. If it's not attitude, what's the other problem? Section 7C.
Capacity.
Yeah, where they don't have the capacity to co-parent. Like the guy that didn't want to speak to his wife because she cheated on him. He doesn't have the capacity because of three things. So what's going on with capacity? Three main categories. It makes it difficult for you to care or to co-parent.
Ask again, you said?
Under capacity, there's three things, three big categories that makes it difficult for us to care for children or to co-parent. Three big categories that makes it difficult for us. It shows we don't have capacity.
Uh, oh, yeah.
Is it the first time you guys hear about substance abuse, pathology, and physical impairment?
Ons weet dit.
Okay. So three things make it difficult for us to have the capacity to care or to co-parent. The first one is if there's substance abuse. If I'm high on drugs, some drugs makes you peaceful, like Larry. Larry didn't want to fight, but he wasn't resolving conflict constructively. He was avoiding it. He was being passive-aggressive. More passive than aggressive, but passive. So substance abuse impairs our capacity to co-parent. I cannot co-parent if I'm too calm. The same goes for narcissism if I'm too aggressive. So the calmness and the passive aggressiveness versus full-blown aggression, neither of them are good. Okay, so substance abuse affects those capacities that we might have to care or to co-parent. Pathology. I'm a narcissist. I'm a histrionic personality type. I explained to you histrionic personality types. Oh, I've never had a worse husband. The child is always sick. They always come home back from the dad with wounds and scratches, and obviously the father cannot care for the children. That's your histrionic personality type. Can also be borderline personality disorder. It can also look like bipolar. You need to understand what is it. Proper diagnosis of people's pathology will give you an idea of the prescription you have to write as a social worker. Okay. And the last one is physical impairments. If you had a stroke, if you were in a car accident, if there's something that makes it difficult for you physically to care, to talk, to communicate, to drive your kids around, to physically take care of your kids, Parkinson's disease, multiple sclerosis, things like that. So those are the three main categories that impair our capacity to care. These are the things that happen that makes it difficult for us to exercise contact care, guardianship, and maintenance. Okay, so your brain jumps from the one section to the other, and you know how to use your words. So you know when to deal with attitude. If it's only an attitude problem, you talk to the attorney, you talk to the person with the wrong attitude. And you show them that if this attitude rolls over into your capacity to care or to co-parent, it's going to reduce your contact. Because remember, if we jump to contact, we have that block with the 4 calendar weeks. And it's a sliding scale. What affects our contact structure? The two biggest things. Look at your picture of your house and tell me which two things will be affecting your contact. Ooh, have you guys never heard this?
The bond of the child, the bond
Yes.
that the child have with their parent.
We just spoke about it now.
And the capacity, yes.
Yeah, so your capacity and the strength of your bond will determine your contact structure. So if you see in communication there's an attitude problem or a capacity problem, you need to take it back and warn them about the impact on their contact with children. Or the flip side, if there's a problem about contact, you automatically know you need to check the capacity and the bond. So whatever comes first in the mediation, your brain must be able to connect the sections of the law to whatever situation your clients talk to you about. I'm teaching you to think. I'm not making parrots out of you. Okay. But on the slides, we follow a progressive route. So we started with guardianship. Guardianship took us to section 31. Section 31 took us to section 33. Section 33 took us to section 7N. Section 7N took us to the Brassy matter. There we had to ask the question, what was wrong here? Why did the attorneys not do it? Was this an attitude problem or a capacity? Because they should have had the capacity to send the people to mediation. They chose not to. Why? Because of money. So what for the attorneys is the root of their need? Money. Money drove the attorneys. Okay, that's how I want you to think. What drives people? Okay, so please, your brains must go. Link to link to link to link. You must be sharp. You must be able to jump. We're repeating this now the 3rd week in a row. I'll do it again next week. But thereafter, it's up to you to capture this information. Okay, so back to guardianship. You've got guardianship under control. Now we're talking about contact. Can we talk about contact before we've assessed the capacity to care? No, you can't. You need to know, do they have the capacity to care? Stable place to stay, suitable place to stay, living conditions, conducive to the health, well-being, and development. You need to look at physical, social, environmental, economic, and psychological well-being of a child. You need to go talk to the school. Boyfriends, girlfriends, what's going on in that environment? Do the child have any physical special needs? Lactose intolerance, asthma, those things. Economically, who can care for a child better? Now, how can you check the economics if you don't know the marital regime? You don't know the earning capacities. You need to do a financial question of the parents. And psychologically, is the kids coping? Okay? So this automatically brings us to, we need to guide the well-being, promote the well-being, safeguard the well-being. Financial support, which is what we're going to talk about today, maintenance. And then we need to protect the kids against abuse. So are the clients allowed to subject the children to high levels of conflict? No. So how will you tell them, stop fighting? Daisy, I want you to quickly tell me, I'm a difficult parent. I keep on being aggressive. My husband and I keep on fighting in front of the kids. How will you talk to me? How will you talk to us about this constant conflict? And how will you basically threaten us?
I will firstly remind you about what the Act is saying concerning the communication. To say if we can't communicate, that is where the problem will lie. So we won't have a way forward if we don't communicate in a proper way.
Okay, but now they keep on fighting. What now? What are you going to tell them? If you keep on fighting, then what?
I think they will look at on the section 7 that talks about the best interest of the child.
They keep on ignoring you. They don't care about the best interest of the child. Their attitudes still keep on being sucky. They keep on fighting. So now your 3rd warning.
Report them.
Don't help your friend Annelie.
Shame.
No, shame her. It's day 3. She's in the police. She must be tough. They keep on fighting. You need to threaten them at something. With what?
Yes, then I will tell them that I will report them to the police if they are being abusive in front of the children.
What section of the Children's Act says you must report it? Phone a friend, Annelie.
Section 110. So you
Yes.
must report.
Ooh,
Yeah.
guys are going to mediate in teams in the beginning to cover the gaps. Aye.
I just want to ask the approach of 6.4. Does that come in? Can you also use it here?
Oh, you can.
When you see, okay.
Fantastic. That's exactly what you can do. This is a toolkit and you can use it wherever and whenever and however appropriately you deem the sections to be. The more you know it, the easier you can throw it in. So you can take them back when you talk about attitude to say, guys, but the law tells us the approach we must follow. So explain it to me, Nada. How would you explain this to your clients? Let me hear.
Um, so there's they can't be what do you call it? Uh, aggressive in their approach, especially not in front of the children. They have to have a problem-solving, approachable, non-confrontational approach when they communicate in matters relating to the children.
Yeah. And try to get them to say, guys, whatever the problem is, because I know you're frustrated with each other. I know why there's high levels of conflict, because you think maintenance is important. He thinks you're overcharging him. So I understand, but we need to solve the root of the problem. So today we're going to talk about maintenance. But your attitudes cannot, about money, negatively affect the children's well-being, because then you are not caring for your child properly. And if the two of you cannot care, I'm going to have to report. It means the child is in need of care and protection against their own parents. So please stop the conflict. We can resolve it. There's methods in which to get to solutions, but you cannot keep on subjecting your children to high levels of conflict, because it means your capacity to care is negatively affected. And guys, this is going to have an impact on your contact structure. Because the contact structure says we need to look at your capacity to care and your bond. And if your capacity to care is lacking, again, I'm going like a circle. I need to look if the child is in need of care and protection. And trust me, as the mediator, I will protect the kids against you. Why? Because the law says I've got a statutory responsibility to report abuse. So what's the definitions of abuse? Anyone? Tell me, what is the definition of abuse? You can even read it from your little book called the Children's Act if you need to. I need to hear it. What's the definition of abuse?
Can I read it?
Yes, please.
In relation to a child, abuse means any form of harm, ill treatment deliberately inflicted on a child, and includes assaulting a child, sexual abuse, bullying, labor practice that exploits a child, or exposing or subjecting a child to behavior that may harm the child psychologically or emotionally.
Thank you. Does high levels of conflict fall under the ambit of abuse?
Yes.
So that definition is very clear. Please read it to your clients. So Daisy, that you can be nice and say, oh, your attitude, section 18. Oh, NADA's approach, we need to be conciliatory and avoid conflict. If it doesn't work, if they ignore you, you need to go in with your big guns. And the big gun is section 110. You're abusing your child, I'm going to report you. End of story. Why? Because I've got a statutory obligation. Got it? Makes sense? Your brain goes immediately to these sections. Okay. We need to respect the rights, the human rights of the child. This is chapter 2 of the Constitution. Okay. We need to respect the child's human rights. Section 28 of chapter 2 of the Constitution deals with all the rights the children have. We need to guide the education of children. They have to go to school. We need to guide the child in decisions the child's going to make about sex, drugs, rock and roll. Conduct, swearing, not swearing. So, and then we need to guide the behavior of the child in a humane manner. How do we discipline our children? We need to be effective parents according to the temperaments of the children. So automatically here already, you need to look at the children's temperaments to make sure that we don't ground the introvert, we ground the extrovert. The introvert, we take the things away. We take away the iPad. Okay, what section 7 am I talking about here if I have to take the child's temperament into consideration? Give me a section. 7.1 what? Dealing with the character and temperament of a child. Section 7 what?
G? The age, the
Yes.
maturity,
Developmental
the
stage, gender, background, and character. So if you talk about disciplining of a child, you automatically go to your section 7G. Please have this page close by when you mediate. It's part of your blocks, but there it's nicely summarized. Character, very big there. Okay. Maintain a sound relationship. It means that we need to support the child's relationship with both parents. We need to accommodate special needs that the kids might have. Vegetarian, they're gay, if they're transgender, these are the needs. You guys need to navigate these difficult things. This morning again, I listened to, in the Free State, the NG Church had a big meeting to determine what's the position on same-sex marriages. So are we going to stay part of the big NG Church organization, or are we going to go away? Or what are we going to do about this thing about same-sex marriages? So they decided they're going to stay in the big NG Synode, although the NG Synode is actually pro same-sex marriages. The Free State is predominantly not in favor of same-sex marriages, but they don't want to tear away from the big organization. So they had this big conflict going on in church. And this is how they mediated it. The solution they came to was that no NG Dominee in the Free State may actually do a same-sex marriage, in order for them to stay part of the big mothership. Okay, now what happens for some churches? If you don't agree with same-sex marriages, do you stay part of the NG Church now because the big body still says it's good and right, but your Free State does not allow the marriages, but someone outside of the church can marry them and they can still be part of the congregation. So where does it leave you in terms of that relationship? And this is what this is about. How do you maintain a relationship within a diverse group of people, in a family, in a work organization? So these principles can be applied in any relationship. If you're clever, you use the principles, although it's not just relating to children. Okay, because we're supposed to maintain relationships. Okay, we need to accommodate special needs that the kids have. This is what I'm talking about. And the two things go hand in hand, because how do you maintain a relationship with someone if your needs are so far apart? If you have value differences, can I be in a marriage with someone that keeps on cheating if monogamy is my core value? Okay, this is the tough things in life that we're dealing with, especially if we're raising children together. So this is where we have a stable dad, for example, married to his second wife, constant. The mom struggles to maintain relationships, one boyfriend after the other. How do the kids grow up? What are they subject to? How do we accommodate the kids' bond with a mom, but different values? And that's when kids turn into chameleons, and we need to be able to get the kids to their own sense of security and their own belief systems, because what do the kids believe? They are going to turn into little sluts, or they're going to be very religious and act the either or. Do as I say or do as I do. Monkey see, monkey do. The story about the bum that had two children, the millionaire and the other bum, and they had interviews and they said, why are you a bum? And the one said, it's because my father is a bum. Why are you a millionaire? Because my father is a millionaire. And again, it takes you back to that video. What is our favorite actor that slapped another one?
Will Smith.
And he had a nice little video clip that you're going to use here. It's called Fault versus Responsibility. And you're going to give the same speech to children. Children, you can choose. You're either going to smoke and become a drug addict because your dad smokes and he's a drug addict, or you're going to choose to change your life around. Because it's your responsibility to figure out what you're going to do with your life. Okay. And then we need to ensure that the best interest of the children are paramount. So we cannot deal with contact unless we've dealt with capacity to care. Now, further than capacity, we need to look at the bond. With who do the kids have the strongest bond? And Nkosinati is going to do, he's going to get the voice of the children through what, Nkosinati? Or you've muted. Sorry, just unmute yourself.
Yes, it's through interviews of the opinion of the children, ma'am. So, but you said that we don't do therapy, so we can also refer our clients based on who are qualified in terms of offering therapy to the children in order to get their opinions and views.
Okay, you don't do therapy to get an opinion. I just want to correct you. You do assessment.
Yes.
You don't do therapy to get the opinion or to establish the nature of the bond. In therapy, you're probably going to observe it. But if you do court processes, you have to do a proper assessment. The best one to determine bond is your interactive analysis. Another one, if you want to get the big picture, the nature of the bond is to do that socio-emotional assessment. So why does a child have a stronger bond with a granny? Because during the divorce, the kids actually got left with a granny more often than not. So then you look at the whole world of the child. It's not just the interview where the kid tells you, I want to stay with my dad, or I want to stay with my mom. You look at everything holistically. Okay, so mainly it's interactive analysis to check the bond. And if you really want to get the big picture, you do a socio-emotional assessment with it. But if you don't have money, you do the voice of the child interview, where you at least have the skill set to hear wider. Otherwise, you're going to go on one sentence because the child was manipulated by the mother and you're going to think the child should stay with the mom. If you're not clued up to listen to other cues and commands and see, it sounds like this. My mommy says my daddy's an arsehole. My mommy says my daddy's not paying for maintenance. My mommy says this, my mommy says that. Oh, have your father never paid maintenance? No, my mommy says this. How do you know that your child, how is it possible for a 3 or a 4 or a 5-year-old child or a 13-year-old child to be so privy to adult content without you having any red flags going like this? Parental alienation. People, it's age inappropriate. Okay, so you need to listen very carefully when the people talk. That's why we need to have the bond established, hopefully through either an interview if you don't have money, or then send them to another NGO for an assessment, or a proper appointed and duly trained person in interactive analysis and socio-emotional assessments. Okay, I had a long conversation with Hetty Brits the other day because I'm not sure if you guys saw, but we did that voice of the child or child temperament session. I'm not sure who attended that. But later on, Hetty called me and she said, listen, you guys are not using the tree model correctly. You're diluting it. It's not just 4 easy temperaments. You need to look at the effect of trauma on the kids. You need to look wider. So she's going to do a session for us in November. So it's better than not knowing about the trees. But there's so much detail in really getting the correct assessment of a child done. But our problem is resources. So we all have the little tree model and it's better than nothing. Okay. And it's like it's the blind leading the blind. In a perfect world, in a first world country that would have gone with our First World Children's Act, we would have had state resources like in England for proper treatment, for proper assessments, for proper therapy. But we don't. We live in Africa. It's a wild country. And I'm always saying no one is going to come and save you. You need to manage your own workload. You need to take care of your body. You need to eat well. You need to make sure you're okay within the broken system we're working in. That's why I train social workers, because I got heart full of standing in court, just fighting with it. Fighting didn't help the kids. I had to change my own perspective. What can I do to help? Okay, so contact, you look at 2 things, the nature of the bond, the capacity to care, and then you go back to section 7 in totality. We have to build things into a parenting plan about accurate and the best contact structure for the kids when we also take into consideration their age and developmental stages. You cannot give a baby to a dad Only alternative weekends. There will be no bond. Babies need daily consequent contact with the father where they have caretaking activities. The child's developmental stages, a baby's greatest need, 0 to 2 years, is physical caretaking. So the person that cares of the baby will be the one with the strongest bond. That's why we need to help the dads to change nappies, feed, burp out. That's how they bond. Babies don't bond with their fathers through playing in the first 2 years of their lives. We need to get the dads to physically take care of the kids. So your parenting plan will say, contact between the father and the minor child every second day at the mother's house, where the father will partake in caring activities like bathing and feeding the child to strengthen the bond. The contact will increase from 2 hours in the first month to 4 hours in the second month, to 6 hours in the third month, to an afternoon in month 5, to a sleepover in the first or the second year, phasing it in according to the developmental stages of the children. But you never ever just allow a father to see the baby every second week. There will be no bond. Now we're going to try to fix it later on with therapy. Why? If we do it properly with a correct parenting plan in the beginning. So you need to take a big note of the developmental stages of children when you recommend contact structures. You need to build in things like electronic contact, the importance of WhatsApp and video calls, voice recordings, daily contact, because it's not about the quantity, it's about the quality of the contact. You can have a child stay with you in the house and you have no idea what's going on in that child's life. Or you can be connected to a child via WhatsApp daily and you'll know more. And I can tell you my own stepkids, I had the same experience. I didn't see them for 2 years, but I knew what was going on through WhatsApp. They stayed with their parents and they had no clues about the struggles their kids were going through. Okay, I need to move on. It's already 9 o'clock. Maintenance we're going to do today. I want you to take a photograph of the slide because we're going to work only on this today. Step number 1, what is the total expenses of the children? It's the children's budget we're talking about, not the mum's budget, not the dad's budget. So that's pluses. We add all the expenses. Step 2, where can we cut and reduce? It's minuses. We don't buy at Checkers, we buy at Pep. We don't buy at Woolies, we go to Pep. Step number 3, pro rata. According to your income, we have to determine if it's fair. We can't always go on equal like the Children's Act says. The Maintenance Act makes provision for pro rata. That some will do. But the formula says the mom's income plus the dad's income gives me a total. Mom's income divided by the total income gives me a percentage. And that is what she should contribute. The dad's total divided by the dad's income divided by the total income should be divided, and we get a percentage for him. And then in step number 4, we need to complete the process by looking into who pays what. Okay, caring we did in detail, section 7. I'm quickly going to go through. 7A, nature of the relationship. B, the attitude. C is the capacity. D, what's the effect on the child? E, practical difficulty and expense. Who's making it difficult and expensive for the child to have contact with the parents? F, the need for the child to remain in the care and maintain a connection. So what does the child want? Voice of the child. G, age, maturity, developmental stage, gender, background, and characteristics. H, physical and emotional security. Where does a child feel safe? Who's their strongest bond with? Section 7A will also show in here with H, who do they feel physically and emotionally safe with? Disabilities, chronic illnesses, Larry and Delilah's 3 kids. K, stable family environment. How often do we move? Boyfriends, girlfriends, changing our jobs. Big red flag for instability. L, protecting the child against abuse. Section 110 pops up here. Family violence. Check if it's a ploy to keep children away from their dads. Or is there really family violence? Is this guy aggressive? Why is he aggressive? Would you not also be aggressive if she keeps on moving from province to province, stopping you to see your kids? You're also going to become aggressive if she tells the court that you raped your own child, and that's a lie. So there's reasons why there's family violence sometimes. And I'm honest with you today. I could understand in some of my matters why husbands slap their wives because of the utter lack of respect that some women have for men. And the other way around. I'm not condoning gender-based violence, hear me very clearly. But I can understand how the frustration levels just increase due to provocation. So the attitude and the conduct of the victim must also be looked at. Because they're only victims in front of your face. They're manipulative behind the scenes. They provoke guys. I've seen video clips where kids video recorded the mom where she was saying, come on, hit me, hit me, hit me. And she would shove the guy in his chest. That's actually assault. And he says to her, stay out of my face. The guy's doing this and she constantly shoves him and he's doing this. And eventually after 10 minutes of this assault, he slaps her. Now she's the victim. Severe provocation. So be afraid of family violence. If they withdraw the interdict and then they get one again and they withdraw it, but they never go through with the court case, you ask yourself why. So be careful of family violence. And then any action that avoids legal action is in the best interest of children. Okay, so we've got Section 7 under control. You guys know Section 31, making decisions. Section 35, if you refuse to give me your address, if you refuse to respect my right to contact care, guardianship, and maintenance, I will have you arrested. You'll go to prison for a year or you'll pay 100,000 Rand fine. There is an article in the WhatsApps that I sent you on day one with a woman that's fined or arrested. I can't remember, but there's an article which I sent to you guys. Section 33, if there's difficulties with contact care, guardianship, and maintenance, we negotiate a parenting plan through mediation. Child participation, Section 10 and 31 is Nkosanate's favorite because there we do the voice of the child interview, interactive analysis, or socio-emotional assessment. Then we have NADA's favorite one, Section 6.4, the approach to follow, conducive to conciliation, problem solving, and avoid confrontation. Then we're done. Then we move over to emotional intelligence. The inside out movie clips, knowing your emotions, the positive and the negative list. How far are they in the red? Okay. Are they angry or are they suicidal or are they homicidal? Family murder or suicide, what's going on? You understand flipping the lid. SCARF, status, certainty, autonomy, relationships and fairness. By now you need to know these things off by heart. Autonomy is if I stop making my own decisions because I have to co-parent, my lid will flip. My relationship with my kids are threatened if something's unfair. If I'm uncertain, what is the biggest thing that brings certainty to our clients? The biggest tool to bring certainty is a parenting plan. That's why you need to work at a parenting plan, or after each session, at least send an email clarifying this is what we've reached. This is the agreement. This is the next step. We want their lids to go down and certainly flip our lids. If you tell them what to expect, they will be calm. What happens if their lids are flipped? Is there blood in their ears? Can they hear you? No. How do we get their lids down? We validate and we mirror. Okay, and status if there's a change. I'm not as important anymore. I'm not the mum. All of a sudden, Lisa is going to do little Candace's hair. They're calling Lisa mommy. Okay, that affects the status. Last one is how do we fight? We go into child, parent, or adult mode. Child mode, aggression, passive aggressiveness. Parent mode, I exert my power over you. We expect them to go into adult mode through mediation. We model good behavior. We train them. Healthy boundaries. You're not a victim, you're a... I had such a nice Afrikaans word. The lady that kept on changing the boundaries. Till she sat in my office trying to be a victim. And I told her, you're not a victim, ma'am, you're a... Arsehole. My word was poepel, met of sonder die H. Kan julle dit nie onthou nie? Huh? these dramatic little role plays for you guys, and then you forget.
It's my golf.
Yeah, golf course, changing the boundaries there at the bottom.
Mm.
Remember the boundaries, people. And because not you guys that don't speak Afrikaans, you're sitting in my office, you're making yourself to be a victim, but you're actually the one causing this. Means that you're actually an asshole. And then you're trying to blame it on your husband, but you're the one that doesn't keep the boundaries. It's not fair. Take responsibility. Again, here you can play Will Smith's video, fault versus responsibility. At what point are you going to go to the lawyer to divorce your alcoholic, abusive husband? But you like being a victim. Okay? And then good communication skills. Your emotions are a clue of a what?
Of a need.
Yes.
Met or unmet.
Perfect. So you need to figure out what do you want in Kosanati, what type of pizza, specific little pizza do you want? And you need to communicate that in a PMS request. It means you need to ask, can I please have a triple stack meaty cheesy pizza in a large at Debonair's, not Romans? You need to ask. The other person needs to actively listen. They cannot listen actively if their lids are flipped. That's why you need to calm them down through validation. And then in step number 5, we start negotiating. And that is the process of training. Does this make sense? Do you guys have any questions? The third time we've done this, it should sink in now. Now you're in a position to start doing the agenda with your clients, which is what we did last week when Larry and Delilah, actually 2 weeks ago, when we had that first 5 minutes of Larry and Delilah, that gave us a lot of information in the first 5 minutes, if you listen properly. And now for the last week and today specifically, we're going to enter into the discussion phases. We're going to talk about the agreements, because we actually haven't finished even primary residency properly. Okay. Are you guys content with this? If I ask these questions next week, are you going to answer me quicker?
Yes.
Yes.
Promise. Okay. I'm going to give you a 15-minute tea break so that Nkosinati can take care of what's going on in his office. And then we're going to start at 9:30 with maintenance. And then role plays the rest of the day.
Okay.
Make strong coffee in Nkosinati specifically. And Daisy, you too. Okay, see you at 9:30. It's
Okay.
17 minutes in
9:30.
Nkosinati. This break is specifically for you.
Oh, shame.
Sorry about that. They're building here at our house, and I have said probably about 27 million times that today is not a good day for them to come.
Well, Nada, you've got 17 minutes for them to make noise close to your window, because I've given Nkosinati a break until 9:30 now to sort out his ad. So use the 17 minutes wisely. We'll
I'm
be
going to
back.
make 2 cups of coffee.
Perfect. We'll
Yeah.
be back at 9:30.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Kosinati, are you sorted?
Yes, I'm sorted. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Great. Okay, guys, so maintenance. Maintenance is dealt with in the Maintenance Act 99 of 98. It's the law that governs what we can and cannot do with our finances and how to determine what's going on between the parents in their responsibilities towards their children's finances. Okay, so this means that both parents have a duty to support the children for the payment of all the expenses necessary to maintain a child, taken into account their social position and lifestyle before the marriage, and the financial resources that they have to contribute. So there's a couple of important things in this slide. Number one, children need expenses to be paid for them to be maintained. So that's the first one. We need to calculate all the expenses that children require. Now the question is, what expenses are reasonable? Because now the mom and the dad were quite average. The mom remarried a multimillionaire. All of a sudden, she buys at Woolies. She lives in Sandton. The lifestyle went up. Now, is the father just expected to contribute to that higher standard of living or not? Do you think it's fair or not fair? Nada, what do you think?
I don't, it just says duty to support. And if I remember that other slide, you said that there's a pro rata that is a pro rata calculation in coming into play with the Maintenance Act. So if you must look at the income and then work that out
So the
of
last
each person.
sentence exactly on that slide says the financial resources available. But do you see that already it's becoming complex?
Yes.
It's becoming problematic because now the needs are different. The expectations are different. Now we need to govern it in line with litigation or legislation and common sense and practicalities, and we need to find solutions. So it's the needs of the children. So what are their total expenses? You see that step number one is where we start. What do the children need? Step number two, we need to sort of counterbalance that to the lifestyle that they had before to make it reasonable. And then step number three, we need to look at the financial resources available to maintain the needs of the children. Okay, so we need to provide for the education and training of children. We need to look at the standard of living before and after the marriage. What is reasonable? We need to look at the circumstances like remarriage and how that affected the standard of living afterwards. Okay, so the duty to support is a reciprocal duty, means on both of us, two-way street between children and parents. So parents can also sue their children for maintenance. I told you, I'm not sure if I told you, but the oldest client I've had was 78 years old, and we sued her 3 adult children for maintenance. Because her husband was an alcoholic. She fled from Bellville to Meyerton. She lived in a garage of the pastor, and she didn't have any money, no means to support herself, but she had to flee for her own best interest. She fled literally in the middle of the night. And her kids was very inconvenienced by this because all of a sudden they had to take care of their alcoholic dad, which she left. And they refused to assist her. She actually wanted her to come back. So we tried to talk to them, they refused, and then I issued subpoenas against them in the maintenance court of Meyerton. So the 3 kids had to fly up from Cape Town to come to a trial in Meyerton, and they settled. And eventually I think they paid 3,000 Rand per child to contribute, and the mom at least at 9,000 Rands a month. Okay, so there's a duty on parents and children to support each other. And it says that both parents must support. Now, where do I get that from? From the Children's Act, it says both parents have a right and a Responsibility.
Responsibility.
Say responsibility because you have parental rights and responsibilities. Which section of the Children's Act gives me my rights and responsibilities?
Section 18.
Thank you. Nada, did you say that?
Yes.
And you are not a child specialist. And you throw the law around like it's no one's business.
We
So
just,
well done. You like the Children's Act?
yes. It's a very, very good tool in the sense that it empowers a mediator. You know, so you can rely on facts and law instead, I kind of see the mediator with a body of the law behind them when they speak to the father and the mother.
Yeah, and you don't need a law degree or a social work degree to understand this training. It's not difficult, but you need to make notes and remember and listen and apply. So well done, Nada. Your throwing around of the act impresses me, and your colleagues that have more experience with it need to catch up. And Kosinati is smiling in admiration. Okay. So both parents
So
must...
please overlook any further mistakes I may make.
Yeah, you're off the hook for today. But the point is, guys, you need to know your law because this is where it all comes from. So this is also in the Children's Act and the Maintenance Act, very clearly that both parents must support their children. So if you have a mom that says, he's not paying, he's the one, you ask her, so how much are you paying? What about your responsibility, ma'am? What about your responsibilities according to two laws? Why must only he pay? What is wrong with your attitude? Okay, we need to delve into that. So we need to look at that proportionate calculation which the Maintenance Act brings in. Okay, so medical expenses, the Forshman matter talked about a court order where the mother paid all the expenses for the children's medical needs. It wasn't part of the maintenance order. They didn't have an agreement on medical needs. So she took the father to court eventually, and she got an order where the court ordered the father to also cover his portion of the expenses. Okay, so remarriage is very important that you understand. The Hartman versus Krogs sheet matter. The mother expected the step-parents to help paying. The step-parent, unless that step-parent adopts the child, has no legal obligation to take care of his stepchildren. Okay, my cousin actually married a woman and he adopted her little girl. And when they got a divorce, he ended up paying maintenance. She sued him for maintenance, although he was not the biological father, but he adopted the child. So he has the same legal rights and responsibilities as a biological parent to take care of the child. Okay. But a step parent doesn't automatically step into the position of a biological father when he marries the mom, or the stepmom for that matter, is not responsible for the kids of the husband she marries. Yes, Hanley?
Melanie, what about the situation where we hear sometimes that, for instance, a wife takes her ex-husband to court and then they say, yeah, but the husband is married in community of property with a new wife, and they look at his income and whatever when she asks for higher maintenance or increase in her support.
Okay. You have to look, and that's why marital regimes were so important from last week, because it has an effect on how you govern your household. Okay, so you cannot get a court order against a step-parent for paying maintenance. That's the differentiating thing I want to clarify clearly. You do not sue the stepdad because he's married in community with a mom. You need to look at the mom's finances in light of the fact that she's married in community of property to a multimillionaire, for example. So she's got greater means to pay. Her expenses got higher. Her access to money is higher. So her proportionate contribution theoretically should be higher. But I'm not
Okay.
suing the stepdad because he's
No.
married in community of property.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're going to look at the affordability, the means that they have to contribute there. Okay, but if they're married out of community of property without the accrual, obviously the woman then doesn't have access to his millions. So that'll adjust the proportionate contribution again accordingly. So you guys see now how important it is to understand the marital regime, because what are you entitled to? And you are not in any way, even if you are married in community of property, you're not automatically getting half of your husband's salary every month. Because you look at the expenses of the household. So my rich husband with R1 million salary per month has business overheads of 950,000 Rand. Our disposable income is still small. And that's something you need to prove in the trial. So there's no blanket general clause to say now you're married in community, so the new husband's got to pay half of the maintenance. There's no such thing. Okay. So you still need to look at the proportionate contribution in line with all of these factors. So if we go back to our purple slide, which I asked you to take a photograph of, what is step number 1 in maintenance? What do we have to do first?
The children's expenses we have to calculate.
Yes. And then step number 2, we need to reduce. Only in step number 3 do we calculate this proportionate part.
Yeah.
And then in step number 4, we still need to negotiate. So what does it mean? Who's going to pay what? Okay, so the one person that contributed more than the other person can get his money back or a part of that if you issue a civil summons of unjust enrichment against the person that did not contribute. It's called a negotiorum gestio claim. So if I paid all the medical expenses because our attorneys didn't make provision for it, so there's no court order saying that the dad must pay half of the medical expenses, I can still sue the dad, but civilly. But that's not ideal because it means it's going to cost you 50,000 Rand to issue a summons against him for 40,000 Rand medical. So you need to address a fair settlement before you go to court, before you make a court order. The attorneys and the parents and the social workers must really try to see if they can get everything sorted out to contain it in a court order so it's governable. This friend of mine that we're helping with, the settlement is so vague in terms of who pays what. If you don't clarify half of all medical expenses not covered by the medical aid only after both parents were informed and part of the decision-making process for the medical procedures. Because now the mother goes to the doctor every second week, she depletes the medical aid, and then there's a 4,000 Rand account to be paid by the father that didn't even know that the kids were sick. So the wording of the parenting plans and the court orders are extremely important. And we cannot set off expenses against. I had a client whose ex-husband, he had to pay 4,000 Rand maintenance, but every month he would buy tocs or hockey sticks or cricket bats to the value of 4,000 Rand, thinking now he doesn't have to give the mom the 4,000 Rand. He did a set off. That's not legal. You are falling in arrears every month if you don't stick to the original court order. Okay, so the application for maintenance means that there's an obligation on you to provide the court with a list of expenses. You have to prove your means, your income. You've got to prove your duties based on relationship. You prove that by the birth certificates, and you can sue parents and grandparents for maintenance. You can even sue uncles and aunts as well if you've depleted the parents, then you've depleted the grandparents, and then you can go after the uncles and the aunts. Okay, so you can use the whole family as a threat to get a dad to pay or a mom to pay. So you can ask any family member to support a child. There's certain conditions that the court will look at, especially if the person is not even able to maintain themselves. The court will probably not give an order to maintain someone else's child. So a lot of this will boil down to the ability of that person to contribute to the reasonable support of a child. So what expenses can we claim? You see that nice little Ferrari there. What lifestyle can we claim? We need to look at proper and living conditions and the upbringing clarified in light of the necessities. And then I want to talk to you about the laying in expenses. That is your birthing cost, your hospital cost. You cannot claim medical cost for the birth of your child if the child is 11 years old. It's 11 years into the past. There's no such thing as back pay. If it is the time for the birth, you need to talk to the dad of your child before the birth. I do a lot of pre-birth parenting plans where we talk about how are we going to share the cost of the hospital. If there's excess payments on medical aid or if there is no medical aid, whose responsibility is the medical costs to have this baby delivered? So if the father doesn't want to contribute soon after the birth, you can approach the maintenance court and you can claim for his assistance to pay the laying in expenses of the child. And you can ask for the expenses necessary to maintain the child from the day of birth until the date of the court order. But you cannot wait years before you do that. You need to go to court within the shortest period of time after the birth of the child. So what expenses can we claim? Fair maintenance. We need to prove all the expenses. Remember, people, I tell my clients, cover your ass. Is that a motto that I've taught you? How do you cover your ass as the mother or the father? You keep your slips. And I train my clients from day one. You keep an Excel spreadsheet. You put your maintenance documents in a folder. Every month you take your slips, and in a trial, we've got to take the slips and paste them on pieces of paper and make copies, 5 or 6, and you put together all the food expenses, all the petrol expenses, all the clothing expenses. I hate maintenance trials. It is the most tedious part of a lawyer's life, is doing bundles for maintenance, because you've got to take 3 to 6 months expenses, stick the expenses on a piece of paper, take those totals to an Excel spreadsheet, add it up so that you can get totals for your application. It's difficult if parents don't keep records, because how do I prove it then? Then I need to take the bank statements, take all the TOPS amounts, all the SPAR amounts, all the PEP amounts, all the Dis-Chem amounts, and put them then according to toiletries or clothing or groceries. But then I have a problem of proving which expenses were for the children and which expenses were for the household and which expenses were for the mom or the dad. I've got no proof. So what do you think a magistrate's going to do with just totals according to your bank account? Okay, so I had a client. This was a terrible case. My client was married to a prosecutor. The prosecutor kept all the slips. She had a detailed breakdown. She's a maintenance prosecutor. She knows how it works. She's had her books in tip-top order. She knew the kids cost 18,000 rands a month. She wanted half from the dad, 9,000. The dad says he can't afford it. So we prepared for trial. He had no slips. But the first page of his bank statements, his first page of 6 months bank statements started like this. Tops, Hooters, and then a number of strip clubs. On the first page of the bank statement, just his liquor and eating out expenses amounted to 11,000 rand. I'm telling him, I cannot go to court with this. This is the first page, and when you continue, it looks the same. So you're going to tell the magistrate that you don't have money to pay for kids, but you've got money for hooters and scooters and tops. I said to him, you're going to be blasted in court. I'm not going to be associated with this case. I've got nothing to go. And we had to settle. He didn't want to settle. I said, well, then you need to get yourself another lawyer that's going to take your money in good conscience to fight this. Because I'm telling you now, you're going to end up paying more than the 9 that she's claiming. So our books tell us about how we live. What do you spend your money on? Okay, so you need to prove all the expenses. Behavior has no effect. Yeah, but he's a man, or he sleeps with prostitutes. His behavior is going to have zero impact on the needs of the children. As I said, my client's behavior, he can do anything he wants. He can see whoever he wants. He can spend his money on whatever he wants to. But if there's a need for the children to be maintained, that is what the courts are going to look at. You've got to pay even if you remarry and you have 6 more children. Oh, I can't take care of these kids because I'm married and I have a new baby. All kids are important. You cannot use your next kids as an excuse to pay your previous kids' maintenance. And you've got to pay maintenance even if there's no contact between you and the kids. So maintenance and access or contact are 2 separate matters. They don't have any relation to each other. They need to play out in separate courts. If you don't see your kids, you need to bring a children's court application. If your husband doesn't pay maintenance, you need to take him to maintenance court. It's 2 separate courts, 2 separate actions. So when we prepare, it's vitally important that we give a complete list of all the monthly expenses, and we need to be able to prove our items and the expenses, and we need to prove our income. Okay. You need to take your ID and your abridged birth certificates, proof of residence, and then all of the expenses from school to groceries to food to clothing, transport, pay slips, doctor bills, schooling. You need to take with a copy of your divorce order if there is one. If there isn't one, you'll do the J101 form as your first application for maintenance. So you need the applicant's address. Now, what happens if you don't know where the guy lives? Can the court deliver the documents to him? So if your husband disappears, you have a serious problem. Then you need to trace him. If you can't trace him, then you need to prove to the court that you tried to trace him. So you need to place an ad in a nationwide paper telling him that there's a court case against him, warning him to be at court on a certain date. After 6 weeks, you can approach the court, and then you can try to go against the family members, like the grandparents. Okay, but if you don't know where he is, you're going to have a very difficult time claiming maintenance. Obviously, then access and contact would also be a problem. So you'll probably get to a point where you terminate this guy's rights. But if someone still wants to see their kids, you use it sort of as a tool to negotiate maintenance. But it's difficult if someone just disappears, like Larry last week. They just wanted to move off to Lesotho. Because Sanatimos advised him, move to Lesotho and you don't have to pay maintenance. And that theoretically would have been very difficult for Delilah if she didn't know where he was staying. To send the sheriff to Lesotho is an almost impossible manner. It's crazy to get someone from another country to attend a court case in South Africa. So if Larry moved there, it would have been very difficult for Delilah to get any money out of him. But also then, if you didn't want to see the kids, you would probably be in a situation where you had to look at the termination of the rights. But if Larry fought to see his kids, he's not just going to walk away without a fight, then you can use it as a tool to get maintenance. Why? Or how is a better question. Because Larry, you have 4 rights and 4 responsibilities. You cannot just have the right to contact, but you don't want to adhere to your right and your responsibility to pay maintenance. So, Larry, do you understand that you've got to pay? You've got to contribute. So it's easy if the contact is a requirement for the dad that has to pay, to start using that as a tool. Don't you think, Larry, she's going to give you the kids more easily if you adhere to your responsibilities to pay maintenance? She doesn't have to sue you. Don't you think that'll increase or improve your relationship with the mom? Because then she sees that you're serious about taking care of the kids. So do you want to make your life easy, Larry? Let's work together on what is reasonable maintenance then. Because it costs your kids something to be maintained. Your kids don't live for free. That SASSA grant is not enough. Okay, so on the date, the clerk will investigate. I just want to quickly explain to you the process and why I don't want you to send your clients to maintenance court. Because at the time, let's look at domestic workers. If they don't pitch up for work, they don't get money for that day. So they go to court. They need to take all of those list of documents, the birth certificate. If she doesn't know what documents to take, they're going to tell her she needs to come back again. So it's 2 days without pay. 2 weeks into the future, she's there again. Now she gets the summons to be served. That summons will be sent to the sheriff. The sheriff has to serve it on the father. It's going to take 4 to 6 weeks. Then is the next date. Now we're already in month 2. Month 2 without money, not just from the dad, but also not from her employer, because no work, no pay. The next day, the court date, if the father knows about it, he's either going to be there at court with or without an attorney, with or without the documents, and it's probably going to be postponed. It's going to keep on being postponed until the magistrate at the end of the day has a hearing, a full trial of all the expenses, looking through your index and your bundle of documents, your slips, your Excel spreadsheets of both the mom and the dad. And then only will the court make an order. And this is sometimes 6 months to a year to 2 years into the future. And my question is, what are the kids going to eat in the meantime? Because you just send them to court. Okay. So the court will then order a certain amount of maintenance against the dad. And I'm saying dad because generally the court orders are against men, but I've brought maintenance applications against women as well, where the children primarily reside with the dad. Okay, because all of a sudden the moms don't want to pay, but she is very quickly to scream over when he's not the primary resident. So the court will make an order for the kids' maintenance to be paid in either at the magistrate's court, so you've got to stand in the queue every week to go and get your money from the court. So if a dad is spiteful, he'll do that. You can either pay it into a bank account via EFT, or the employer can order through a deduction of his direct salary, an emoluments attachment order, where the employer takes the money off and pays it into the mom's bank account. Okay, section 21.
Melanie?
Yes.
I just have a question here before we go on to this slide. Just want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly. So the problem is coming into play when the client goes to court and having to go through this whole process of proving, getting the slips together, etc., versus going to a mediator and we get everything together with a mediator and we get the parties to agree and go to court with the agreed document.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
That's the ideal. And this is what I'm going to train you on today. I'm going to show you what the court documents look like. We're going to show you how to talk about maintenance, how to think about it, how to work out an Excel spreadsheet.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to do it one shot, you know, and you've got control over the timeline and all the parties are together versus the control is not in your hands anymore. Now you're in the court process and anything can happen in that process. Okay. All
And
right.
even for the husband that doesn't want to pay, now he's going to sit there week after week after week, postponement after postponement, because at this
Yes,
point in
yes,
courts are not
yes.
in a position to deal with all of these maintenance matters. So they just keep on postponing it. The trial dates are
Yeah,
so far in advance. So every week the husband's also going to sit there. Because if you don't pitch up to court, there's going to be a warrant of arrest issue.
yeah,
So it's also a waste of his money.
yeah,
So I try to
yeah,
train my
yeah.
clients and I tell them, please replace the word maintenance with the word joint budget. You have a
Oh,
joint
I
budget that
like that.
you need to balance. It's like running a country. There's a budget for the country. There's a budget for a company. You two need to talk about the budget, because if you don't agree on a budget, you're going to end up with two attorneys that you can't afford. That's going to take up, like Pac-Man, it eats the money for the children to go to court. So why can't we sit and work out what the children cost us in reality? Because we've got to make mutual decisions about every single expense. Let's control the amounts. You know what you need to pay every month, because even, and I call it the bottom line figure, the least amount of money that it costs to maintain a child, I cannot almost get it under 3,000 Rand. If you look at food, housing, transport, clothing, and medical, I'm not even sure how you take care of a kid for less than 3,000 Rands a month. And if your salary is only 3 and you're unemployed, how do you do it on a SASSA grant?
Mm.
And then you want to pay an attorney or two. And then you remarry and you make more kids. What are you thinking? So I tell most of my clients that they actually can't afford a divorce. It's really almost impossible to get a divorce. Rather stay together, work on your marriage, and take care of the kids. We have two incomes in one household. Now you've got two households with separate incomes. You couldn't make it work while the two of you were together. How do you think you're going to do it alone now? So it doesn't make sense. Okay, but people don't think like that. So section 23 and 31 deals very clearly with non-compliance with a court order. If you don't pay within 10 days, the other party can go to court to get a warrant of execution against you or attachment order. So they can take your assets or your emoluments attachment order. They take your salary and they attach it literally through a court order so that they can get the money to support the kids. So if there's arrears, you need to go to court with your current order, affidavit saying why you haven't got money or what was the situation, when last did the guy pay, and then you recover the arrears. Obviously, you don't go to court for arrears on the 8th of the month if he had to pay on the 7th. The court's going to give him at least another month to default. So people normally wait for 2-3 months when the arrears are a nice big amount before they go to maintenance court, if they can afford it. Otherwise, you need to go the month directly after he missed the payment. So the court can add interest and they will look at the ability of the father to repay the arrears. So what happens, and this is normally what happens, I lost my job. I can't pay anymore. Now, instead of waiting to be subpoenaed, the father must go to court to ask for a reduction the minute his financial situation gets worse. Or at least write the email to the mom saying, "Good day, herewith attached my retrenchment letter. I confirm that I cannot make payments in the full amount. I'm hoping to find employment. Please give me a grace period of 2 months." Now, if she sues him, he can go to court and say, "Listen, here is a letter. I tried to tell her this is what's going on." The problem is that the court order is still in place. So theoretically, he is in arrears. Theoretically, the court can issue a summons against him and get that warrant against him. So it's not advisable for clients to just tell the mom verbally that he can't pay and then think she's going to keep it a secret or she's going to keep her promise to not do anything. At the end of the day, the kids need to eat. So it's a criminal offense to not adhere to a court order. You can be guilty of an offense. You can get a fine or imprisonment if you show lack of funds, or if you are unwilling, or if there's misconduct, the courts will have you arrested. Now, this is a nice little threat. I'm going to throw you in prison. Now, if I throw you in prison, do you think that person can work? If he can't work, well, how will he get money? How will you maintain your kids? And this goes down to the needs. What do I need? Do I need his money or do I need revenge? Because if I want revenge, I'll throw him in jail. I don't need your money. I'm married to a rich guy in community of property. So you know what? I'm going to get you out of the way. You can't pay. You lost your job. I don't care. So I'll have you arrested. Or I really need your money. I need you to work. So I'm not going to have you locked up. But you have to start contributing. Because there's going to come a point where even if you don't pay and you're not bringing your part, then I can just as well have you arrested. Then at least my internal sense of justice and fairness will not be flipped. Because I don't have money either way. You're walking around with Lisa, hotboxing, eating ice creams, and I'm not getting my maintenance. So you know what, Larry, then if I can't have you, Liza can't have you either. So you can sit in jail. So it's important to understand the needs of your clients. It all boils down to that root and asking them, what do you want? Ma'am, do you think it's going to help if you lock him up? If he has a criminal record, he won't be employable again. So for the rest of the kids' lives, you won't get maintenance. Because how's he going to get a new job if he has a criminal record? Okay, now we're going to talk about spousal maintenance. So spousal maintenance is where I, as the ex-wife or the ex-husband, can sue my spouse for spousal maintenance. Okay, so there is no automatic statutory right for my ex to pay me spousal maintenance. It's a discretionary power of the court. So I don't have an automatic right to spousal maintenance. The courts will look at a number of factors before they decide on the court order. You see that picture of that old lady. Do you think she's got the prospective means to earn any salary at that age? You need to look at her needs and obligations. Her age. How long were they married? I mean, after 70 years, her husband divorced her. They were married out of community of property. He's a multimillionaire. She's got nothing. The courts are probably going to give her a bigger order than a lady that was married only for 9 months to a billionaire. So in spousal maintenance, we need to look at the standard of living. The courts can look at the conduct of the parties. You slept with prostitutes. I helped you to build up the business. I took care of the kids while you built an empire. The courts will also look at your order for the division of assets. So let's say you were married in community of property and you walked away with 30 million rand. I'm not sure if you guys know Edith Venter. Anyone's ever heard of Edith Venter? No one. Edith Venter was a socialite. She was married to Bill Venter.
Rich lady.
Yeah, rich husband. Bill Venter was a South African engineer. He had Allied Electronics. He has 4 sons and a daughter. I'm just going to read you from Wikipedia. In 1994, Edith Venter, his second wife and mother of his 2 sons, were awarded a 12 million rand divorce settlement. Okay. According to their marital regime, in 1994, this is more than 30 years ago, it was a massive amount of money. Do you think she would succeed with spousal maintenance if she already got 12 million?
No.
Okay.
Was that?
Yeah?
Sorry, was that order just for the children's maintenance?
No, that was for her assets. Division of assets,
Okay.
the way they were married.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, I'm with you. Okay. Wow.
Okay, so she got 12 million out of the divorce in terms of their marital regime. Now she wants spousal maintenance. The court's going to laugh at her because, man, you're supposed to get out with 12 million. Okay. There's a couple of people that you can look at, celebrities, what they pay each other. So model and actress lost her bid for black coffee. I'm talking about Nkosinati Maphumulo, or black coffee, and Mbali Mlotshwa. This is celebrities. Daisy and Nkosinati, do you know who I'm talking about?
Yes, I do know.
Okay, so they got a divorce. She asked him to pay 130,000 rands in maintenance. 80,000 rand was for child maintenance for their 2 children. 30,000 rand for groceries and household items, and 17,800 rand for her beauty cosmetics. This is what she wanted. The court ruled she could only get 15,000 rand amount for spousal maintenance and 50,000 rand in child support. Okay. What do you think of that? Huh? Daisy, what's your opinion? And this is how they settled. They went to court. She wanted more than that, but they settled on 75,000 rands a month that he's got to pay her.
Melanie,
Yes, Daisy.
before I can try to answer that question, I'm a little bit confused. I wanted to understand this maintenance or spousal maintenance. When do one apply for that? Do one apply for it after the divorce order or before, or what is happening? I just don't get it.
When you separate, you sue for that. Only if you were married. If you are not married, you cannot sue for spousal maintenance, because a spouse means you had to be married. So married people, when they have separation coming up, need to start talking about spousal maintenance. I've never worked, so I want you to contribute to my living expenses. We've got 3 children. You must also maintain them. So you go to court 2 ways. The maintenance court before the divorce, or you do a Rule 43 in the High Court. So you can either go to the Magistrates Court, Maintenance Court, or you go to the High Court and you do a Rule 43 urgent application for maintenance, for children and for spousal maintenance. That costs more money because you need to pay an advocate and attorneys. Maintenance court is for free. You go to represent yourself, but it takes longer. So as you can see, the rich clients have access to justice. Poor people don't really have access to speedy justice. And that's why I'm saying you guys as the social workers are actually the new legal system for families, because you are in a position where you can speak truth and get justice from your clients, although it's not through a court, because the courts are so overburdened and the people working there are not always trained and qualified to deal with this. So Daisy, to
Melanie?
answer your question, when you separate, you've got the right to approach the court. Otherwise, you need to go through this during the divorce proceedings. If you can't settle, the court will make an order as to what is a fair and reasonable amount for you as spousal maintenance and for the kids for their maintenance. Does it answer your question?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Yes.
Melanie, if I understood correctly from the one magistrate at some time, you can't apply for spousal maintenance after divorce. Or
No.
can you? Also,
No, you can't.
you can't. Yeah.
You can ask for it in your divorce settlement, and it has to be dealt with, because the minute that order is made, it's game over. This is where mediation is important. So I'm saying, even though, sorry guys, I just have a court matter today. Hi, Aladdin. Yes. Okay. All right. Perfect. 11 Desember. Ons moet sit voor die tyd met preparation alle doen. Ek dink ons moet eerder die maandag, want as ons nog afskrifte en goed moet maak. Okay, en dan gaan ons op trial. Dis die laaste datum vir uitstel, nê? Nee. Voorlopige datum. Okay. Nee, dis fyn die 11de. Sê vir ek is reg vir die 11de, so hulle kan dit eintlik finaal neersit vir verhoor, laat ons klaar maak daai dag. Of is jy klaar weg? Okay, maar sê vir Dani ook, ons moet nou klaar maak op die 11de. Ons kan nie nog 'n jaar uitstel nie. Alraai, dan is ons reg vir verhoor, ons gaan aan daai dag en ons druk deur. Sien jou dan die 9de. Ja, ek sien jou die 9de vir pret. Okay. Alraai, dankie. Sien jou dan, bye. Okay. So, at the end of the day, it's important that you talk about these things in mediation because, say for example, you married out of community of property without the accrual. Are you entitled to anything of your husband? Nothing. Your
No.
only remedy will be spousal maintenance. You've got to go to an attorney. You've got to decide, are we going to go to maintenance court or bring a high court urgent application in Rule 43? Who's going to pay your attorney in the meantime? The guy's going to stop all of your expenses. He's going to stop your credit card, not going to give you money for petrol. So how are you going to apply for a claim of spousal maintenance if you don't have money? How are you going to live for the next 2-3 years while this guy is living his life and the attorneys are issuing summons and then doing the pleadings? So practically, what's going to happen to you while you apply for spousal maintenance? The only remedy is actually to go to mediation, where you then play off the needs against each other. So one of the role plays would be, Larry and Delilah are married, they don't have kids. Larry is a multimillionaire. Delilah invested everything into the marriage. He traded her in for a new cupcake. When she was 60 years old, he married his 20-year-old secretary. His new secretary wants to get married in Mauritius very quickly. Larry wants a quickie divorce. Delilah has nowhere to go. So how will you mediate that? What strategy will you guys follow? What does Larry need? I just said it now.
A quick divorce.
Yeah, why? What is his biggest need?
The new wife.
Oh, cupcake, a 20-year-old new model. Okay, what is her need? What is Delilah's need at this point?
She wants what she has invested in that marriage, in money.
No, she will probably
needs to
need security. She needs
survive.
a place. She needs her expenses covered. She's financially, she needs money. Those two things are not the same. Now, for how long do you think Delilah can drag out a divorce?
Well, if it's going to start impacting the children negatively.
No, they don't have children. You
They don't have
kids.
children.
Oh,
So can Delilah drag out a divorce?
yes, she can.
Okay, so is that going to boycott the quickie divorce that Larry wants?
Yes.
So Larry, you can fight it. She's going to just postpone and ask for more pleadings, further this. She's going to bring a spousal maintenance application. She's going to go to hospital on the trial dates and then it's going to be postponed. So how long do you think Cupcake is going to be patient? So you either give her something as part of a settlement or she can drag out the divorce. Larry, do you think it's fair? Larry, did she contribute to your business? Larry, how do you think she's going to live? Larry, are you a man of no conscience? Can you just let her live on the streets? She's now 65 years old. Where must she go? Larry, I'm trying to work you manipulatively so that you feel sorry for your ex-wife. Is that the things you can do in mediation? What happens in court? What is she entitled to? Is she entitled to any of his assets, people?
How are they married? Out of community.
I told you.
Without the accrual, she's not entitled to any of his assets.
So what will a court give her?
The spousal maintenance?
Maybe. Is it an automatic
We
right?
don't know.
Then I just
No, it's discretionary.
Yes, we don't know how the magistrate is going to feel.
no. So what do you think she'll get justice in a court?
Well, she's
No.
65 years old, so she may stand a good chance. What do you think, Annelie and Daisy?
Let me ask you this question. How is she going to pay for the lawyer to get her that
Yes.
far?
Maintenance. I mean, mediation. She has to go to mediation.
Yeah, she's got to go to mediation. That's the rational step, because if she doesn't have money for attorneys to apply for spousal maintenance, and that's the reality, it costs
And-
money to litigate.
Can she use legal aid, Melanie?
Legal
But
aid doesn't do divorces.
Oh, okay.
You
And then
you
we
can
don't
try.
know if we don't know if the magistrate is also or a divorced woman or divorced guy or struggling to get he wants to lose his wife with his new cupcake. We don't know who is sitting on the bench.
Exactly. So can
Yeah.
you guarantee anything for someone when they go to court?
Mm-mm.
No.
You don't know how the coin is going to flip.
Okay. So who will you work on in mediation? So let's quickly mediate. Mediate me, Hanley. I'm Larry. How are you going to convince me to give Delilah something?
I will ask Larry if I understand correctly, that he wants a quick divorce because
Yes,
he
Cupcake.
is
Cupcake has already packed our bags. She's got this beach
Yes.
wedding envisioned in Mauritius. She's already checked out the hotel. I can't wait to carry on with my life.
Okay. And to make that happen, Larry, what do you think must happen now in this situation between
Well, we
you and
married
your
out of
wife?
community of property, and without the accrual, she's not entitled to anything. So I'm going to get what I want in the divorce anyway. She must just accept the fact that our marriage is over. I don't see why she can't just accept it. So my lawyer said we're going to issue summons tomorrow. I'm seeing him later this afternoon.
And for how long were you married to
40 years.
Delilah? 40 years. Did she contribute to your
No, she didn't.
household?
Tried to give me a house, but she was so drugged. She's got bipolar depression. You don't know what it's like to be married to someone with bipolar depression. I had to get a cook and a housekeeper just to do her job. She couldn't even take care of our household.
Did she contributed to your marriage on the prenuptial agreement or your agreement before the marriage? What was her value at that stage?
Doesn't matter. We married out of community of property without the accrual. She had a car on her name. She still drives the Volksie that she had, which she brought into the marriage. So she's got a car.
Okay. So, and her value at that stage,
She had
what
the
was
Volksie, 2,000
just
rand.
the Volksie?
Yeah,
Did she came with nothing into this
came with
marriage?
nothing. We both had nothing. We were both students. We had nothing.
Okay. And Larry, do you think it's fair for your wife that she's going to she indicated that Delilah said she's going to drag out this court case. She's going to ask the magistrate every time she's going to ask for your bank statements and then they can postpone. Do you think it's fair towards yourself that she will drag it out?
No, that's really going to bugger up my plans with Cupcake.
Yeah. So how do you think we can speedy this up so that we can meet your need?
As I I don't know. She must just sign the documents. Why can't she just sign the documents?
She was married 40 years to you, ne?
Yes.
So, and she's 65 years old. Do you think that someone, I know it's unfair to you. I know you don't have any responsibility towards her in your mind, but do you think someone will take her on and
No, not with
give
her
her a
bipolar
job?
depression. No one can take her on. She can't work at all.
Okay. And you have a lot of money. So will it
A
be,
lot of money is really, I've got a lot of business expenses. I don't have money lying around, if that's what you mean.
can we look at your disposable income?
I don't have to disclose anything. I'm married out of community of property. You're not a lawyer, so why do you want to look at my finances?
Do you think it will be fair to Delilah to put her out of your house and put her on the street in a homeless shelter?
At this point, it's about legally. My legal advisor, my attorney, Ms. van Aswegen, clearly told me that we're married out of community of property and I've got no legal obligation.
I know, I understand
So,
that.
so
And
yes, it's fair because that's the marital regime that we chose. We want to talk about fairness. Yes, it's fair.
but did you have a bad marriage for 40 years?
It wasn't roses and Måneskin all the time. It was tough being married to a bipolar woman.
Was there moments that you felt there was roses and moonshine?
Yeah, right in the beginning, when she was functioning, when she wasn't addicted to pills.
Nee, nou is my vraag op. Ek weet nie.
You got off track. You now go. What is the biggest need he has? So Larry, let someone else try to mediate me, because you went into another direction instead of you moved away from the quickie. He wants to go to Mauritius. Why didn't you just stick to the Mauritius route?
Okay.
Who wants to try more? Nkosinati, you try. Well done, Lisa, by the way. It was a good mediation.
So Larry,
No, you've got your
okay, Nkosinati. Okay.
Yeah, no, Nkosinati's take over. Let's see if he can get Larry into a corner.
Actually, ma'am, I missed the introduction part of this session because I went out. I had to attend something.
See how very difficult it is. Okay. Daisy, you try?
Hey, I'm still analyzing how Haneli did it. So, hey, I'm still analyzing that.
No, well, you're now the mediator. You need to, this is role play. So let's see how you do. So just go with your gut.
Okay. Larry, you said it is not fair, right? And
I said it is fair. You didn't listen. I said it is fair. How did you hear me that I said it's not? It is fair. I told you, my attorney said we're married out of community of property. It is fair. It's fair. This is the way we chose to get married. This is the legal consequences of it. So how can you tell me it's not fair? I didn't say it's not fair. You're putting words in my mouth. What type of
I think that was a slippery word. Okay.
Not just okay, you apologize, Daisy, because you didn't listen. You need to own it. So how did you deal with it now?
Okay. I apologize for misinterpreting what you said. So, but then I wanted to find out whether if your marriage, you said it is 40 years, né? You have been married for 40 years. But then going out of this marriage, do you think we can work on how you can assist Delilah?
Why must I assist Delilah? We're married out of community of property. What are you mediators so difficult to understand about that? She's got no claim against me. I don't owe her anything. We are married out of community of property.
Don't you think it will be fair both of you, I can send you to the right person who can mediate between both of
You
you.
are the mediator.
So-
Where are you sending them to?
Oh,
Can I?
Mediator. You are the mediator, Daisy. No, Hanley, I'll get you to do it now. I just wanted to suffer a bit more.
yeah, I'm getting.
You're the mediator, Daisy. You're not the social
Oh.
worker.
Okay. Oh, I'm a mediator. Okay, I thought. Yeah, today.
Woo. No, guys, today's crunch time. It's day 4 of role plays. You need to make mistakes so you can learn. What are you trying to do? Daisy,
Actually,
what is Larry's need?
his need is to go together with his cupcake.
So how are you going to get him to give Delilah anything? What's your strategy in your mind? So mediate me. I'm Larry. You want me to give her money. Work me. Throw what you've got.
Okay. Larry, can we three of us, me and you and Delilah, can we just sit down and then we check our expenses, our living expenses?
Why do I need to do that? I'm married out of community of property.
Yes, I understand you married out of community of property, but for Delilah, it sounds unfair for her just to
Unfair. Are you biased? Why is it unfair? I told you now for the 3rd time, it's not unfair because this is the way we chose to get married. Now you're telling me it's unfair. It sounds like you are siding with my wife.
Yeah, I know I'm stuck.
Yeah, it's difficult. Let's continue. Is there anything else you can try?
For now, let me hear what others are saying.
Okay.
And then
Nominated someone?
Is it Anel?
No, Arnel is not yet. It's Nada or Nkosonati. That's your 2 choices.
Okay, let me try Nada. Please assist. She's not there.
So, Larry?
Yes.
Thank you, Daisy. Thank you. Larry, so in law, you are married with an ANC with no accrual.
No. What part of married out of community of property without the accrual are you mediators not following?
Now, what I want to say is, in law, that's
an anti-nuptial contract. We married out of community without the accrual. I owe this woman nothing.
Yeah. So my apologies, Larry. I wanted to say out of community of property. So in law, you are married out of community of property without accrual. So you don't, Delilah cannot claim anything from your estate. So your need is to divorce very quickly. You said that you are going to go to your lawyer this afternoon. You've already got your appointment, and Liza has got her bags packed. You want to, sorry?
Yeah.
Has got her bags packed, and you want to, you're going to get married in Mauritius. Have you sent out all the cards yet?
Yes.
Are people going to come? Okay.
Hopefully.
Okay. So what I hear you are saying, Larry, is that you are really you're committed to have a quick divorce, quickly as possible, to have so that you can continue with your new life.
Exactly. Can't wait. She's young and beautiful and restless and hot as a spicy potato.
Okay. No, so I see you are looking forward to your new relationship with your future wife. So how can we work and see how we can get this need answered? So although Delilah cannot claim anything for living from your estate, she does have a need for money so that she can live. She will have to leave the house. She doesn't have an income. She's 65 years old. You guys have been married for 40 years. So is it possible to meet one another
No.
halfway, or okay? Is it possible okay, so what she can do is when you go and see your lawyer this afternoon to get the divorce proceedings started, she can throw a spanner in the wheels in terms of slowing things down. Then things get postponed, and then you've got to go back to court, and then it's another payment for your lawyer, and so in this scenario, you may miss your wedding date. You may miss the flights that you've booked to go to Mauritius. I'm just wondering what Lisa will be saying about the reality of that.
Well, she won't be happy. I don't want to think about it.
Yeah. Yes. So what do you think could be possible options to go forward then?
Well, maybe I must just go to my attorney first and issue the summons and then see, because maybe she's just threatening. I don't know if she actually has money to go to a lawyer to delay the process in any way.
Okay. She may decide not to go and see a lawyer and may just not, act for herself. And then ask for postponement, maybe.
Against my corporate attorney. Good luck for her representing herself.
Okay. So there are ways that she can still delay the process. Yeah. And I'm wondering if this is not opening yourself up to a risk of then missing your travel date, missing your wedding date.
Oy, oy, oy. You put it that way.
What would you be willing to agree to or look at to make this a reality of having a quick divorce, of getting that finalized before your travel dates, before your wedding date?
I'll give it 10,000.
To get the... Okay. All right. Well, Larry, thank you for being open to this conversation. This will be very helpful for yourself as well to get your needs met. So I'm just a side note. I have no idea what the needs of the financial monetary needs of Delilah. I'm assuming she's not in this conversation.
She's in the session. Since when are you having mediation sessions with only one person? When did that happen?
Okay, all right. Okay. So Delilah, you've now heard what Larry is saying. He's willing to contribute an amount of 10,000 Rand a month.
Once off.
Remember?
Once off.
Oh, once off. Sorry, Larry. My apologies.
No,
this is a once off.
I'm Delilah, so I'm not. I'm going to play back.
Okay.
What? Once off?
Okay.
What must I do with 10,000 Rand?
Yeah. Larry, let's just have a look and see what this means. You are willing to pay 10,000 Rand once off. Is this?
I didn't say once
and you've
off.
now heard
what the... Listen, I said I'll give her 10,000 Rand. I didn't even say once off.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Larry. So can you just tell me a little bit more of how this 10,000 Rand would look like practically?
I'll give her 10,000 Rand for 12 months, but that's it.
For 12 months. Delilah, what are you saying about Larry's offer on the table. He's willing to pay you 10,000 rand for 12 months. And remember,
10,000
legally, he is not.
12 months. What after the 12 months? What then? I'll still have no place to go. With only 10,000 rand, I mean, that's what we not, I mean, that's what my petrol is a month. With my Range Rover. What must I do with 10,000 rands a month?
So, Larry, what is coming up for you as you hear what her reality
She's
is in
ungrateful.
terms
She's
of
married out of community of property. I'm offering to pay spousal maintenance, which I'm not legally supposed to do, and she's not happy with that.
Oh.
I don't know what's going to make her happy. But she's not entitled to anything. This is already more than generous.
Yeah. Delilah, Larry is quite right. You guys have you guys have made a decision 40 years ago to marry in a certain way. And now the reality is that he's not legally compliant, toch verantwoordelijk, responsible to pay you anything. So he's willing to offer 10,000 rand for 12 months.
But where will I I don't
he-
know how I'm going to live. He's going to put me in the streets. The only thing I need is really just a roof over my head. Where will I live?
Yeah. Okay. Do you have any family or any other options or somebody who will be able to help
No,
you
then I'll have to go.
find?
I'll have to go for SASSA and live on the streets.
Larry, do you perhaps have any ideas or options to offer around a place to live?
There is a little flat at the back of the house, but I would really not. And I don't think Lisa will let her live there. That's not an option.
Okay. All right. So, Delilah, we are starting off with a conversation around helping you in your needs. Larry was willing. Larry did think about a flat at the back of the property, but that's not feasible. He has to take into account his new wife, his future wife.
But what about me?
And
Where will I go?
he's not legally. Yeah. Let's think about other options that you may have. What could possibly happen over the next 12 months to make a living arrangement happen for you?
I've got no options. I'm so
Are there
stressed now. I won't even have money for my medication. I can just as well die now. Is that what he wants? He wants me to die.
Yeah.
How did she
Okay.
do, colleagues? Hanlie, how did Nada do?
Good, also good up to some point. I think when you said as Larry, I think as mediator, we could have thrown in, I don't know which side Larry would flip, but maybe because Nada led him to say, oh no, but maybe a 10,000 rand so I can get it quickly over and done with. We had to focus on that. And then maybe said to him, but look, what is important to you is his money. And can you go and look at your money situation because you don't know what is going to happen in court? You can get a magistrate that feels sorry for your wife and also drag out this court case. You won't get to your wedding date and your cupcake. And yeah, we're not going to say the other flip side of the coin, the magistrate can, but maybe give him that scenario to let him think and say, okay.
I hear you. So what does this woman want from me? What does she want from me?
Delilah, she wants money, spousal maintenance, so that she can live every month.
Maybe I I just need a roof over my head and my medication and petrol for my Range Rover. That's all I need. I don't live a big life.
Yeah. But then also in a mediation, we will have to say to her, but if you get the money, he doesn't owe you anything. So if he's willing to pay 10,000 rand,
It's not
won't it
enough.
be fair?
It's not
No,
enough.
but you will have to come down with your living expenses.
Oh, just my petrol is, my medication is 6,000 rands a month. Even if I give the Range Rover away, it leaves me with 4,000 rand for a house and petrol. And what am I going to eat?
No, but you're over-exaggerating. There's other people living from SASSA, so you must go and apply for SASSA.
Look, Ronnie's biased. So Larry is going to love Hanley.
Yeah, you're going to be on his side. Now the wife can't sit just and wait for the money, but yeah.
So you see that little prejudice coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah, quickly. Yeah, Daisy, what's your thoughts?
Can't Delilah apply for spousal maintenance in that situation?
She wants to.
Can. We spoke about it earlier. She can, but I don't think she's going to do it because she doesn't even have money for a lawyer. How will she do spousal maintenance? And then Nada said, but are you willing to take that risk? Which was the great route to go. So I would have hammered on that. So Larry, are you willing to take that risk? Larry, what is your attorney going to charge you for this? Oh, he already gave me a quote. It's going to cost at least 250,000 rand for the initial set down because it's a big estate. So that's the deposit I need to pay for the summons. And if she opposes, what's the cost going to be then? What can it run up to? Yeah, my attorney works for 8,000 rands an hour. So opposed divorce. Larry, have you ever asked your attorney what an opposed divorce is going to be? So I think it might be good if you got the exact cost amount from your attorney. And then the question is, would you rather pay your attorney or would you rather pay Delilah?
Yeah.
Because that will ensure that you get settled as soon as possible. You can get on your ticket, on your plane, and still have that wonderful marriage. While at the same time, we're also making sure that Delilah at least walks away with something. She was, after all, married to you for 40 years. And although she's not your cup of tea anymore, she's very dependent on your financial support. So these two things can play out. The question you have to ask yourself is, do you want to take the risk of a litigation matter where your attorney is the only one that walks away a winner? Or can we work out a settlement that can work for both of you, minimizing legal costs and making sure it's a very quick divorce? And let's talk about that flat at the back. Aren't you and where are you and Cupcake going to stay? Are you going to still remain in that old house there with all of her furniture, of Delilah's furniture in there? No, Cupcake actually might want to move into a condo closer to the city. So what's going to happen to that house and the flat? Can't she stay on in the flat while you rent it out? You're going to pay it. You don't have to give her the asset, but what about something like usus fructus or life rights?
Yeah. And if she still refuses, if Delilah still says no, she doesn't want that. She wants more.
Delilah, my dear, you are in a bit of a predicament. Do you have money for an attorney to do an opposed matter? Did you ask your attorney for the cost that he's going to charge you? Do you need to pay a deposit? Does your attorney know that you're married out of community of property and there's no legal claim? So you can't get pension fund later. Your attorney will probably not work on a contingency fee because there's nothing that you'll get. So which attorney is going to take on your matter for free?
Okay, I'll take the 10,000 rand per month.
No, it's luckily it went up now because it's 250,000 rand, which would have been the attorney, and I'll take that little flat. Thank you very much. Okay. Nkosinati, what's your thoughts?
I think the best way actually it was to no, I don't okay, not necessarily the best way, but I think we're supposed to the negotiation actually at least on the side of Laria, things such as the delay of the court hearing since Delilah wants to prolong all these cases as well, and Laria he wants to move on with this cupcake, going to Mauritius and all that. Looking at the cost, if it delays, we'll try to bring it to Laria and make him understand that instead of actually allowing all these things to delay, let's just sit down, the both of Delilah and Laria, so that we can come to a proper negotiation for both, so that both parties at least they can benefit, and also looking at the issue of court cases, the cost and everything.
Okay. So you guys now in retrospect see the strategy. But do you see how easy it is in the session to get derailed? Because who do you work on when? And this is an important thing that you have to really be able to see, because like Nada rightly said, we now need to move over to Delilah to hear what her needs are, to move on to the settlement. So you need to be able to do this like my chair swivels from the one to the other. You need to dance with your clients. You need to understand what do they need and dance with them in the moment. Play with their emotions, play with options, generate new options for them without making one of them feel that you are picking sides, because that happens very quickly, like with Hanley. Very quickly she got irritated with Delilah, the pill-popping, bipolar. Okay? And now we come across and asking the same questions again. Oh, you married in community, out of community with your accrual. Well, this guy for the third time said we're not. Be careful. The way you don't listen is going to irritate your clients. How many times do I need to repeat myself? And obviously he didn't think it was unfair. So why do you guys keep on going to the unfairness, trying to get to manipulate him? He doesn't think, he's a narcissist businessman CEO. He's cold-blooded. He's got no empathy. Why do you play on his fairness? 3 times he said, but it is fair. It is fair. And you guys kept on going back to the fairness. If something isn't working, change your tactic quicker, please. And focus on the needs. Don't deviate away from the need. If he needs a quicker divorce, bring the risks in for him. Show what's going to happen if A, B, and C doesn't play according to his thing in his mind. What then, Larry? What will Lisa say about this divorce, this marriage being off? How long is she going to wait, Larry? How long do you think she's going to wait before she gets the next rich millionaire to look at her little hot, steaming hot potato body? So you need to play Larry where it hits the hardest, and you need to play Delilah where it hits the hardest. Delilah, you need a place to stay. While you've got nothing, don't you think it would be better to settle and at least you have 250,000 Rand and a roof over your head while you make another plan? I know this is tough. I know it's difficult, but 250,000 Rand while you're entitled to nothing. No attorney and no court will get you a better deal than this. You need to make sure that you get a course. What talents do you have? What can we do? Explore other options. But at the end of the day, the reality for her is you have a roof over your head now and you have 250,000 Rand. You need to make something do with it. Okay, you could have tried to squeeze Larry up a little bit and try to get her down. But somewhere in the middle, you need to get them to change positions. So Larry had to change from giving her nothing to something. And from her expecting everything to expecting less. But you need to know when to work on who. What do you expect of Larry? What do you expect of Delilah? And don't get off track, going into other directions. Okay. Did you learn a lot?
Yes.
Okay. Role plays are lekker, nee? Ooh, Kosanati, how would you rate yourself if you had to be?
Honestly, I'm still learning, ma'am. I think maybe it's 3 out of 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still learning. This is the most difficult session, honestly speaking. So, but I think I'll improve from what I've learned
Yeah.
and gain
And you
in this
see
session.
how lost you become if there's no kids. Because kids is a massive tool to get people to do things. You can use the law, the attitude. Now, without kids, what have you got to go on? Nothing apart from listening to their needs. So kids is easy to mediate. No kids, much more difficult. Especially if you're stuck with a marital regime. Guy, what did you learn, Daisy? Sorry, I just want to close my window for the noise.
Yeah, I've learned, like you said, I've learned that I need to listen properly, because without listening, I will make mistake. I will say something that the client has never said it. So it is important to listen.
Yeah, that is the most important lesson today. Thank you for getting that. Okay. Anyone else with comments or feedbacks? I think you did very well, Nada and Anli. I really think you went in the right direction. Anli lost the plot a little bit. Nada contained it back to the risks, but it's to close the deal as well. You guys need to be able to close the deal. Don't get disgruntled. Be careful of prejudices. Be careful of your own body language, the way you come across. Stay on track. Stay focused. But all in all, not too shabby, but I think you learn from the role plays where to go. Don't fall into traps. Don't fall into booby traps. Okay, but well done. All right,
Thank you.
so the standard of living, the conduct of the people, the order for the division of divorce, the marital regime will determine, and the court will take all factors into consideration. So if we had to go to court, we would play for sympathy for poor little Delilah. She's bipolar because he cheated on her now for the 10th time. His conduct contributed. She's got nothing. She's old. Okay, so you can play devil's advocate. All right, let's continue. The duty to support. In the Hartlich-Jones matter, the court actually found that they don't want to give spousal maintenance because the court wants us to have a clean break principle. The woman also failed to show her entitlement, so she didn't have a good attorney set in this case. But the court's biggest thing that we used after that court case was that spousal maintenance is a discretionary power. The courts will not automatically give you a reward, and they want a clean break principle. So if we divorce, we are over and done with each other. They don't want ties for another 12 months. We're still dependent on each other. They want that clean break so that the people can become economically independent as soon as possible. Okay. So that in a nutshell is the theory of maintenance. I'm going to give you guys a quick 10-minute body break. Then we're going to go into the legal process and look at the court documents where we apply for maintenance. And then we're going to do an Excel spreadsheet with role play to get into the exact amounts of maintenance that we require. Okay, and it will be combined a role play for primary residency as well. So the rest of the day, a little bit of theory left on the court document, but it's now going to turn real practical. So 10-minute break.
Okay.
See you
Thank
now.
you.
Pleasure. Remind me to just start recording again after the break, please, all of you. Okay, guys. Hopefully you are back. We can just quickly look at the J101 form for the maintenance application. Okay, can you see the form on the court document? The J101 form on the screen. It starts with application for maintenance. Okay. So this is the first application that you're going to do if there is no court order. Okay. If there is a court order, for example, a divorce order, you will not do the J101. Then you will do the J107 if you want to increase or decrease the amounts. Okay, so listen carefully. You either get the first maintenance order with your J101 form, or your first court order will be your divorce order. Subsequent court forms will be your J107 for increase or decreased, for amendment of a maintenance order. Okay. Very easy document. It says the application for maintenance in terms of Section 6.1 of the Maintenance Act. So I, Melanie van Aswegen, called the complainant. So who's the person that wants maintenance? This is her details. I was born on this date. As you can see, I was 45 at the stage I did this document first, which is now a couple of years past. My ID number, my living address, my working address, my telephone number, my work telephone number with my nearest police station. Declare under oath as follows. That Pietie Poggempel is the defendant. So this is my baby daddy, the father of my children's details. He's born on this day with that ID number. He's living in Cape Town. He's on pension. If I don't have any details, will the sheriff be able to serve it? Okay, we spoke about that earlier on. If you don't have address, you need to find the person, because this document will go to the sheriff for service. Okay, the nearest police station is Cape Town. Now I'm beginning with the facts of the matter. Pietie is legally liable to maintain me and or the children who is under my care. Okay, so the defendant is legally liable to maintain me. Why am I entitled to spousal maintenance? Okay, he is my husband. He is the father of the children. I am unemployed. I need his help to survive. Okay. Or he's the father of my children. He has a legal obligation in terms of Section 18 to maintain his children. Okay, why are the children in my care? The children mentioned in paragraph 4 below is in my care because in the divorce we agreed on the parenting plan that the children should be residing with me and be placed in my care. He is the father of my children and he has a legal obligation in terms of Section 18 to maintain his children. Okay. The defendant has not supported myself or the children since, so when was the last date? And he has made no contribution to the children or to the maintenance as follows. And then you only say what he did pay or he didn't pay. He only paid medical aid, but that's not enough, or he paid nothing. So whatever the facts of the matter is, you type it in there. Okay, I request that the defendant be ordered to make the following contributions towards maintenance. So are you asking for weekly or monthly contributions? Scratch out what you don't want. It will depend on how he gets paid. So I want a contribution of, so Delilah, how much money do you want for yourself? 25,000 Rand. Bali, what's that celebrity? She wanted 80 or 131,000 Rand. So in her application form, it said here, 101,000 Rand in respect of myself. And 30,000 Rand in respect of Jannie Poggempel, our son, born on this date, and 37,000 Rand for Sunny, or 10,000. How much do you want? So this is the figures that you're going to put in, but they must be based on facts. So what most people do is they thumb suck amounts. And it doesn't work like that. I'm not sure if I told you the story about the guy that worked in Dubai. Does it ring a bell? A guy that worked in Dubai and he had an affair with a lady. So he wanted to get a divorce. He wanted to marry this lady that he met in Dubai. So to get a quickie divorce, he offered to pay 21,000 Rand maintenance for their young son, the son of 7. 3 years later, his package for the employment got reduced. He wasn't retrenched, but he lost a lot of income. He then offered to pay 17,000 Rand maintenance instead of 21. And the mother said, no, I want 21,000 Rand. They came to me for mediation. We did this whole exercise of what does the children cost? How much money did the child actually cost? And in mediation, she could only prove 14,000 Rand. Okay. She said she wants 21. I said, but how can you claim 21 if the expenses are only 14? He's offering still 17. So even though he saw it was 14, he said he's happy to pay 17. She refused. She went to maintenance court. Guess what happened in maintenance court? How much do you think she got, Nkosinati?
I think she got the amount that it actually meets the demands of the children.
How much is that?
It's 14,000. It's 14,000.
So the child cost 14,000 Rand, and you think the court ordered her 14,000 Rand. So the father had to pay 14. That's what you're thinking?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, so if she could only pay 14, what happens to Section 18 that says both parents are liable to maintain?
Oh.
Why are you expecting the court to tell him only to pay the full 14? Daisy, what do you think happened?
I think that is where they will look at on the income and expenses of both sides,
Yeah.
where they can meet each other halfway. It doesn't have to be one side of the person. It has to be both of them. They need to contribute and maintain their children.
So what do you think the court ordered?
I think according to that formula where they check the income of the mother and the father and they divide it, I think it might be less than 14, maybe let's say 10,000 to meet them halfway.
Yeah. Guess what? She was also earning the same amount of money that he was earning. Plus, she couldn't prove 14,000 Rands of expenses. She could only prove 13,000 Rand. So the court made an order that the husband should only pay 6,500 Rand. And she was offered 17. He was still willing to pay 17, but she wanted the full 21. So she went to maintenance court and she got her ass kicked. Okay. So tell your clients, don't be greedy. And if you can't prove it, it's going to bite you in the ass. That's what I'm saying. Prove it. So can you prove 5,200 Rand's expenses for the father's contribution? Because this is what you're asking of the father to contribute. Okay, so our clients need to be able to prove the expenses. The first payment should be made on the 1st of October, thereafter on the first day of each month or week. All payments should be made to, it should actually change the other way around, should be made to Netbank with my account number in favor of Melanie van Aswegen. So I want that amount and or any other contributions, for example, medical and dental costs, school fees, fees to tertiary institutions, schoolwear, expenses, sports, cultural activities, birth expenses, and maintenance for the children from birth. So you see there what we spoke about earlier on those hospital costs during the birth. You can ask for it, but you can't wait 10 years. So here you can type in, he must pay half of all medical expenses not covered by the medical aid. He has to pay for all stationery and suitcases at the beginning of the academic year, and half of all casual and school clothes, and half of all extramural activities. And what else can you think of? What do you still want of your ex? What must he also help with? What am I missing? Half of all tertiary education, and half of a motorcycle. And what else? What do you want of your baby daddy, Daisy? What do you want of your ex-wife, Nkosanati? Because if you don't ask for it here, you're not going to get it. Okay, are you guys with me? I feel like I'm talking to a wall. So whatever you want is what you put in this court application. This is where you put your version first. Okay, but you have to be sure that you can prove the expenses, and then we continue. Particulars of my assets and weekly or monthly income and expenditure are as follows. So her assets, does she have a house? No. Does she have investments? No. Does she have savings? No. Does she have shares? No. Does she have a motor vehicle? Only the Volksie, 2,000 Rand. Anything else? Yeah, 250,000 Rand that she got from Larry. Okay, but this is now a different case mode. So whatever the reality of the clients is what you put in here. Okay, what is her salary? She's got a 15,000 Rand salary, tax of 4,000 Rand, medical aid of 1,000 Rand. Any other deductions, emoluments, attachment orders, for example, must come in here. So what is this lady's net salary? 10,000 Rand. But you have to work from a pay slip so that it's accurate. Okay. Now, what is the expenditure? And this is the court form, and I want you to just look at it. So lodging, which is bond repayment, rent or board. So if the rental is 4,200 Rand, you divide it by 3. Sometimes the courts say there's a child's portion. So instead of dividing it between the wife and the 2 kids, they add another child's portion to make it divided by 4. Okay, so certain courts look at the calculations in different manners, which makes it very difficult for us to train you because the courts all interpret maintenance differently. Okay. But you take the rental amount or the bond amount and you divide it between the amount of people living in the house. So if it's her and the 2 kids, it means it's 1,400 Rand for her part of the rental and 2,800 for the children. Groceries of 1,200 per month. Do you think that's realistic? No, it's probably more, but let's just carry on. So 400 for the mom, 800 for the kids. Amounts for electricity, rates and taxes, laundry and dry cleaning, lunches, telephone cost, domestic worker, garden services, insurance. The next category is clothing and shoes, school uniforms, sport clothes. All of that needs to be put in these columns. Transport, how does the child get to school and back? With a bus, a lift club, or a taxi? Is there a car installment, maintenance, fuel, licenses and parking? Okay. We need to look at school fees, creche and daycare, insurance policies, books and stationery, outings, extramural, sports, other expenditure. The next category is medical expenses, doctors and dentists, medication, hospital plans, medical aids, any other medical expenses. Insurance, it's normally an expense for the adult. It's not a child's expense, okay? You see the same with a car installment. It's not an expense for children because the children are not the owners of a car. Okay, so all the expenses relating to the mom is in one column and for the kids is in the middle column. So life insurance and annuities is for the mom's expenses. Pocket money are for the children. Holidays, recreation, whatever your Mnet and your Netflix cost. And then things like house repairs, household appliances, kitchenware, linen towels, bikes, scooters, bicycles, and other items. Then we need to look at the personal loans. How much money does she owe the bank? Her credit cards, security and alarm system, membership fees, religious contributions, tithing, gifts for the children on birthdays, gifts for friends and birthday parties, TV licenses, reading material, books, newspapers, lease agreements. She's owing mortals money, appliances or other good, pet food, the veterinary surgeon or the vet, the license for the dogs, and anything else. Okay. So do you see that it's a long list of expenses? Is there anything that we've missed? Anything you can think of that's not on this list? Things like braces, for example, will fall under medical expenses, other. You'll put there in braces, 42,000 Rand for the year. But this formula is per month. We're trying to calculate it per month. Okay, is there any other information you think that's missing here in Kosanati?
No, ma'am.
It's quite comprehensive. Now, just from this little small role play, she needs 23,000 Rand for her total budget. The kids are 16 and her expenses are only 7. How much is her salary? Can you remember?
10,000.
Yeah.
If I
So there's a little shortfall there. It's like Delilah's 10,000 Rand if her medication is already 6. She's got 4,000 for petrol and car and food and everything. So this is a budget. So this is the application form that will be signed by the applicant. Is this difficult? Names, addresses, reasons why you need maintenance. It's not difficult. And then you put what you want from your ex-husband. Okay. Not too difficult. Would you be able to manage this?
Yes.
Okay, great.
It's just tedious.
It's tedious, yes. And you actually need to prepare for this thing more than what you think. Okay. But in theory, there's nothing difficult about this. I just want to see if I can save this document. Sorry. Okay. So let's show you the J10. Oh, let me see there. So guys, I just want to save this document. And then I still don't know where my whole folder went to with my other form. So I'm just quickly going to search for the J107 so that I can show you that one as well. For some weird reason, my whole folder disappeared. Come on. Sorry, I've got no clue what is going on here now. Now everything is frozen. Okay, sorry. Any questions while we are still waiting for my documents to open? Would you be able to assist clients to complete this?
Yes.
Kosanati, Daisy, would you be able to assist your clients?
Yes, I think I can be able, ma'am.
Yeah, because there's nothing difficult, but you need to tell your clients to go and prepare.
Yes.
So it's important that they go home. They do their Excel spreadsheets. It's important that they really look at keeping slips. So do you see, a lot of what we are telling you is to train and educate your clients. Because if they cannot settle in your office, they're going to end up in a court. In a court system, they're going to need information and they're going to need proof because they need to cover their asses. So please train your clients that they must keep slips on a monthly basis. And it's not just necessarily to nail the other person. It's to have an accurate budget. So please write it down. We want our clients to have accurate budgets. Okay. Like that woman that made the mistake of the divorced guy in Dubai. She didn't keep accurate budgets. She exceeded what she thought the kid cost. And she actually shot herself in the foot because of her greed. Okay. Oh, goodness. My computer is so slow now. Sorry, I'm not sure what's going on here. J107. Okay, let me ask you this. Who's got kids still? I think, Daisy, you said you've still got kids, ne?
Yes.
And I think I've asked you already, how much do you think your kid costs?
Yes.
Okay, so how much do you think your kid costs after seeing that court form?
Looking at the expenses, I think in a month will do.
Yeah, in a month?
Mm.
How much? Give me a total.
10,000 a month will do.
10,000.
Yes.
Yeah, and remember in the beginning, I think you told me 3.5 or something like that.
No, 4.5.
4.5, yeah. So normally when we do this part of the mediation, the parents get a heart attack because they don't realize how much money it actually takes to raise a child. Okay, now this is your J107 form. Can you see it on the form? It says substitution or discharge of the existing maintenance order. Okay, this is now where Larry will come and say, I, Larry, born on this day, living at this place, working at this place with my nearest police station, confirm. Oh, this is actually where part of the court order where I always think they make a difference because Larry's supposed to, as the applicant, be able to get a reduction. But the order is not made against Delilah. The order was made against himself. So you have to repeat his own details here. So that's not really, this court form is very difficult if you want to reduce. But in theory, let's rather switch it around to the more accurate version. Let's say Delilah wants to increase. She's again going to say, I'm Delilah, born on this day, working in Cape Town, nearest police station. Declare that the order was made against Larry, born on this day, working at this day, to pay 5,200 Rand per child on a weekly basis from the 1st of October 2020. But it's now 2024. I need more money. So now I'm asking for 8,000 Rand for Yanni. And I'm asking for 8,000 Rand maintenance for Sunny. I'm asking for an increase. All payments should be made to, and it looks the same, to Nedbank 107, what, in favor of Melanie van Aswegen. Okay, and all of those other things, half of everything else. And then I attach a copy of the order. And then I have to say, good cause or reason exists for the substitution of the order. Okay, why is there a good cause? Because it's more expensive. So it needs to increase. Oh, sorry, I made a mistake there. So this was the original 5,200 Rand order. Now I'm asking for 8,000 Rand for Yanni and 8,000 Rand for Sunny. And I'm asking him to pay from the 1st of November 2024, the first day of every month, made to Nedbank in favor of Melanie Terblanche, because I got married in the meantime. And then now he must pay full school fees. And full medical. I'm still willing to pay half of all clothing and extramurals. Okay, again, can you see that what you want is what you put in this court form? Okay, so that's what she can ask for increase. The father can ask for a discharge of the order. He can say, but I don't want to pay the maintenance anymore. Or the substitution is that I lost my job and I am currently unemployed. I am medically boarded. I have no income. Okay, so that should be a good reason. And then my assets are as follows. So then he will put in his details here. I've got zero money because I lost my job. So it depends on who is the applicant and who's the defendant, who's applying for what. And it's the same form again. Lodging, groceries, household expenses, clothing, transport, education, medical, insurance, pocket money, holidays, maintenance, loans, etc. Okay, so do you see that it's basically the same form, just for two different purposes? Okay, any questions on this? No questions. Okay. Now, the last form I want to show you is the court form for defaults. Okay, so if this computer will help me today to not lose my temper, I'd hopefully be able to get you the default. Okay. Can you see the enforcement of the maintenance order on your screen? It's the J306E form. Is it on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, so this is application for enforcement of maintenance order. In the maintenance matter between, say, Van der Schuyf and Mr. Van der Schuyf in the maintenance court of Mossel Bay, I, the mother with my ID number, I'm asking for authorization for a warrant of execution or for an order for the attachment of the emoluments, in other words, against his salary, or for an order for the attachment of debt. The following information is important for purposes of my application. The father of our children has not been adhering to the court order insofar as he has not paid the contribution towards the school expenses and medical aid contributions. The whereabouts. Can you see I have a problem here? What is his address? If I don't have an address, what am I going to do? Okay, so I need an address. In support of my application, I declare under oath that on this day, so what was the date of my last maintenance order? So it was that order, say in 2022 or whatever, to February 2022. The order was made in order of the maintenance court. There's a copy of it. And what is now in arrears? He owes me 20,000 Rand. How do I get to it? It's 2,000 Rand for medical and school expenses for the last 10 months. How did I get to that amount? I need to show the court how I calculate it. And then I dated at Mossel Bay on this day. What is it now? The 11th, or are we 10th? What's today's date? 10th day of October in the year 2024. And I signed the document. Is this a difficult document to complete for arrears? Anyone?
Nee,
Not difficult.
no.
Right. So this is a request. I'm really asking you guys to please assist your clients with these documents. I think at the back of your textbook somewhere there is a link to these forms, but you can find it on www.justice.gov.za under forms. It's on the website. You download it, you can print it out and keep it in your office and give it to your clients. Please empower people with knowledge. Give them the list. In your manual, there is hopefully somewhere, I think it's chapter 13 of maintenance. I'm not sure which page, but there's a list 13.6.1. There's a list, your ID documents, birth certificates, bond repayment amount or rental, water, electricity fees, expenses lists, copy of the divorce order, 3 months bank statements and 3 months pay slips. Those are the documents you need to take with you to court. So type out a little information sheet in your office with these forms. Tell your clients, take this and go to court. Then you're already saving them 1 day at court. You're guiding them to prepare. You're getting them to be ready to prove to the court or the clerk of the court or the magistrate, these are the total expenses of our children. I'm asking the father to contribute. Here's my proof. Here's my bundles. I'm well prepared. It will cost you nothing, but you're going to make the world of difference in someone's life. Please don't send people to maintenance court just to get them out of your office. Ever again. And Kosanati's laughing. He knows he did it before. And that one sitting there at the right, Hanley, she did the same thing. Hopefully, Daisy, have you ever sent your clients to maintenance court? No, lucky. She and Nada are the two angels in this group. Kosanati guilty? Hanley guilty. Not after this training. Please, guys, do I have a commitment? Kosanati, I want you to say it. I want to hear it.
Yes, I'll do that. Actually, yes, I think it happened last week, actually. So I think from now on, I'll do things differently. But what I did actually, I've just highlighted the issue of gathering the expenses of the children so that they can be aware, both of them, how much does each child cost in terms of schools, stationery, all those things. So based on that part, yes, at least I've tried to prepare them for that. So yeah, but from now on, I'll also assist them in terms of going through the documents as well.
I thank you from the bottom of my heart, Nkosinati. And why am I so strict on this? Do you think I care about the wife?
No,
Who do I care for?
the children.
Yes. So it's very important that you guys understand that if you don't help the kids, they suffer.
Yes.
It's at the end of the day, the kids that don't have money for food or for clothing or for school fees. That's why I care. Okay. And you can tell your clients, this is about the children at the end of the day. Sir, I don't care how you think it's unfair. She's stopping your contact. Ma'am, I don't think I care really that he's a bad father because of Lisa and the cupcake. The two of you have a responsibility to take care of your children financially. We're going to do maintenance today, but the first thing I want the two of you to understand is that this isn't maintenance. It's called a joint budget. And I'm going to give you tools today to deal with an Excel spreadsheet. Because the two of you, how old are the kids? They're 6 and 8. You've got 10 and 12 years left of maintenance. So if we can teach you to do it properly today, you can stay out of each other's hair and out of my office for the next 10 years. But at least for 10 years, the two of you are going to have to take care of the finances jointly. Nee, you like the word jointly. Because whose problem is it? It's both of their problems. Okay, so reiterate the word joint budget. Write it on the top of the page. I don't care what you do to get it into these parents' heads that they have a joint problem and a joint responsibility. Okay. Do you see a nice little calculator on your screen now? It's called the maintenance calculator.
Yes.
Okay, so let me write out the word there. This is your joint budget, parents. You have a joint responsibility. Okay, so mark it there. Type it in bold. If they need to see it, make it bigger. I don't care what you do. You need to create this form that it works for you. Okay. So I'll send it to you. You can download it on your own computer, change it so that it works for you. Now let's mediate. I'm going to make Nkosinati the mediator because he hasn't had a chance to mediate yet. Nkosinati, are you capable of starting the mediation? Okay, Daisy, you can be Larry. Hanli, you can be Delilah. Nada can be Nkosinati's advisor. And we're going to start where we ended off last week with Larry and Delilah. And I'm not going to help you guys now. I'm just going to clear the columns because we're going to start on a clean slate. And I'm going to allow you to do the mediation as you normally would have done it to see if it works. And then I will jump in to say, okay, we need to make certain amendments in your strategy. So Larry and Delilah are still sort of not sure what's going on. Remember where we left off last week. Can you remember we did 3 options? They were either married in community of property, out of community of property, or with the accrual. Can you guys remember what the totals was according to each one of those options?
Ja, was die 4 punt. Is it the one where Delilah will pay with I think the out of the with accrual it's 4 point something million. Was it that?
Yeah.
And
It's
then
four-
yeah.
It's
Um,
4,810,000.
So let's just make it 5 million to make it easy. So it's 5 million if it was with the accrual. Am I correct?
Yes,
If it was in community, what would it have been?
it would have been more.
Yeah, so let's make it 6 million and then obviously out of community with nothing.
Yeah.
All right. So remember the case from last week. Okay. Now we're going to start. And I just want to show you the versions, how it would have affected it. So let's say it was a bigger gap. So it would have been 10 million to 5 million. It all plays a role. So that's not really realistic, but let's go with the caseload. So what did we settle on? Can you guys see the screen or not? It's gone again, eh? Okay, you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So let's just clarify quickly. Is Larry now going to go to Lesotho or is he back? So Nkosinati, just clarify with your clients from the last time what happened.
Okay. Last time we agreed that Larry he won't go to Lesotho since he wants to have access to the child. So they agreed that he'll stay around Joburg so that he can have access to the child as well, to the children. Sorry.
Okay. Have we discussed the contact structure yet?
I think we only agreed on the primary residence that it will be Delilah. He will be the primary residence. So in terms of having contact, we didn't touch that to that much, if I can still recall very well.
Okay. So now if we want to talk about maintenance, where will we start? If that is the case, I'm still not sure. What's the contact structure? Repeat for me again.
We didn't. Okay, the primary residence is Delilah will stay with the children. It's the primary residence. Then as for Laria, we didn't discuss much on how he would have contact session with the children.
Okay.
So we just agreed that he won't go to Lesotho. He'll be around Joburg so that he can have those contact session with his children as well.
Okay. And today they are in your office for maintenance. Okay. So where will you start with maintenance? Nkosinati, let me see. And this is the Excel spreadsheet. Can you guys see it on your screen? Okay. So this is there for you to get helpful. And I'll try to assist you. I'm your assistant that's going to type in the amounts that you guys are agreeing to. Okay. So Larry and Delilah, are you ready to be mediated by Nkosinati?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. Why is my screen not sharing? Can you see what's going on my screen at the moment?
We can
the
see your
maintenance
screen.
calculator.
Yeah, we could see the shared screen.
The
Yes, but
maintenance calculator,
I couldn't
but it's
type
now.
on that shared screen. That was the
Oh,
problem. Can you see it now?
yes.
Okay. But I can't see you for some weird reason. Can you see faces or you just see the screen?
Like we
We
see the
see.
screen and the faces on top.
Ah, me
Okay.
too.
That's weird. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, because I need to type and I can't type. Okay. I can't see you, but hopefully you can see each other in the screen.
Yes.
Oh, come on. Okay, Nkosinati, continue. Where will you start? What are your thoughts? How are you going to take this further? It's up to you now.
Okay, all right. Welcome to my mediation. My name is Nkosinati. I'm dedicated to bring accountability to your family issues. So today we'll be discussing the issue of maintenance regarding your children, the both of you, Delilah and Lyria. So I don't know, amongst of yourself, anyone can start in terms of let's talk about the expenses of the children. Let's get the exact amount usually on monthly basis, how much you spend on the children. So I don't know amongst yourself who wants to start so that we can, in fact, let's start with Delilah since it's the primary residence of the children. Can you kindly tell us, ma'am, when it comes to the expenses of the children, let's start with the issue of, since you're staying in your house actually, and Lyra it's renting outside, let's start there. How much do you spend in terms of, are you owning the house or it's a bond?
I own the house and I pay everything. So my bond cost is 25,000 Rand a month.
Okay, it's 25,000 a month, right?
Okay. Guys, I'm very sorry. Okay, continue, Nkosinati. So
Okay.
on the what is your thought pattern in terms of what are you busy with? So you're getting what the amount of the housing is.
Yes.
Okay. So on the columns, I'm not sure if you can still see the columns.
Yes, there's a blue and pink column. Okay, now no, we can't see it anymore.
I am so frustrated because I can't see what you guys are seeing. And I don't know how to fix it. Okay. Right. So in Nkosinati, what would you put where under what column? Would you use the columns or what? What do you think?
The amount for bond, let's put it on the mother's vision. Yeah, it's on the mother's vision. It's the peach
You'll put
column.
in there 25,000 Rand.
Yes.
Can you read that yellow sentence for me there on the top?
This is a joint budget parents. You have a joint responsibility.
And below that?
It's how much do the children cost us in total?
Okay. And what does it say there? Just below that?
The child maintenance needs and the child's budget.
Okay. So is the child's budget 25,000 Rand?
No, it's not.
So we cannot put it there. So
Okay.
the first step I want to teach you is that the pink column is how much the children cost according to the mother. So let me type it out. Pink
Okay.
is the mother's version of how much the children cost in total, and blue, the father's. Okay, so pink and blue is not what the father pays, and pink is not what the mother pays. Are you happy with that?
Yes, yes.
So it's not blue what the dad pays, pink what the mother pays. Pink is how much the mother thinks the children cost in total.
Okay.
Blue is how much the father thinks the children cost in total. So we cannot put 25,000 Rand in the total column for the children. There's a green column to the side where we type in 25,000 Rands. How many people live in the house?
4.
How much is it per person then, per month? Okay, I can't see you guys, so you must talk to me because my
6,250 Rand.
6,250 per person per month if they were all renting that guest house. That would be per child. So little Candace had to pay 6,250. The mother pays 6,250. Peter pays 250. And what's the other one?
Susan.
Susan pays 6,250. Right. How many nights in a month? 30 nights in a month. So how much does it cost per night in the room in that house? 208.
200.
33 cents to stay in that guest house per person. How many nights are they going to be with a mom? Because we haven't done primary residency.
Okay.
Okay. So can we really work out how much the children cost? Because if they're staying with Delilah for 30 days a month, it would be 6,250. But if they stay at the dad for half of the time, the rental is halved, and the other half is with Larry. If it's every alternative weekend, it means 26 nights with the mom and 4 nights with the dad. It affects the amounts. If it's from Thursday to Monday with the dad every second week, it turns into 8 nights and 22 with Delilah. So do you guys see? Your primary residency and your contact structure will determine the nightly amount of rental. Because in the times the kids are with Larry, he pays as well for electricity and for food and for things while they are with him. The more time they spend with the dad, the greater his expenses. The smaller time with the dad, the smaller his expenses. But he also contributes. Does this make sense, guys?
Yes.
Does it make sense why you cannot put in 25,000 Rand under housing?
Mm.
All right. I just want to, for some reason, try to change so that I can see you guys as well. And I can flip and for the life of me not see where I get you all in. What does this do now? Okay. You're still gone, but hopefully you can see the screen. So mediate your clients quickly, Nkosinati, so that we can figure out what to do with this green calculation.
We are seeing you and the spreadsheet now next to each other.
Oh my word.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I can't see you, but at least you can see.
Oh,
So
Yeah.
I'm
It
still
is
just
just
seeing
that
my
this,
screen.
yeah, it's just that the spreadsheet is now tiny.
Okay. Let's save again. Okay, Nkosinati, please mediate your people until I sort out my screen. You need to clarify the contact structure.
Okay. Okay. Let's start to discuss the issue of the contact structure, right? Let's agree. Who is the primary residence of the children between Delilah and Larry?
Our
Anyone?
children, because he hotbox with the children. He can't look after them. He doesn't take responsibility.
Okay. All right. Then let's Laria, when do you think it will be how do you want to see your children? Like let's discuss that date since the primary residence will be the mother. Do you want to see them over the weekends? Then we even during the school holidays, how can you best go about it?
Well, I think during school holidays, because it will give me more time to be with them, unlike weekends.
So meaning that you just want to see them during school holidays. It means they will stay with Leila, then you'll see them during school holidays.
Yes, I think that would be
But he can't have them every school holidays. I also want them during school holidays. I
But-
also want to share
no,
fun with
uh-uh,
them.
You have them every day. You have them, and you
But
also
then
have them during weekends.
no,
So you can't have them all the time. So you must give me
no,
time so that I can have bond with them.
Okay.
no. This is
Holiday.
their responsibility. I'm not going to be the only parent with the school activities and the homework.
Okay, then let's change. Let me be the primary caregiver of the
No,
children, and
I'm
then
not
you
going to be.
you
No,
take them during holidays.
no,
Okay, then what must I do? Must I not have them?
no. We will share them. 1 week me, 1 week
Yes.
you.
No. We are sharing. You have them from January to December. all the days. I'm only taking school holidays. So what more?
No,
No,
but
it
I
seems
also
like you
want
don't
them
want me to.
Christmas. I also want them during June school holidays. Then I want to take them to the Kruger National Park.
That one you will have to discuss in advance to say we are thinking of going somewhere during these holidays. But I think all the school holidays, I must have them.
Okay, let's do it like this, right? For both of you to be accommodated, because according to the Children's Act, actually, you have to share equally. So for now, let's just agree that the primary residence, it will be Delilah. Then on Fridays, later you'll come and pick the children. Sunday afternoon, you return them back. Then in terms of school holidays, we'll divide those school holidays accordingly. Because I understand also there are issue of Christmas and everything, and also the crossing over to New Year. You find out that you'll have those family gatherings and whatsoever. So let's try to divide that. And each and every year, we'll try to rotate those school holidays as well. So meaning that during school holidays, we'll try to divide that equally so that both of you parents, you can have enough time, quality time, going out for vacations with your children.
But
Because
I'm not
if attending school, definitely you don't have that chance of taking out your children to vacations and all that.
I think you are taking sides, Ngosinathi. No. It's not fair. I'm not happy with how you want to put it because she is having the children from the whole of the year. I'm only taking them during school holidays only. So what is wrong with taking them during school holidays?
I understand, Lera, that you are not comfortable with the decision, but let's look at also the issue of the children. They have to attend school, and definitely during school days, Delilah won't be having that time of taking out the children since they will be attending school. So the only time to do that is during school holidays.
So I will never have a bond with my children.
You will do. You see them
weekends.
I can't bond with them during half of school holidays. It can't be like this.
You are getting them every weekend.
Okay.
I don't want them every weekend. I'm having a life to live every week on weekend. That is why I'm taking them.
Okay, it's fine. Let's do it like this. You share the dates equally. Then it means from Monday up to Wednesday they will be with Laria. Then Wednesday night, Delilah, you'll take the children from Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Then Monday early in the morning you drop them to school, just like that to rotate. It meaning that the both of you having 3 days and 3 nights.
That will work for me.
Because you want to be with them. That is why it will work.
Right.
But with me, some other weekends I'm busy with other things. So how will I wake it out on weekend? At least during school holidays, I can manage my things. I can put my things in order so that I will have more time with them. Not during the week and on weekends. No.
But Larry, Mr. Mediator, it seems to me that my husband just wants them when it suits him. He doesn't want to take responsibility and take care of them. Then I want to be the sole provider and sole custodian for the children. I want
you can't go there. You can't go there, Delilah. Never ever go there. Don't even start with being the sole. No. Mr. Ngosinathi, let's work this out. Let me be the one who stay with them the whole year, and then she will take them during holidays. I don't have a problem.
But I want to be part of them during school, and sometimes I will also take a holiday on my own because I will always waiting. I can't take in every holiday.
You are always waking. How will you manage that?
I get 30 days leave. I will take leave and be with them when it suits me.
Then what about after leave? What will happen? Who will take care of them? So let me be the one who take care of them. Then you will stay with them during holidays. There is no problem with that.
But you have never helped them with their school activities. So how will you manage to do it from now onwards?
Raising a child is not one parent's responsibility. If I got a problem with how to help them with school things, I will
Laria,
ask to come and help also.
Laria, you just mentioned that you are always busy at work, including on weekends. So how are you going to be the primary resident since you say that you are busy at work? So if now we give you the primary residence of the children, then how are you going to attend to their needs? Because you've just mentioned that you are busy, you cannot be able to have children on weekends.
But I think even Delilah is also busy because she said she will take a leave and be with them. She's also busy, meaning me and her, we are the same. We have a busy life, both of us.
I feel you must ask the children where they want to stay. They will tell you.
Yeah, maybe it will be better that way. I think that will be better.
So meaning that the both of you agree that you don't want to compromise. We divide the dates accordingly. 4 days, 3 days they'll be with you, then the other 3 days they'll be with you as well. So you don't agree for that offer.
No, I agree to that. That works for me. Because then it will mean we will share it equally.
Laria?
But what about if that weekend I'm busy? What will happen?
Then you must tell me in
If
advance.
you're busy, the both of you are forced to communicate, right? That's where you express your views and opinion to the other partner that this weekend I won't be available, meaning that the children will remain with the lady.
I don't trust that strategy, but let's see how it will keep us going. But I don't trust it. I don't trust it. No.
So meaning that it's 3 days they'll be with you, 3 days they will be with the lady, right? We agree.
Yes.
Yeah, I will see how I sort out my work.
Are we
Okay.
going to
This is my turn.
Are we going to alternate? 1 week I will have them 3 days, and the other day he will have them 3 days and the 4 days. So 1 week I will have them on a weekend, and 1 week Larry will have them on a weekend.
Yes, we can also do that as well. It's as long as
So
it's
you can
compatible.
make your plans on the weekend that I have the children.
Okay. It's reasonable for the both of you guys. Then okay, let's move since we are here to discuss the issue of maintenance, right? So we agree
I
that
just
it's
quickly stop. Can I ask Nada, what's your opinion? Do you have questions, Nada? What is your thinking at this point?
Mm. I think it's important to remember that both parents have got equal rights and equal responsibilities. That's what the law governs in terms of Section 18. We also need to look at the practical taking care of the children. So look at things like Larry, do you have what is your housing situation look like? Do you have a place for the children to stay? What options do you have? Are you and Lisa going to live together? So let's first just look at the practical side of around the contact, the living arrangements, so that we can determine how the contact is going to look like and who's going where, when. Can we do that? Larry, can you give us?
Yeah, so great. So you guys, if I'm just observing, I'm thinking about two things now. Did we sort out that Larry is equally capable to care for the children in terms of the asthma, lactose? Did we get that commitment out of him yet? So how the hell Do we just give the child to him for half of the time? Huh? Where did that go to? Because if I go back to the picture of my calendar, there's 2 words written on there that will determine the contact structure. And as far as I'm concerned, the first one is the strength of the bond, which you guys have ignored completely. I don't know who the kids have the strongest bond with. And I also don't know what the capacity to care for the children are. Yet, you guys are very happy to split them up in the middle of a week. Wednesdays is now this turnaround day, 3 days, 4 days. But what you don't realize, and I want to show you, is if you split it Monday to Wednesday with a mom, then Thursdays to Saturdays with a dad, and you swap around every week, it continues with the dad from the Monday to the Wednesday. And then so what happens is the kids are actually staying 7 days consecutively with one parent. So it's actually a week thing you're discussing. Think practically, Nkosinati. Monday to Wednesday, they with who? What was the Monday to Wednesday?
They'll be with Delilah.
Sunday. Okay, so week 1, it's first with Delilah.
Yes.
Then they go to Larry. But then you said you're going to alternate every week. So what does it mean? It means the next week from Monday to Wednesday, they're going to be with Larry and then with Delilah. But look at the implications of it. Look there on my little screen. Week 1, Delilah, Monday to Wednesday. Larry, Thursday to Sunday. Then we swap next week, Monday to Wednesday with Larry. So it means they stay on with Larry. And Delilah, you guys are actually talking about a week split. And to make it worse, you're changing the kids in the middle of a week. How does this make flippin' sense? How did we get to this point of mediation? We don't even know if the kids want to stay with Larry or Delilah because no one touched the bond. You didn't talk about capacity, and then you're making a week arrangement, splitting them in the middle of the week, trying to sell it like 3 days, 4 days. You guys tell me what's going on here.
We didn't start right from the beginning. We had to look, and that is where your agenda setting must come in. The mediator must take charge of the situation, and we were interrupting him. He was just sitting there watching Wimbledon, and we were shouting at each other. And then we had to look for the in terms of care first and then contact, and I think that is our sequence. Or we must have a recipe. I know we are working with people, but we have to think that we must first look at care, and care will be determined the contact and the capacity and the bond, and what will be the best interest of the children and your assessments, and then you can look at contact, and then you will look at your maintenance.
Nkosinati? You're the mediator. You're in charge of this session. You're responsible. The buck stops with you, my friend.
He must be the captain of his ship.
Not the captain of the ship. Nkosinati, the textbook, what social workers do. You run with their version, and you're trying to put your solution on what you think is best without thinking logically about the law or the practicalities. Your clients hijacked your session, and you were just trying to force something on them without really thinking through the consequences. The people fought, you didn't contain them as you should have and could have, and you guys lost track of the best interest of the kids in totality. Not even the mom brought up that she was more concerned about hotboxing with Lisa than what the effect on the kids are. So I hear that the mother is also more concerned about Lisa than her own children. She was not once afraid of the lactose, the asthma, or the medication for ADHD. And you, meets the mediator, fell into the trap of the parents. You play dollars with your clients. You see how quickly it happens? Daisy, what's your thoughts?
I think Larry, in the first part, he was able to see that these children need to be not to be splitted during the week, because he was emphasizing the issue of holidays. But because Delilah and the mediator, they were having strong, what can I say? They were too powerful for him to explain, because he couldn't have much information on how to put it in the right way. That is why
No one worried about the fact that Larry, sorry to interrupt, but Larry actually only wants to see his kids over weekend, in holidays. So
Yeah.
what about the bond with the kids? What's someone concerned about that? Because that again is the most important thing, the bond. So either way, Larry, how can you choose to stay away from your kids and see them only on holidays? Section 7D, what's the effect on your kids going to be, Larry? At what point is the mediator going to ask Larry to take responsibility for his children and those long absences? So the mediator solution was to bring Larry back and force him into a Wednesday split. You guys missed the plot completely. What happened to section 7? Nada?
Yeah, I think section 7, we didn't directly look at that. And what happened is, I can clearly understand how that can happen, is when we get sidetracked. The bigger picture is then lost. Personally, for me, when I was in the role play, I was so focused on what I need to think about and thinking in my own mind that I actually got disconnected from what was happening and not listening. And I'm hoping that I'm sure that will come improve with experience and practicing. But it's good to see just what is happening. It's different if you're an observer versus actually in the hot seat and having to think about all these things, because we do know that. We do know it. It's just in the moment. I don't know what happens.
The people hijack you. They're
Yeah.
like a stream of water, like the tsunami comes and you just flow with it. It's important that you take your position as master of the ship seriously. You need to have the game plan in your mind. That's why I keep on telling you, I'm training you how to think. And I know it's difficult because there's so many things going on at the same time. That's what I'm saying. Mediation is like juggling 10 balls at the same time, and you can't let any of them drop. Okay, so what did we learn? Number 1, what are you busy with? Are you busy with maintenance or primary residency? So constantly ask yourself, because you think it's maintenance, but you can't move forward in maintenance if you haven't resolved primary residency. Then you stick and finish primary residency. Okay. Number 2, have your blocks from the first session close by so that you don't lose focus of concerns, capacity issues. And if we're talking about contact, use your pictures, because the 2 things important in contact, where it is the bond and the capacity to care. These two things you need to address before you give them any dates on a block. You cannot allocate time to parents if you haven't sorted out the bond and the capacity to care. So you've got to fix the risk factors, talk through it before you do your days. And then number 3, practicalities of your solutions. Because no one picked up 3 days, and alternating it makes it a week at a time. So it's a small little detail, but it's not 3 days, 4 days and switch. You're actually alternating on a weekly basis to give each other the weekends. So rather change. So how are you going to do it? From a Monday to a Monday or a Friday to a Friday. That week they will automatically then rotate a weekend on, a weekend off. But at least you don't disrupt the children in the middle of a week. It's either at the beginning of a week on a Monday, you switch them over, or on a Friday. So they start off with a new parent. So what's better? To get the kids in the middle of a Monday when you're already school, or on a Friday where you can bond, fix the attachment. Personally, I like a Friday switch so that the kids can be in a relaxed environment, spend time with you. Not Monday, you start in parent mode instead of bonding mode. You need to fix the week that you haven't seen the kids. But what will work for the kids? And my biggest thing I'm worried about, at what point are we going to talk to the kids about where they want to stay?
How do you deal with a situation where you know what the practicalities are? Okay, so let's say Larry doesn't have a house, okay, or he has got an interim solution. He stays with other people and leases with them. There's no space for the kids, and the kids come and in your interview with them, and they say, but they do want to stay with Larry. Does that kind of situation, or what can one do in a situation like that? Because now,
what do you think? So Larry stays with Liza in a 1-bedroom flat. They're going to tell me they want primary residency with him because he's the pudding dad. Delilah is too difficult. Can they stay with Larry and Lisa in a 1-bedroom flat? Can they? Yes or no? So is it practical?
no.
No. So what do we need to do? Larry, the kids want to stay with you. It indicated their closest bond is with you. But you don't have a suitable place to stay. Larry, will you get a suitable place to stay? And when? Then we do a parenting plan in phases. So for the first month, the kids will stay with Delilah because they cannot sleep over by Larry, maybe for a weekend with camping beds, but they can't stay there during the week, especially not a full week, and then swap around if they don't even have desks to do their homework, clothing for their school clothes, cupboards. So for now, they cannot stay with Larry. They need to live with Delilah. They're going to be unhappy with Delilah. Larry, how quickly can you move out? Can you get a bigger place? You've got 5 million rand as far as I'm concerned. So will you be able to get something? Because if you don't, they can't come. So Larry, you have the choice. Delilah cannot buy something for you. So you guys need to mediate Larry about Larry's reality. And Larry needs to decide if he's going to take control of his life and provide a suitable place to live or not. And what is suitable? Is it a 2-bedroom or a 3-bedroom place? Or is it a 4-bedroom place? Is Lisa in or out the house? So you need to mediate that. So let's try again and see if we can move forward. Who wants to be the mediator next? Nkosinati, I hope you learned a lot. You're just the scapegoat for this round, but you've got 4 accomplices. You are 4 people that, according to me, let the ball drop. All of them drop the ball with you. So you're not the only responsible one, but you are still the mediator. Okay. So I want you all to think differently now, and you're supposed to help each other as well. Your co-mediator, Nada, let you down as well. Your observer just watched. Okay, so do you guys understand how to change your way of thinking as a mediator? Okay.
Yes.
Who wants to be the next victim? Everyone's going to get a chance today. Before 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock, you're all going to be in the hot seat.
In that case, I'll just go now.
Right. Who wants to, let's stick with Daisy as Larry and Delilah, Hanley. So now you can
Okay.
observe Kosanati, but I still want you to be present. Don't disappear. Okay. Role play, go.
Okay. So, Larry and Delilah, thank you for attending today's session. So the plan on the agenda is to look at maintenance. But before we start with that, let's just clarify uh, um, um, uh, uh, um, two aspects. And the one is we're going to look at the bond that the children have with both of you as parents, and we're also going to look at the capacity to care. So keep that in mind, and then we ended off last time with the proof that the children have special needs, and also that Larry indicated that he would not go to Lesotho but stay in Johannesburg. And Larry, you were going to go away and look at possible living arrangements, and come back today with what options there are. And you were also going to think about the impact of looking at the medical documents of what the children's needs are, how you can accommodate that, whether you can commit to that, how is that going to look like practically. So let's just first look at the living arrangements. Larry, can you give us some feedback on your research and thinking around how is that going to look like practically?
Since, well, Delilah gave me only 5 million, I was thinking that I will buy a house where I can stay, but around Joburg. That is where I will stay. I will just buy a house, looking at the fact that I can't rent, because once I start renting, that 5 million will get finished. So I will buy the house where I can be able to stay with the children when they come and visit.
He's
Okay.
lying. He can't afford a house. He doesn't have money. The children stays with me.
Okay.
You are going to give me 5 million. What
Yeah.
are you talking about?
Yeah. So, Larry, so you are interested to buy a house, so that is long term. That's your long-term plan that you've got at the moment. What is your current situation? Where are you living now? Tell me more a bit about how that looks like currently.
Where I'm living right now, it is not conducive for children. Why I'm saying this? Because the space is not big enough for children to stay with us. So that is why I'm saying I'll look at on the issue of buying a house, so that I will make it easier for the children when they come and visit. So, but
Okay.
the issue of buying a house, I think you can just give me 6 months. As long as I got that 5 million, 6 months will be enough for me to work around that.
Okay. Okay. All right. We can work around that. So right at this point in time, Larry, it makes sense that the primary residence stays with Delilah, because your own living arrangements at this point in time does not allow for the children to stay with you.
Yes.
Okay.
Where
So
are
for
you
right now,
currently staying?
yeah,
Did you clarify that? Because you asked concisely, what is your current situation? Did you get an answer, Nada, or did I miss it?
Larry said that he doesn't, the place where he's staying is not, he can't have the children there. It's not conducive to living arrangements. There's not space, yes. And that's why. Okay, Larry, can you give me more details about how the place
question
looks
is,
like?
for the next 6 months, what does it mean? So primary residency is with Hanli, but still, what is the contact structure there?
Where I'm staying right now, it is just a 2-bedroom apartment, of which it is owned by Lisa. So it won't be good for us to stay with children in a bedroom, in a 2-bedroom house. So that is why I'm saying within 6 months, I can work around getting the house.
Oh, that's Lisa calling now.
It is Lisa calling.
Yes, it's her.
Okay, wants to know if the children is coming.
Yeah, you can claim maintenance from the extra.
Yeah, Larry, can I ask that, and both of you, can I just ask that this is a session that we've booked for today, and there's a limited amount of time that you put your cell phones on silent, and address that later. Thank you.
I did that.
Okay, thank you, Larry. So you've said that you can't, there's no space for the children to live in your house together with at this current moment in time. Can you tell me more about how you would then be able to have contact with the children if they can't stay with you during the time that you've got contact?
I will phone them, I will do video calling, and yeah, up until I got my own space that I own.
And physical how would physical contact look like?
I think I will arrange with Delilah that I will go maybe to visit them at home when they are staying, or if she doesn't mind, we can agree on meeting each other somewhere where I can see my children.
With my money, yes. Yeah, I think he must then first ask me when he wants to phone them because they are busy with homework at night.
Okay. All right. So can we just summarize where we are now? Thank you for both of your inputs and sharing what your needs look like around this and having a look at the practical stuff. So for the next 6 months, the current living arrangements for Larry is a 2-bedroom unit, and the children cannot stay overnight or actually visit at the house. If I understand you correctly, Larry, is that the situation?
What did you say, ma'am? Sorry.
So for the next 6 months, your current living situation, a 2-bedroom place, the children cannot come and stay with you, and they cannot come and visit you physically at this place. You would need to be able to see them physically either at the primary residence that practically would reside with Delilah, and we can look at how we can communicate that, or at another place to meet up with the children physically.
Because ma'am, that Peter loves his father. His bond at this stage is with the father, but yeah, he doesn't mind because he likes to hang out with Lisa.
But we will explain to them. I think you will just explain to them because of our separation. I don't have a space where I can accommodate them, but I can make a means to come and visit them.
Hmm. So yes, so Delilah, hearing what Larry's current situation is, will and the practical side of it for the next 6 months, the house that you're currently living in would be the primary residence, but you're also open to accommodate Larry and your children to meet with their father at your house if we look at the how the practical side of the contract
How long is he coming to?
arrangements.
Because if I have friends there, I don't want him there. So how long is he coming to visit?
Yeah.
And
You're denying me the access to my children.
Yeah. So that is what the purpose of today is, Delilah, is we start at first looking at the current situation of both of you as parents, and then we will drill down to the detail of how is that going to look like? How are we going to allow for Larry to see his kids and his kids to see their father physically in the light of they not being able to go to his place, and then we can see how can we make sure that the both of you agree to how would you go about arranging that? What are the factors that you would need to take into account? So we will
are
give.
we thinking, because this is a terrible situation for me, I'm very traumatized, or are we now thinking about the children?
Can you
The plan must, can I decide that it suits me, or must it include my children as well?
it will have to the priority here is the children, and coming back again to both the responsibilities and the rights that you have. Yes, absolutely right, Delilah. You do have rights, and Larry have got equal rights. You both have equal responsibilities in this situation. We also just have to take into account how are we going to make that practical for both of your situations, still taking into account that the children, the fact that you both are here today is an indication that the children are important to both of you. So we don't want to lose sight of that. So we can see how can we get together and plan and agree to something that is workable for both of you, but and keeping in mind the children's well-being.
So, and he's not allowed to come to my house if he is under the influence of dagga.
And that is something that we will make sure
What do you
that
think
it's
of me? Do you think I can just come to see children being drunk or being under the influence? No, ma'am, no.
Okay.
I won't do that.
See,
I will come
you sat in the
sober.
car and you hot box there.
I will come sober, and what I'm thinking is that because of the distance, some other time I will come and sleep there.
You will have to take your
Come
money.
and sleep. What do you expect?
Okay.
I want to be with my children. I'll come and sleep. You must give me a room to sleep.
Yeah.
You can
Larry,
sleep on a tent, in a tent on the lawn.
Larry, remember that both of you are here today, and we're going to look at what is practical in terms of responsibilities and rights, and also what are you going to agree to.
And we're going to confuse the children if you come and sleep at the house again. They saw you with Lisa and then they see you with me again.
I'll come alone. I won't come with Lisa. I will come alone and be with my children. I'll come alone. Don't worry. I won't interfere on your life. If you bring your boyfriend, I won't have a problem with that one. I will just respect that, but I will stay with my children. That is what I want.
Larry, Delilah. Hang on. Just give me a moment. Let me just Okay. All right. Let's just backtrack quickly. So the current situation for can we agree to for the next 6 months, the primary residence is with Delilah?
Yes.
Delilah?
It's okay.
Larry?
They
Yeah.
stay with me.
Okay. All right. So I want to move on to the capacity to care. Larry, last time we've seen that the medical reports are showing that the kids that have special needs. So God, ek kan nou nie meer onthou watter kind dit wat nie. But there's asthma.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
Susan
think
has
for the
asthma.
purposes of make it as simple. Larry, do you agree they've got illnesses? Yes or no? And just say
Okay.
you're willing, you agree.
Okay.
We've gone through that whole bit because we need
Yeah.
the maintenance as well. So Larry will commit to taking care of all of that stuff. And Larry admits that he will be,
Okay.
he said no, that he's going to not come home drunk. So Larry's capacity issues are all sorted out. He's a
Okay.
reformed
All right.
man.
Excellent. Okay. All right. Okay. So having agreed to what the primary residence is, who's going to, man, daksels toch. Okay. Having agreed to the primary residence, going to Delilah, let's look at the contact structure, taking into account both of these scenarios. So how is that going to look like practically?
The children is going to stay with me. He must pay and he can come and visit once a week.
What?
Larry, can you talk a bit around how would contact structure look like for you?
Like I said, isn't that I said I will phone and then I'll also come and visit them and I'll sleep over. That's what I want.
Yes, but let's look at the detail now. How would that look practically? You mentioned that you live a distance away, and how would your physical? It sounds like you want to meet physically as well. So how do you envision this is going to look like practically?
Well, I don't see it having problems with that. Isn't that I will come? Like practically, I will leave my place where I'm staying with my girlfriend. I will leave. Let's say maybe I will only come for 3 days. I come today, then I spend time with my children. The following day, I spend time. The third day, I'm going back. I won't come and stay the whole week. I just need to sleep over one night.
Lisa wants to put you out of the house and then I must again look after you. I feel for the 6 months he can just phone them and video call them.
No, I must bond. Remember, Nadia said I must bond with them. So if you deny me that bond, how will
But
I
you can bond over WhatsApp call. That works very
It's
well.
not enough. It's not enough. I want to see my children physically. I will come
Larry?
sleep one night.
Larry, what other options do you have to visit physically with your children? You hear what Delilah is saying, that she finds that it will be disruptive if you stay over in the house. Nkosinati, I'm starting to struggle here.
Okay, I'm going to jump in now and save all of you.
Thank you.
It's not going badly, but it's dragging on, and you guys can be more precise. Okay. The first thing I want to know is how far are you staying apart? Larry, how far is your house from Delilah's house?
It's about 25 k's.
So why do you
So
want to sleep over? Why can't you drive up and down? Why do you want to sleep over? In a
I
house.
don't have a car. Normally, I used to use Delilah's car. I don't have a car.
All right.
So
So if you
using public transport, it won't be good.
are you going to
I
get
won't have enough
million?
time.
If you don't have the capacity to drive the kids around, we're going to have a problem. So are you going to get a vehicle at some point?
After buying the house, then I will see how to get a vehicle.
If you wait that long, it's going to impair your contact structure with the children. Why can't you get a car quicker?
Eish. I wanted to get the house first.
Yeah,
But
but
I will see.
6 months.
Think
I think
about
you need to understand the effect on your children if you don't have a car. It's going to have a severe and a negative effect on them. Does Lisa have a car?
Okay, I will think about that in the next session, then I will
Okay.
give feedback.
Great. Fast forward to the next session. Larry, have you now made a plan with a car?
Yes, I will see. I will buy a car. I will look at
Because there
the
was also
cheapest
the
one.
Porsche that we had previous time. So
Oh,
there's supposed to be a car in there somewhere. You've got 5 million. You need to make a plan for a car. If you don't have a car, you don't have the capacity to care for your children. So that's going to be a problem. So Larry, if you want to see your kids, you need to get a car. The solution is not to go live in your ex-wife's house for 3 days, upsetting your new girlfriend, upsetting your kids, and upsetting your ex-wife. And for you, is this going to work for you? Might work for you, but it's not going to work for Lisa, and it's also not going to work for your ex-wife. Let me tell you, you're setting yourself up for failure in your new relationship if you're going to stay with your ex-wife. So if you love Lisa, for the sake of your own relationship, I wouldn't advise that. If I stick strictly to the Children's Act motivation, I'll work on Larry to keep a car as quick as possible for his rights to contact. Okay, I've got different strategies how to play Larry. So that's my first question. They live close by. My second question would be, Delilah, one of the biggest issues Larry had in the first session was your work environment. So can you tell me, what are the kids' school times?
8 till 2.
Great. What happens at 2 o'clock in the afternoon?
The nanny will go and pick them up.
The nanny. Did you guys agree on a nanny?
I pay her, so I decide there's a nanny.
Okay. So in terms of Section 31, did you discuss this decision with Larry?
No, no.
Okay. So there was no joint decision. Who picked the kids up before this divorce after school?
Larry with his Porsche, they squeezed into the Porsche.
Okay, great. So Larry lost the Porsche to you in the divorce. Larry's now going to buy another car with his 5 million rand, hopefully with 4 doors to get the seats for 3 kids and suitcases in the back of the boot. Okay. Don't you guys think it makes sense? Larry, what would be the option if you collect the kids from school every day still? Means that you would have daily contact with them. You don't have to pay the nanny. And the kids' strong bond, according to the mom that said Peter has a strong bond, at least Peter has a strong bond. So I presume that Peter would like to see his dad daily. Why are you guys not looking into that option at all? As mediators, as a solution. Because you're not listening to the people's lives and the realities and the practicalities. You don't do the reality check of how did it work in the past? Why do we need to bugger it up? Larry doesn't need to sleep over there. He's got daily contact with the kids. He doesn't need a house to stay in then, but he can still see his kids daily. Okay. And my questioning is much more concise. You guys take hours and hours, I think, thinking and overthinking in your mind where you want to go and try to be polite. You can ask questions, but guiding them a lot more precisely. Larry, where you stay? What was the arrangement before the marriage? Why is this not an option? Quick questions, not these long, windy, allowing them a lot of time for what do you want to know? Ask them directly. Larry, do you want to see your kids? If you don't have a car, how are you going to see your kids? How did it work previously with the aftercare? Why do you want to spend another 7,000 Rand on a nanny? You didn't make this joint decision. Who's going to pay for it? You can rather just as well give him a car and pay him 3,000 Rand petrol and still save 6,000 or 4,000 Rand a month. So explore other options with your clients. Okay, think outside the box, people. The other thing that's important is I want you to clarify agreements reached. Okay, Larry, so we're going to put in the parenting plan that no party would be able to take care of the children while under the influence of any substance. Not just Larry. So you don't just build into your parenting plan, the father agrees not to be under the influence of a substance. You make it neutral. Both parents agree. Because the mother drank gin with her friends and wine after work. She's also sometimes under the influence, if I remember. So make it on both parents. Neither parent is allowed to be under the influence of alcohol or any substance whilst caring for the children. The parties agree that they will both give ADHD medicine to Peter 3 times a day according to the doctor's script. The parties agree to honor the lactose intolerance diagnosis, which means that neither parent will give any milk products to the children. The parties agree that Susan's asthma medication will be given to her on a daily basis. Contain those agreements that cause conflict in the parenting plan. Contain it so that it's done and it's sorted out with. And there's certainty, there's structure, there's a rule. So no one can break it. We agree that the father will take care of the children daily when he will collect them from school, Mondays to Fridays, and he will drop them off at the mother's house, ensure that their homework is done. The father will leave when the mother returns from work. After 6 months, the parenting plan will be revised in line with the father's living arrangements and the bond with the kids at the time, to make provision for an increased sleepover contact structure, possibly alternating on a weekly basis, depending on the bond and the capacity to care and the age of the children, specifically the youngest one. Because Peter will probably sleep over more than the 3-year-old girl. You'll have to make provision for different children with different needs. Okay. A lot of things to think about in mediation. Do you think this option can work, Larry and Delilah?
Yes.
Great. Is there anything else in primary residency we need to sort out?
No.
Okay. Quickly, concisely, where are you heading? Otherwise, you're going to be busy for weeks and weeks and weeks with impractical, mumbo-jumbo, drama, soapy. Okay. What did you learn?
Precise and practical. And we mustn't complicate. We must just ask the questions. We have it. You are thinking, why doesn't Larry take the children every afternoon or what? So why don't ask? I think with precise questions, you will get quicker, like you said, to the solutions. And because social workers or therapists wants to lead the client so that they came on their own to the conclusion. And in mediation, I also think that won't happen. Yeah.
Maybe you
And
have
also you must think about
it
it,
per
clients.
day. I don't
Yeah,
have
and you must
9 hours per day.
Yeah. And the clients don't have the money maybe to pay you for 10 sessions and 3 hours and what. You have an hour, so work with them and come to the conclusion. But yeah, and mediation is not leading the client so that they come to their own solution, working on their pace. That is not there. So you must, yeah.
Thank you, Anli. Lots of insights. Nada, what did you learn?
Lots. I think something that just comes to mind. I feel like that guy was jogging, hearing your voice. That's happening to me as well.
Yeah.
Which is a good thing. It's a good thing. Um, yes, I think one of my own personal learnings that I'm thinking of is I want to go and watch all those videos about questions, types of questions, just asking those questions, because I think I know how to ask a direct question, but it's not happening as, the picture I have in my mind. So that's something that has come up for me that I want to just, practice asking shorter questions, because it is an unlearning
Yeah.
of, what I'm doing. It's a lot more being silent and listening than really asking questions. So, and then also just again to see the magic happens if the mediator is a mediator. In other words, you are listening, but people who come to see the mediator actually wants guidance, and they want that security of knowing what is going to happen, what do we agree on, because they can't communicate. I mean, they struggle to get to an agreement by themselves. So I think in a sense, they're hoping that the mediator will help them to come to get to a sure or a more certain space, and in fact a completely certain space, as opposed to this cloud of unknowing. So my eyes are opened as to the value that a mediator can bring, of those unverbalized needs that the parties have.
Yeah. It's to bring solutions to the table and almost making them think it's their solutions.
Yes.
Because you're working with their reality. You see the solutions, you sort of just need to present it and sell it in a way that they both buy it. You're a marketer of solutions, theoretically.
Yeah.
You need to see the solutions before they see the solution and guide them towards that solution. But you do well, Nada. You see sort of where you want to go. So your mind is there, and then your questions just drag behind a little bit. So they just need to line up. It's because
align.
You know where you want to go. Your questions just need to be more astute to get there quicker. So your thinking way, I like the way you think, so I can see your strategy, but then you just take way too long to get there because you're trying to be almost too polite or too, come on, Larry, you get the insight. Delilah, you get the insight. It's a therapist in you sort of guiding them along. You can be a bit more direct without being abrupt and being bossy. But so your brain goes the right way, just get your mouth to follow a bit quicker. That's just skill and practice. But I think you did really well. Thank you. Daisy, what did you learn?
I've learned that as a mediator, we need to think out of the box. And every time when your clients are fighting each other or they can't reach a solution, you must remind them on what was the agreement in the previous session or previous issues that we discussed. So in that way, you are able to bring them back so that they understand what was the aim of coming to the solution that we want currently.
So a big thing is listening to what they're saying and their practical lives, bringing the practicality of what you hear in line with the solution. Okay, great. Thank you. Nkosinati, what did you learn? 2 hours.
Okay. What I've learned actually is that as a mediator, right? you need your questions, actually, your questioning skills, your questions should be precisely directly to the point so that they can be able to give directive answers as well. And also, I like how the mediator tried to look at the side of Laria in order to gather more information in terms of the issue of making contact and also the bond as well. So, and also making the arrangements, how he tried to bring that thing in more into practical sense of trying to get all the details. So yes, it's something that I've learned and observed as well. So yeah.
Okay. You guys think you deserve a lunch break? Yes, you're all dead tired. I'm going to give you 25 minutes because we still need to do all of the mathematics.
Okay.
All right. So come back
Thanks.
25, what's it? 35 minute oor 1, 35 past 1.
Okay.
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 I'm going to
Thanks.
pause, remind me to restart again the recording.
Okay.
All right. See you guys. Great. So now we are going to proceed with the financial maintenance issues. And luckily, the contact structure that we have agreed to at the end of the day is going to make it easier for us to calculate the maintenance. But I still want to show you what would have happened if the nights changed, because in 6 months' time, we're going to have to amend this again. All right. So back to the beginning, we said that the mom's bond amount is 25,000 rands a night. The kids are 3 kids plus the mom, makes it 4 people in the house. So it brings us to 6,250 rand per person. If there's 30 nights in a month, it means that rental is 208 rand per night. And the kids are currently spending 30 nights with Delilah. So it's 6,250, and we have 3 kids. It means that the children's portion of the housing expense is 18,750. Is that a big amount or not? That's shocking. It's just housing.
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's say it's 6 months down the line. I want you to mediate them just for the portion of the housing, Daisy, so I can show you what the effect is on now. Larry's got a house. He bought a 3 or a 4-bedroomed house with his 5 million. So what is the living situation now going to be like? So quickly just find out, and then let's look at the financial implications. Okay, so just clarify with your clients, Daisy.
Larry, since we need to recheck on your living arrangement, previously you spoke about the issue of you having the house in 6 months. So I just wanted to check with you how much you bought the house, and then what are the expenses that you have in that house before we can continue. I don't know who is Larry, but I know I'm the mediator.
Nkosinathi, you can be Larry. You're back
Okay.
from Lesotho, Larry.
All right. The house that I bought, it's actually it cost me 40,000, ma'am.
Okay, it cost 40,000. Is it the amount that you pay? Are you going to pay it every month, or you bought it cash?
No, I bought it cash.
Okay. So how many of you are you staying in that house?
It's Lisa and I. So including the children when they decide to visit.
How big is your house?
It's a 6-room house.
Oh, it's a 6-room house.
Yes.
40,000
Meaning when
rand.
you are
Is it a Lego house? Yes. We need to be more realistic.
40,000 per month. month sounds correct.
So Larry, let's just make it a bit more realistic.
Okay.
Say you put down R1,000,000 as a deposit and you need to pay 12,000 rands a month for the bond
Okay.
because you wanted to keep a part of
Okay.
the money separate. So let's, to help me with a role play, let's say it's 12,000 rands a month.
Okay. 12,000. Okay, it's fine.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So, Larry, you said you 12,000 rand a month, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And it's you and Lisa currently. But
Yes.
when the children visit, they'll be able to stay with you.
Yes. They'll also
The
have their
space,
own space as well.
the space is enough for them.
Yes.
Is every child will every child be able to sleep in her or her own room, or are they going to share?
All the needs of the children are catered. All of them will have their own space.
Okay. You don't mind if I
Bedrooms is
come
the
and
house,
visit?
Daisy? How many bedrooms did he say is in the house?
He just said all the needs of the children are catered.
He told us how many rooms the house have. Who heard the rooms? Nada. And
Oh yeah, he
how
said
many
6.
rooms did he say the house had?
I also heard 6 bedrooms.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so it's important to listen. So there were 6 bedrooms. So theoretically, each kid has their own bedroom.
Okay.
Now our
Okay,
biggest
Larry,
worry, 3-year-old also going to start sleeping over or what? But let's say, just for the interest of this role play, it's going to be all 3 kids will go for the same amount of time. We're not going to make it difficult.
Okay.
All right, continue.
Since you said your attendance is now fixed and it is proper, so can we now move to the issue of calculating the expenses?
Yes.
Delilah, are you with us on that?
Yeah. Are we going to speak about the expenses or the nights the children are going to sleep with me?
Remember, we agreed previously that the children will be under your care, right? Yes, we agree that the children will be under your care. I think we can just clarify it with Larry and find out if ever we did meet an agreement of when will the children visit him, or when will he visit the children, one of the two. I think we just need to get a clarity on that. Larry,
Yeah,
if I may
now we
ask,
need to make arrangements because last time you said I need to get my own place. So now I'm having my own place. I also need to see my children as well. So whatever decision that will come up with today, also I need to have access. And yes, the previous one I understand because I didn't have an accommodation. So now I do have my own apartment now. So I expect things to be different.
okay, then quickly let's just make an issue of arrangement on how children will visit you. Delilah, are you still with us when we agree that the children can visit maybe during the weekend, or maybe because now Larry is able to have a space of his own, can he take them during the holidays?
No,
You
where were
choose.
you guys in the last
During the holidays.
No. The arrangement was if he gets it in 6 months' time, it's going to do the week.
Week.
That was what
Oh, yeah.
you guys talked about in the last session. Because the bond of the kids are very strong. I also said the kids, all 3 are going to go together. They've got a strong bond. In the last session, you agreed that it's going to be week. So just go with that version because that was the 6 months trial period. So everything was now sorted out. The bond is strong enough. There's equal capacity to care for the kids. The medication is sorted out. There's no more hotboxing. So it's going to be week with the one, week with the other. The only question is when are they going to exchange the kids? On Fridays or Mondays?
Yes. Delilah and Larry, I just wanted to find out from you, when are you going to exchange the keys? Are you going to do it on Saturday or on Monday?
I think Monday is fine because at least over the weekend I'll have time to organize some sessions with them going out and everything. So Monday I think it's fine for me.
Are you okay with it, Delilah?
I think that he must pick them up on a Friday after school. Then because it's a lot of stuff they have to move to his house, they can't take the stuff on a Monday to school and then walk around in the hallways with all their luggage and then go to him. On a Friday is better, or a Sunday afternoon.
Larry, what do you think of what is suggesting? Do you think it's fine with it? We can take it that the children can be moved like on Friday?
But Monday will do actually, Then I'll drop them at school and also she'll do the very same thing. Then in terms of luggages, it's fine. I'll bring them to her place and also she'll do the same thing when they are supposed to come to my place. So I don't see any problem with that.
But Larry, let us be practical here. If you take the children on Monday, right, like you are saying, now, Monday, the children has to visit you. What's going to happen? Are you going to take them with all the luggages? Are you going to move around to the school and then you'll take back the luggages back to your house before you go to work? Or how the arrangement is going to be like?
Yes, it
because
will be like I'm driving now. I'm having my own car. Then it's fine. I'll take the children to school. Then after I'll drop the luggages at Delilah's place. Simple as that. Then off to do my things, going to work and whatever.
Let's get it clear. The children now, they have to visit you at home, at your house. They need to visit you. You must go and collect them on Monday morning. That is what you are saying. Are you going to take children with their luggages? You drop them at school, then you go back to your house, you drop the luggages, then you run to the work. Or how are you going to work on that one?
Oh, I think maybe you didn't understand me very well. What I'm trying to say is that if it's my turn to bring the children to Delilah, right? Okay. What I will do on Monday early in the morning, I will drop the children to Delilah, then take the luggages to Delilah. Then after school, the children will go back to Delilah. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Delilah, do you get what he said? He said he will take the children to your place in the Monday morning with all the luggages. Then you'll take the children to school.
No, take the children to school, ma'am. Then luggages to Delilah. Then after school, the children will go back to Delilah.
All right. So, Delilah, are you fine with what Larry said?
I think it's on a Monday afternoon, there's rugby, there's ballet for the one girl, there's gymnastics for the small one. She's starting with the monkey gymnastics. So it's terrible to get into the routine of the children on Monday is not going to work. I feel on a Friday we are more relaxed and I don't have the stress about the work and everything. So then we can exchange and you don't rush the children and yeah.
Okay. I get what Delilah is saying. Larry, let us be practical with what Delilah has just said now. Looking on the schedule of the children, remember what she's saying, the children need to attend this and that. So can't we make a compromise here? And then we shift it to Friday so that it will be stress-free for all of you.
What if on Friday they attend those rugby as well, those cricket games as well? It's still the same thing, but it's okay, it's fine. She can have whatever that she desires, it's okay.
Okay, so you will compromise on that one?
Yeah, I'll compromise for now.
For now?
Yes, for now. For now, we're talking about, I'll compromise for that.
Okay, you compromise for the children, not for now,
Yes.
but for the children is what you're
Yeah,
saying.
for this, yeah, for now, for this situation we are in, I'll pick them on Friday. It's fine.
Larry, I want you to understand something here. This situation, you are stuck with it for a long period. So if you say for now, what area are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say I'm actually compromising for now. Next time I expected to do the same thing to compromise for me as well.
Remember, the children are attending these activities throughout the year. So if you say for now, I mean, meaning come next month, you'll change your mind.
No, for now we're having an agreement that each and every month, and every Friday, it will be settled like that. So I'm just mentioning that if any situation arises where we are having a conflict of interest, she's the one who's supposed to compromise. Since now I'm the one who did that. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. So, Delilah, are you fine with that? Ne?
Yeah, give
For
you an
now.
alternative way to deal with it. We're going to say, Larry, I hear you. And guys, the principles that we're all going to work off in the best interest of our kids, because this is actually what it's about. It's about not inconveniencing the children on a Monday, trying to get their ballet clothes, which is now actually dropped off at the mother's house in the morning. So we either need to pack properly, but it's going to be difficult for the kids if we did it on a Monday. So this compromise, thank you, Nkosinati, thank you, Larry, for this compromise that you're doing now, but you're not doing it for you. You're doing it in the best interest of your kids. And both of you will have to negotiate. Both of you will have to compromise. Both of you have to be flexible, and both of you have to act in the best interest of the kids. You guys are not doing each other's favors by compromising. You're supposed to compromise on the things that are in the kids' best interests. Are we clear, parents?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Very strict.
So use that as a rather than asking her now if she's fine with this compromise, does she agree to compromise on the next thing? Because that's not how it works. It's not one for one. Now I compromise, now it's your turn. The principle is always, is this in the best interest of the kids? I don't care if you compromise 10 times in a row, if it's going to be good for the kids. So you're not doing anyone a favor by compromising people. You're acting on the best interest of your children. That is what makes you a good parent. So thank you, Larry, for being a good parent. Thank you, Larry, for seeing the sense in making it easy for the kids. I really appreciate it, Larry. Thank you. Okay. Continue. Well done,
Okay.
Daisy. And also, I just want to say another thing to teach you, because Daisy immediately caught on this thing of for now. So what does it mean, Larry? Are you going to change your mind in a week or two? So you clarified that really well. You can't change again. We're going to make this a parenting plan. It's going to be a court order. So Larry, you can't change your mind for now and then change it again. So the use of wording and picking up on what he said was important. So you clarified it really well, Daisy. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are we continuing?
So it's over to you, Daisy, you're the mediator.
Okay. So, parents, since when we have agreement, I think now it's time for us to talk about our expenses, the expenses that we have. We must read the expenses now, so we can move forward. Remember, we have the whole day in my office, unless if you are ready to pay a charge. We must just stick to the plan for today, because today we were supposed to do the total expenses.
Yes, no, I agree, because I have a meeting in an hour's time. I can't sit here the whole day.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk about, isn't that we agreed that Delilah's total expense, when we check on his amount of money that he put to the house, 5,000 that he put, and the fact that there are only 4 at home, and the
Hey, sorry guys, is my internet off? Okay, sorry. Continue. The internet's terrible. I'll get your screen back. Okay, Daisy, where
Okay.
did you jump to now? Let me just understand.
Okay. So now we have to look at on the total expenses according to the version of Larry, because we had the total expenses according to Delilah. Now we have to look
No,
at
really? How did we get that?
it's for the housing. Oh, sorry, it's
For
for
the
the
housing.
housing.
Yeah,
And Larry, you said you have a new house, right?
Yes,
And then you said the rent that you're going to put is 12,000 a month.
correct.
Yes. And then, by the way, remind me again, you said how many of you who will be the household in that house?
It's Lisa and I, then plus my children as
Plus
well.
your
It
children.
means we are 5.
You are 5. But remember, oh yeah, yes, 5 of you. And then, of which when we divide that 12,000 by 5, it means per month each will cost 2,400, right?
Yes,
And then the total nights will be the same as the for the Delilah side.
yes.
But the night will cost only 80 rand when we check the calculation. So I want to check on the amount of nights spent.
Yes. You're
How
right,
much?
Daisy. Go with it.
How much will that be? The amount of nights spent.
You tell me, Daisy. How
Oh,
many nights with the dad? How many nights with the mom? With the current contact structure?
I think it's 7 nights, 7 nights.
Okay, but out of a month of 30?
Not getting that.
30 days in a month. Do they share the time equally or not?
We didn't check
we
one.
share, we share equally.
1 week.
Yeah, I think they will check.
50,
They will share equally.
So how much out of 30 days? If half of the time is with Larry and half of the time is Delilah, and there's only 30 days in a month, how many nights are they with Delilah?
Is it 50?
Yes, because it's
Yes.
half.
Yes, 50. Okay, so which means when we calculate the total for each child, it will be for Delilah, it will be 3,125, and for Larry, it will be 1,200. And then at the end, we will say, according to Delilah's living situation in the house, the amount that will cost will be 9,375,000. And then for Larry, it will be 3,600.
You guys agree with this in essence? Do you see what happens with the calculations? So Daisy, you
Yes.
caught on very fast. So you have to take consideration of the nights that they spend with each child, with each parent. Because originally, remember when it was only Delilah, it was 25,000 Rand, four people living in the house, and 30 days, it was 18,750 when it was just living with Delilah. So that was the physical cost for the children. That was the maintenance for 6 months for housing. Now, 6 months later, it changed. And because it changes, we need to calculate the nights to see what the effect is on the finances. So now it went down to 12,000.
But Melanie,
Must
mustn't
it be in the pink or the
2,000 go
blue?
to the father's version?
What is it
Doesn't it?
according to the father's version and what is it according to the mother's version? Because this, according to me, was their joint version. Both of them had the same version,
Okay.
if I'm not mistaken.
I thought, no, I thought
Yeah.
that we are working out the mother's expenses and the father's expenses.
And that's why I typed out there. It says
Yes, the joint.
pink is the mother's version of how much the children cost in total, and blue is the father's. It is not blue how much the father pays and pink how much the mother pays. And we do it this way to see if they're on the same page. Theoretically, they are on the same page. Because can we make it cheaper at the mother's house? Can they disagree? It is what it is. And if they struggle, they must bring their bond payments. If you think they're lying, if they are disagreeing with the amounts, they must bring you the rental agreement or the bond statement so we can check who's lying. But the reality is the reality, and we can't get away with this. Let's say it was every second weekend with Larry. Tell me what would change here. Talk me through it. Every second weekend with Larry. What would you change?
The amount of nights spent.
How much do you change it to?
It will be half of 15. Yeah.
No, okay.
And 26 nights.
Yeah. So think of a month of 30 days. Don't get too confused, Daisy. Think of it this way. How many nights are the kids going to be with the dad?
15.
If the kids are there every second weekend, I'm changing the contact structure now. They're with the dad every second weekend. How many nights will they be with Larry? Nkosinati, how many nights are the kids going to be with you? If they are with you every second weekend only.
It means from every second weekend from Friday till Sunday.
I don't know. You guys must clarify. Is it from Thursday to Monday morning? Is it from Friday to Saturday evening? You guys need to ask the questions to tell me the nights. That's why it's important to find out what is the reality. So I can't just say every alternative weekend and presume it's only 4 nights. Because what does a weekend mean to our clients? Okay, so what would we do? Mediate that quickly, Daisy, to clarify. If it's every alternative weekend. Ask them, what does it mean, people?
Parents, what do you mean when you say you are going to take the children like every Friday? Like, I don't know how to put the question.
Help your friend, colleagues. How do you ask the question?
How does it look like to take the kids for every second weekend?
And now, if you guys see they don't answer, then you please direct the questions to a specific person. If they've got the silences that's driving me nuts, it's because you don't ask the person. Larry, when do you pick the kids up every weekend? Every alternative weekend, you pick the kids up when?
On Friday, ma'am.
And when do you drop them off, Larry?
I'll drop them on Sunday, 5:30.
Great. So how many nights is it, Daisy? Huh? Every alternative weekend?
I think it will
Friday
be
night,
10.
Saturday night.
I think it's 10 nights.
How do you get that? How many weeks in a month?
Oh yeah, 4 weeks.
Okay, every alternative week means twice a month.
Yeah.
How many nights? 2 nights
20.
every second week.
Sure.
Okay, Daisy, look at this picture for me. There's your calendar. Make it simple in your mind and look at 4-week cycles. 4 weeks
Okay.
in a month, every alternative weekend. Friday night, Saturday night. They're back with the mother on the Sunday. So how many Fridays will they be with the dad in a month, in 4 weeks?
I think it will be 2 Fridays.
Yes, and how many Saturdays?
It will be 3 Saturdays.
Why 3? Where did you get the third? There's only 4 weeks in a month.
Oh yeah, 2 Saturdays.
2 Saturdays, 2 Sundays. How many nights in total per month are they sleeping with the father? Why is this difficult? How many weeks are there in a month normally?
It's 4 weeks.
4 weeks. Sometimes there's a day extra because we've actually got an average of 30 days per month. Am I right? But in general, it's only 4 weeks. So to make it easy, you look at this calendar, and although it's only 28 days, we give the 2 extra for 29th and the 30th of every month. So it's automatically an extra 2 days. But you count the nights. How many nights on this calendar of 4 weeks only will they be with the father? If he picks them up on a Friday and he drops them off at the mother on a Sunday, on this calendar, how many nights will they be with dad?
I think it's 15 when I
Daisy, the kids only sleep with him Friday night and Saturday night. Every second weekend, Friday and Saturday night. We changed it now. It's not half the time anymore. For the interest sake of teaching you, if the parenting plan says the children will spend every alternative weekend with the father, what does it mean? Every second weekend with the father. How can they sleep then with him 15 nights? If it's only alternative weekends, how many nights in a weekend?
it will be in a weekend is 2 nights, but in a month is 4 nights.
Yes.
Ish.
Okay, got it. Because these are the mental blocks that our clients also sometimes are going to have. Okay, but you get it. And if you pick them up on a Thursday, it would look like this. Then how many nights?
6.
6. And if you only drop them off on the Monday morning, where do they sleep on the Sunday evening?
With
If he
Larry.
drops them off on a Monday, it would have been Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday night. And he drops them off on Monday. This is the difference in nights, people. It's either 2 nights or 3 nights a week or 4 nights a week. But what is the reality? You need to ask your clients the questions so that you can put the correct amount of nights in your columns. So you don't make it difficult, Daisy, in trying to calculate it to 30. You just count the nights with the dad. 4 nights. If it's 4 nights with the dad out of 30, how much nights with the mom? 30 minus 4 gives us how many nights with mom?
26.
26. Okay, now do you see how it changes the formula? It's 16,250 that it costs at the mom's house and only 960 Rand for the 4 nights at the dad. Do they disagree on this or are they in agreement? If
Do
they
we
agree,
agree?
sorry?
No, I thought maybe I will ask my clients.
Ask them what? Yeah, you ask them.
Yes. Larry and Delilah, do we agree on these amounts?
Yes, I agree. Since I'm spending 4 nights with them, so the amount it's reasonable.
It's reasonable. Okay.
Okay,
Delilah,
guys, I just want you to understand the impact of the nights on the expenses. This is the most important thing I'm trying to show you, because it's the difference between 18,270. It's the difference between 17,000. It's the difference between equally 50 nights. It changes again to the original one of, what is it there? 9,375 and 3,600. Do you see how different it is according to the nights?
yeah.
And you have to take that into consideration. You can't just say the father must pay the mother 10,000 rand, because his contribution in his house also means something. It gets bigger and smaller depending on the amount of nights. Is there a penny that drops for you? It's important that we take the contact structure into consideration. And I mean, even look at the difference. If we say it's 4 nights, it means it's 960 rand. If we make it 6 nights and 24, it goes to 1,440 for him instead of 960. And he has them for 8 nights versus the 22. It goes up to 1,920. So it's important that you are accurate in the amount of nights according to the contact structure. Okay, got it? You understand what I'm talking about? Okay.
Yes.
So now we need to go back to the reality. Because we worked on the original one, we actually had 15 days, because we have to take Section 7 into consideration. So the reality of this family, after the voice of the child interview, after determining the bond, after sorting out the contact structure, after him getting his own house with 6 bedrooms, 4 a room with each child, this is now the final contact structure. Now we can do maintenance. Okay. But 6 months ago, when it was 30 days at Delilah, so what is it now? It is the residency of at the mother's house. The cost for her 50 nights is 9,375. Plus the 50 nights at the dad's house is 3,600. That brings it to a total of 12,000. But when they were living with a mom only, can you remember how many nights that was? So it was
50.
18,000 rand. So do you see it's more expensive if the kids stay with the mom only?
Yeah.
Yes.
So the maintenance for the first 6 months is something totally different from the next 6 months. We have to adapt and change. And people don't understand that as their circumstances change, the maintenance will also change. Last month, our child didn't need braces. Now, all of a sudden, it's a 42,000 rand extra expense. How are we going to pay it? Every month we pay the dentist another 4,800 rand. That makes it more expensive. We need to adapt. Or our child is going to another school. Is it more expensive or cheaper? What happens if Cupcake moves out? Now there's only 4 people in the house. So if Cupcake moves out and he's paying for that house all by himself, it means that that portion goes up to 4,500 rand. You need to be able to train your clients to amend their budget if things change. You have to do it with your own budget at work. If your car breaks and you have to pay another 2,000 rand on your car this month, your budget is in its glory. Are you with me, people?
Yes.
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 Okay, so let's say Cupcake is still in the house. Thank heavens. Thank you. Mother, instead of not liking Cupcake, you say, thank you, Cupcake is in the house because she makes it cheaper for us. It takes a little bit of pressure off. But theoretically, they cannot disagree because it's the amounts what it is. We cannot change it. Okay, so that's the accommodation at the mom's house and at the dad's house. This is what it costs. Okay, now let's look at food. Daisy, you can mediate now further so that we can see what's going on.
Okay. Let's look at water and electricity.
Yeah.
How much does each child cost when we look at water and electricity? Delilah, can we start with you?
I pay 2,400 Rand a month for the municipality.
Okay. But then when the child is there for that 15 days, how much do you spend?
Okay, Daisy, don't get confused now because the electricity bill is 2,400 Rand. There's 4 people living there. It's 600 per person. Per night, it's 20 Rand. They're only there for 15 days. So it's 300 Rand per child. There's 3 kids. So it's 900 Rand for the electricity at the mom's house. You use the same green column to do your calculation for you.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and the dad?
And then for Larry, how much is your electricity and water?
It will be 2,200.
Okay. So we can calculate 2,200 for 5 people. So it gives us 6,660. So let's move. Do you have any taxes and rates that you pay monthly? So
Yes,
Larry?
Yes, I do.
Larry?
It's 1.5, right?
1.5.
Yes.
Let's check 1.5 for your rates and taxes. How much will it cost for 5 people? I think it's 450. Do I see it properly? Yes. Yeah, it's 450. And then for you, Delilah, how much is
About
it?
2,000 Rand. I must just
3,000.
check my bill.
Okay, 2,000. So it means with you, it will cost 7,500. I mean, 750. Sorry. So for the garden services, do you have anyone whom you pay for doing the garden at home?
Yes, I have someone and he gets 1,200 Rand. He comes in once a week on a Monday.
Okay, so which means when we calculate, it will be 450. And then for you, Larry?
Yeah, I also do. I'm paying monthly. It's 1,100.
Okay. It will be 3,330. Do you have any security? Oh yeah, sorry, the domestic worker. Do you have any domestic worker at home? Anyone who's taking care of the house?
Yes, mine is coming in 5 days a week because it's 3 children. So I pay 3,500 Rand per month.
Okay, 3,500 a month. And so it means it will cost 1,312 Rand 50. So for you, Larry?
Yes, he comes every day for 7 days, for which it's 3.5.
555.
Yes.
555.
What is
3.5.
555?
3,500.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. Now, what would happen? Now, I'm saying, I don't have a maid. Why should she get a maid? I'm the dad now. Larry says, why should she get a maid? I don't want a maid. I have to do my own washing. Mediate, Daisy. Because now he's saying, that no, she's not supposed to get a maid.
But he's sending the children with all the dirty clothes to my house when they finish visiting him.
But you're the
So
mother, you wanted to be a mom. You're the broeikas.
But I'm working, so I don't have time to wash the clothes.
So, but Larry, do you have a maid? Let me get it clear.
No, I
You
don't
have
have a maid. I don't have the
You
luxury.
don't-
I need to buy 5 million is almost finished. Because of the house and the car, I need to really watch my finances. I can't afford to pay a maid.
But Larry is
Okay.
working freelance. He can wash his own clothes. I'm at work from 8 to 5.
Delilah,
That sounds like a you problem.
Delilah, you said you have a maid, right?
Yes.
Can't you negotiate with your maid to wash clothes for the children when they come back from their father?
Yes, she is doing that.
Okay, then I don't think we have a problem here.
We have a
Even if
massive
the father
problem.
can bring the children without with dirty clothes, I don't think it will be a problem, right?
But why should okay, now I'm the mom. Why should I pay my maid because he doesn't want to do the washing? How is that fair? So you're expecting me to pay my maid and for the child portion 1,312 rand, while Larry doesn't want to pay a maid. Now it's my expense. The kids are with him for a week, so I've got two times washing to do. How is this fair, Mrs. Mediator? You're expecting my maid to wash the washing while the kids are with him for a week. Is that your solution?
Remember, for the best interest of the children, at some point, one of you need to compromise.
Why should I compromise? He wants to be a father. He needs to wash the dishes then, the clothing. If he wants to be a dad, then he needs to make plan. As my other mother said, he works freelance. He's at home. He can do the washing. If he chooses not to have a maid, at least they better get clean clothing with, or I'm not going to pay for his maid and I'm not going to get my maid to work twice as hard because he doesn't want to pay for a maid.
Yes, I understand that, Delilah, it is not fair, but for the sake of children to...
Why are you talking to me? He needs to wash their clothing. Why are you putting it on me as the mother? Why are you not talking to him?
Larry, let me ask, at some point, can't you get time to wash clothes of the children, even if you will be busy with your work? Can't you have time? You create time for that.
Because Senati, you're the father.
Larry, can't you create time for washing clothes before you take children to their mother?
You said I should do the laundry for my children, right?
Hmm?
It's fine, I'll do that. Yeah,
You'll do
before
that.
you must know that some other weekends it won't be possible since I'll be trying as well to bond with my children as well.
I think on that note, you will negotiate. You parents, you will negotiate on
Well,
that.
what's there to negotiate about? He's going to send the kids back to my house with dirty clothing. He's been doing it the whole time. That's why I have a maid, but I end up paying for it. If he wants to put the dirty washing on my maid, it's fine. But then I'm going to get her for more days out of the month. Her salary is going to go up to 5,000 Rand. And then it means that the kids' maid service is 1,875. Then I'm happy. And he needs to agree because it's an expense that's incurred in my house. So Larry needs to decide. You guys need to understand that you mediate according to their reality. What do they pick? So Larry either is going to say he's going to wash the washing because that's got a practical implication. He's either going to wash it or he's not. If he's not going to wash it, what are we going to do in the best interest of the kids? Then it needs to be done at Delilah's house. Is there a cost implication for it? He's going to say she must do it for free. So he's going to want to keep it at the 3,500 Rand. so that the expense for the kids are only 1,312 Rand and 50 cents. But Larry cannot have it all the way his way. If he doesn't want to do the dishes, the washing, there's a consequence for it. So he either needs to make a plan at his house and do it, or there's going to be more cost because Delilah is working full time. So Larry, what do you choose? Because we need to understand that this is a cost for the children's domestic worker. I don't care who pays for it at this point. This is a real expense relating to your children. It's not talking about Delilah's maid and Delilah pays for her. This joint budget will be paid by both parents proportionately. So, Larry, what do you choose? Do you want Delilah's maid to do the washing? Or
No,
are
it's
you going to
fine.
do
I'll
the
do the
washing?
laundry. I'll do the laundry. It's okay.
Okay. So we agree that the maintenance for the maid is going to come down to 1,312 Rand 50 at the mother's house because she is working. She cannot do it. Okay. Now, Larry can also say, if I don't have a maid, she doesn't have a maid. 0, 0. So according to my version, the kids' laundry must be done by the parents. I don't consent to a maid in Delilah's house. So there, his version starts looking different than Delilah's version. Do you see now where it comes in?
Yeah.
If they can't agree, I don't spend too much time. I try to mediate them, but I move on because I want to get down to the total here at the bottom. Okay, so we're busy with step 1. If they really can't agree, you say, okay, guys, we're not going to waste time on it further. Larry feels there shouldn't be any maid costs. Delilah feels that she needs the maid of 1,312 Rand. So this is according to the 2 different versions, the amounts that we're going to put in. Can we move on? Okay, then we move on. Okay, so continue. We're going to leave it that Larry is difficult. He says no maid. Continue. Ignore the insurance because insurance is something that's theoretically an expense for who? Is it an expense for children really or for adults?
Adults.
For adults.
Okay, so theoretically, we're going to leave insurance out because of the fact that it's an adult expense.
Okay.
Okay, so continue.
We are going to the security, right? Security and alarm service.
Yeah,
Or
let's say
is
they
it
don't have
something-
security, neither of them have. So, but if they had, you would work it out same way. But let's
Okay.
just say for this, and there isn't one.
Okay. Let's talk about food or grocery. How much grocery do you spend a month, Delilah?
9,500 Rand.
Okay.
My children eat a lot.
They eat too long. So which means if it is 9,500, each person will have to cost.
How many people in the house?
4.
Okay.
$9,500 each person will cost.
Famous woman.
Oh, yes.
2,375 then per person.
Yes.
How many kids do we have?
It's 3 kids.
Okay, so we just need to add that up again. Let me just insert a column. Okay, sorry.
Times 3.
Yes.
I'm just trying to write formulas into this thing to get the children.
Okay.
Okay, so tell me what to do with the amount.
So you said 9,500 is the amount that you for the grocery, right?
Yes, I like to buy them chocolates.
Chocolate.
Yes.
I'll be the dad because Nkosinati is just way too calm. How can she spend 9,500 rand on food per month?
I
No
buy them a
wonder
lot
the
of.
kids are fat because she buys them sweets all the time. I don't agree with this. It's way too much.
And what do you feed them?
Well, in
Too
my
many
house, if
noodles.
it's 7,000 including meat, that's what's going on in my house.
No,
It's
you give them
definitely more
2 minute
realistic.
noodles.
Soup. Yeah, well, they have to eat a lot of pasta because I can't afford all that meat and chocolates.
No, but I like to spoil them.
Yeah, I can
Okay,
see
but
spoiling them.
let
No
us
wonder they're lactose intolerant because they're getting fat from everything you're feeding them.
let us be realistic here. If Larry, you think 9,500 is too much, it's too much for her to spend for grocery. What is your opinion? What do you think? How much she should spend? Remember, there are 4 at home. How much do you think each child must spend or must
You
cost?
can't tell me what to feed my children at my home.
She can spend even 7,000, it will be enough.
So you
But
want
she even buys chocolate, meaning that she's spending a lot of money feeding my children chocolates.
so it means you want both of you to have the same amount of grocery that you spend.
Yes, it
Meaning,
can be better that way.
if you are spending 7,000, she must also spend 7,000. Is that what you are saying?
Yes, correct.
But I will buy them chocolates, so please put in my version that I will buy them chocolates.
Okay, let us look at on the health of the children. Do you think feeding them all these sweets, Delilah, is it making justice to them and to their health?
Must have sugar for energy. It's once a day. It's not that bad.
Remember, the health of the kids come first. If you feed them sugar almost every day, don't you think it might cause other illnesses? Because already these children, they have illnesses.
She's a bad mother. I told you from day one.
He smokes dagga every day. So if he smokes dagga, I can give my children chocolate.
But let's reach an agreement. Let's reach an agreement here. Both of you, adult as you are, can't we agree that the children, they can get sweets once a month instead of every day, looking at their health?
No sweets at all.
No, I
The
spoil them.
chocolate and sweets and everything must be cancelled. Simple as that.
He can't give them sweets because he don't work. He doesn't work. So that's why he can't buy them sweets. Now it's healthy not to give them sweets.
Delilah, do you think by giving your kids sweets, it's a way of showing love to them? Do you love your children? And if
Okay.
you love them, why do you keep on giving them something that will damage or will cost their health?
If you say it like that, it doesn't sound good. Okay, I will give them once a week sweets.
Once a month, not once a week.
Once a month. Okay. For now.
Yes.
For
Thank
now.
you so much for agreeing. We can just move further. So which
We
means
can't move further because you've not clarified anything. So what happens if she buys more chocolate? Is the amount of expenses for the food going to come down or what? Because you're now willing to jump to the next thing, but you haven't put any amounts in your columns. So clarify, Daisy, what's going on here?
Delilah, we agreed that you will buy them once, not every day, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I will
So
agree.
I want you and all of us to calculate your expenses since, well, your amount of 9,500 is gonna go a little bit down. So I wanted to check if we cut the sugar every day, how much sugar will you buy for the kids?
That's
Once
not
a
a
month.
good question. The better question and the concise one is, if we stop buying sweets, how much will your grocery account then be, Delilah?
Eish, I wanted to say that.
Maybe about 6,000 rand.
Great. So 6,000 Rand, and we've got 4 people in the house, means it's 1,500 per person. We have 3 children, so it's 4,500 for all the kids. Now I put the 4,500 in the mother's column.
Okay. Then let's check with you, Larry. How much is your grocery?
7,500.
7,500.
Yes.
Okay.
But
So which
why is he so much?
I'm having my pumpkin also as well. So he's eating in my house as well. So that's the reason.
His pumpkin is Liza. So there's 5 people in his house. So it means 7,500 divided by 5 people is also 1,500 Rand per child per month. So this means that they are feeding the kids roughly the same. So it's 4,500 in the mother's house and 4,500 in the father's house. And now they agree on this amount. Okay. But if
yes.
Delilah kept on saying, I am not going to change because I packed them in lunch boxes. What was it originally? 9,500, Delilah. And she only has 4 kids in the house. It means that she's feeding the kids 2,375 Rand because she insists on buying the sweets. Now, Larry is not consenting to 7,125 budget in the mother's house. The mother says, I'm going to buy it if he agrees or not. So I'm still going to buy 7,125 Rands. And Larry's going to say, I only think the kids must eat what they eat in my house. So what's good for me is good for the kids. What's good in my house is good in her house. So I'm not going to contribute a cent more in her house because of her chocolates. I will only agree to a budget for the children of 4,500 Rand in her house. Okay. So you see, there is a difference in versions. He refuses to agree to her chocolate buying, and she refuses to go down to 7,500. Now they're stuck. So if they're stuck, you keep the different versions and you move on.
Okay.
Just to show you here in the column if it's realistic or not. If it's 2,375 Rand per person per month, it means that there's 79 Rand per child per food for a day. It means it's 26 Rand for a meal per child. Okay, so groceries is a difficult thing to do because cereal for breakfast is less than 26 Rand a person. But evening food, where there's meat included, you're going to struggle. But this is excessive amounts. You need to understand that people's living conditions determine how they shop. But this is a rich family. Because this,
Yeah.
and groceries are expensive, guys. You know what food costs. It's getting more and more expensive. So what do you guys really spend on groceries per month? You can easily spend 9,000-10,000 Rand if you're a family of 4. But if you don't have it, you need to cut, which is step number 2. Okay, guys, if you can't afford it, but we'll get to the cutting part in a bit quicker. I'm just going to start taking over because I think you guys understand the gist of mediation. They can go backwards and forwards. So how much is toiletries for 3 kids? So there's a guideline. Soap is how much for 3 kids? 1 is a baby. Elizabeth cream. What's that? Elizabeth Ann's cream. Johnson's. The baby oil. The flippin' shampoo. Shampoo for 3 kids is not 50 Rand.
Shampoo is 109 rand
Yeah.
op die
Soap is 20 rand. 1 kit per, okay. So conditioner is another 100. Peter, does he have acne problems? 150. Toothpaste, 40 rand we divided. Cream, I mean, look there, it's easily already at 800 rand.
Mm.
Even if I make the shampoo less for 3 kids, it's already so 700 rands worth of toiletries.
Mm.
But Delilah is going to say 800, Larry is going to say 700. Okay, do we still have nappies? Formula milk. She's 3 years old. She's lactose intolerant. So how much is her milk? Just that child's milk is expensive. That's why Delilah's groceries are more expensive. Because Larry, again, I can see he stopped buying the lactose milk. That's why it goes down. Okay, so whatever the reality is, if there's formula milk, the lactose milk, let's say the kid drinks 100 rands worth of lactose milk, we need to decide, are we going to buy it in both homes, yes or no? How do we get the kids to school and back? Okay, so Larry, how far do you stay from school? You calculate the kilometers. 5 kilometers to school, 5 kilometers back. How many school days in the 2 weeks that they are with him? Answer me.
10 days.
Half of the time they're with Larry, half of the time they are with the mom. If Larry stays 5 kilometers away from the school, how many kilometers will he drive in the 2 weeks?
It's
How many days a week do the kids go to school, people?
5 days.
5
5
days.
days in a week.
And how many
20 days.
kilometers? 5 to school and 5 back.
It's
10.
10 kilometers in a week.
Yes. So it's 10 kilometers per day. For 5 days, it's
Oh, yeah,
50.
yeah.
Times 2 weeks
Yeah.
is 100 kilometers that the dad takes them to school and back. Mom stays 25, or actually the other way around. Mom stays close to the school. Larry is 25 minutes away. That's what he said. Am I right? So
Yes.
how many kilometers does it take to drive 25 minutes?
60 kilometers.
So Larry lives 60 kilometers away from school. He drops them off and he needs to go back. How many days? Because Larry is actually picking the kids up every single day, not just every second week. Do you remember?
Yes.
So are we missing the
Yeah.
point?
So 20 days.
60 kilometers times 5 days for the 1 week times 4 weeks. It's 1,200 kilometers that Larry is driving. So Larry's petrol is actually 3,000 rand. And Delilah's is my 250. Now what's going to happen? Delilah's going to say, you see, that's why I have a nanny. The nanny is only costing me 7,000. She's still saving money because she's not paying Larry 7,000. We're only contributing to the kids' cost to get home and back from school. So we have 2 options now. We either get the nanny for 7, so then we take out Larry's petrol and it will also be reduced to 250 and 250, and we get the nanny, then we put in nanny there. Nanny, 7,000. Okay. So what is the reality of your clients? So Delilah, do you want to pay 7,000 for a nanny or 3,000 for Larry?
I think the 3,000 is better.
Yes. Why? Because it's going to strengthen the bond between the kids. It's resolving 2 problems, contact and children's well-being, and it's financially cheaper.
Yes.
So we need to work on Delilah if Delilah is difficult. We need to work on Larry if Larry is difficult. You do this with your chair according to who you want to move position. Okay, schools. How much is the school fees, people?
The car installment and car insurance is an adult
It's an
expense.
adult expense. So in
But the
general, we
children
don't
must-
include that.
But the children must walk if there's not a car.
Well, there's a cost associated to getting kids to school. And we have to work out the cost according to the reality of the parents.
Okay.
Okay, so if there's a lift club, the lift club cost must be in here. If there's a bus, it's the bus. Whatever the reality. Okay, has a cost. But car insurance and car installment is like insurance. It's actually an adult expense. So let's look at the schools. How much is Peter's school, guys? Larry and Delilah, how much is your child's school fees?
3,500 rand per month. It's Kiro.
Okay, is that for Peter only?
Yes.
Larry, are you happy with that amount? Do you agree with Kuro?
Yes, yes,
Or is
I'm
this a
happy.
joint decision in terms of Section 31?
No, I've decided.
Okay. And again now, if she decides 3,500 for Kuro and he says, I only agreed to a public school, 2,200, then that's what we do. But the reality currently is the Kuro school. But she did it illegally, so there's two routes. Larry, if she breaks the court order without doing decisions with you, you can take her to court and you can probably win with her. But is it in Peter's best interest? Now we go back to Section 7. Yes, why is he in Kuro? Because he's got special needs, there's therapists, there's whatever. Pros and cons. You keep on mediating the problem correctly and accurately. Okay. So what is it now? Are we going to stick him in the public school or are we going to keep him in Kuro? Dad, Larry, what do you want to do?
I will remain in private school, ma'am, since he
Okay.
needs special attention.
Thank you so much, Larry, for again acting in the best interest of the kids. Okay, Susan, what is her school fees?
She's in a public school. She's okay there. So
How much is her school fees?
she's about 1,500 rand a month.
Larry, are you happy with that?
Yes, I'm happy.
Great. And then we're talking about little Susan. Well, little Candace.
Yeah.
You someone say she's an aftercare, but now it would have been creche actually. How much is her creche fees?
500 rand.
Yo, 500 for the month.
She's in a cheap grade.
I'm
Yeah.
telling you, and I say to my clients, and you can laugh, but Blue La La Land is where dads live, where things are this cheap. Pink La La Land is the mother's world where everything is expensive. Okay, what is the reality? Have you seen that statement?
2,500 rand at the creche.
Okay, now Larry is going to say, but that's why she can stay with my mom in Limpopo, or she can stay with my gogo that's moving in, or she can stay with Lisa. And again, it's either going to be 0 because Lisa can take care of her, or it's going to be 500 rand in the creche, the cheap ass creche that he gets, or it's going to be whatever, the reality. So you cannot force the dad at a certain point. You cannot force the mom. You need to put the accurate amounts in to see how it reflects. But hopefully you can get them to agree. Don't you guys think it's a bit ridiculous that the baby's costs are exactly the same as a Kiro's schools?
Yeah, but
No,
we
it's
have
not.
to buy toilet paper there, and we must send crayons and books and
It's
everything.
all the food included. So if all the food's included, then the groceries can come down for the baby. Okay. So the reality, everything affects everything. Okay, but let's say we've agreed on a cheaper creche. There's one, 2,000 rand. It's also all included. Okay, ballet, soccer, they had that whole list of things going on a Monday. How much is the ballet?
450 rand per month.
Do you agree with the ballet lessons, Larry?
Yes, it's 450. Yes, I agree.
Okay, what was it else? Let's say some soccer for Peter.
That coach is very expensive, 600 rand a month.
What do you think, Larry?
No, the coach is expensive.
Yeah, but he played for Bafana. He has
Very
expertise.
good. Great. What else is there? Any other extramurals? No, let's leave it at that. Okay. School uniforms.
It must be per month, né?
Yeah. And now this is where it gets interesting. So there's another little column here on the right. It's called incidental expenses. Once off or per year. You
Yes.
don't buy clothes every month, né? Maybe casual clothes, maybe not. Maybe, I don't know. We need to ask the clients what are their realities. But normally it's school clothes for winter and summer. How much? Who's got school clothes? Daisy?
Normally I spend 3,000 if
On
it
what?
is once a year.
Is it 3,000 for summer and winter clothes?
Oh yeah. Yeah, 3,000.
Okay, so it's
Yeah,
6,000.
knowledge of them.
Okay, so school clothes. 6,000 for one child. We have 2 kids in the school. So it's going to be 12,000. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you'll see that it'll eventually, we're going to calculate that. But let's talk about casual clothes while we're on clothing. Do you buy clothes per season, every month on your Edgar's account, or what? Because the same thing's going to apply. Summer clothes, winter clothes, tackies, underwear, bras, sweatpants. Daisy, how much?
Per season will be fine. So it will be 2,500 per season.
2,500 per season. We've got 2 seasons in a year, means 5,000, and we have 2 kids. No, we have 3 kids. So it's 30,000 rand for the year. Am I right? No, 15,000 rand.
Yes.
Now, what did you say?
It's 15,000.
3.5, 2.5. Sorry, what did Daisy say? 2.5 per season.
Yeah, 2,500, yes.
Okay, so it's 15,000 rand for the 3 kids. Okay. Things like, so do you see that if we have it in the incidental column, we don't have anything in the pink and the blue column yet? Because we can't duplicate. Okay. So we've dealt with that. Stationery, is it monthly or once a year?
Beginning of the year. Or
Okay.
maybe
What?
sometimes after July also, né?
Okay, so how much is stationery per child per year?
So about, oh yeah, 2,000 rand.
Per
Yeah.
child per year.
Yes.
So 4,000 rand because the little one is not in school yet. Suitcases,
Also, yeah, 900, that's once a year. So it's say for 650 rand a suitcase. So it's a 1,300.
okay. Is there a tour, extra
Soccer
additional?
April
Okay,
over
how
the
much?
Easter weekend. The school is say for 2,500.
Okay, great. The braces, I heard the kid needs braces. How much is that going to be?
5,000 rand.
35,000 rand. Okay, and then mathematics classes, is it every month or every year, or is it 12,000 rand for the month? So some things are quarterly. So if it's 300 rand every quarter, it means it's 100 rands a month. Now I either put in quarterly, which means there's 4 quarters in a year, so it's times 4, or I just divide it by 4 to get to the 25 rand a month. So let's say mathematics is only 30 rands a month extra. So it's either in the right column where it's the yearly amount, or it's the monthly amount in pink and blue. Okay, is there other sports equipment since he's going to be playing for Bafana, it sounds?
Yeah, he's a goalie, so it's the gloves is very expensive. It's 2,000 rand.
Okay, do you agree, Larry?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so let's continue. We've got everything in the right-hand column. So everything that's yearly, we put in that column. Now we continue to the monthly. Stationery we've dealt with, books we've dealt with, or didn't we? Did we have books? Is it part of stationery? Let's say it's part of stationery. Sports expenses we dealt with in the right-hand column, suitcases in the right-hand column. Sports gear and uniforms, we already dealt with hopefully with that included, but if not, we need to put it somewhere. School projects, entrepreneurship day, cupcake day, all of those things. How much is that per month?
That's sometimes once a quarter. So I would put it at the incidental expenses.
Okay, so how much?
So you spend 300 Rand a quarter on that.
How many
Snoopy
quarters in a year?
4.
So 300 times 4 is 1,200. Nee.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Medical aid. What is the children's portion of the medical aid? On
So
whose
I don't-
medical aid are they? On whose medical aid is the kids?
on the moms,
The
Yes,
mother.
how much? How much, mother, is your medical aid for the children?
850 Rand per child.
So it's 850. How many kids do we have?
3.
3.
850 times 3 is 2,550. Larry, are you okay with that?
Yes, I'm okay.
Okay. I just quickly want to undo, sorry, something here. Undo. How's that? 2,550, and Dad agrees with that amount unless he can get cheaper medical aid. Okay, if the medical gap is depleted, we need to add it. If he disagrees, but the braces are already in there on the right-hand column, hopefully there's nothing else. But if there is, we need to put it in here, like the asthma medication for Susan. Is it chronic? Then the medical aid will pay. If it's not chronic, every month extra, it's 500 Rand for a pump. Do you agree, Larry?
Yes.
Okay. ADHD medication, is it in or excluded?
There's sometimes a fee that you have to pay extra.
How much?
Say 30 Rand.
30 Rand. Okay, so let's put it in that column. Dad agrees with the 30 Rand. Okay, clothes and shoes, we already got in that other column. Do they have any pets?
Now we have a Great Dane at our home. So the food is 1,500 Rand.
How much?
1,500 Rand. It's a Great Dane. He eats a lot.
Okay, whose dog is this? Is it the kids or is it the mom's or is it a guard dog? So it's either going to be divided again here on top, 1,500 if it's the mom's dog as well. So then it's going to be for the 50 nights that the kid's there, but the dog eats all the time. So what's going to go on there? 562. We need to negotiate this amount in terms of the dog food. So what amount does Larry think will be the kids' budget for dog food? The mother is going to say the dog eats all the time, even though the kids are not there. So I say it's 1,225 for the dog food. What does Larry say?
Let's reduce it to 800. It's a lot of money. The 1,250.
Okay. Then birthday gifts for the children, gifts for the kids. What's the budget?
500 Rand per child. Oh, and the
500 per
friends.
child. Okay, so is it per month or is it per year? 1,500. So we're going to say gifts.
So it's per year.
Yeah.
Okay, so it will be in the incidental column, 1,500 for the 3 kids. And then what else? Birthday gifts for friends. Do we have a budget?
You have to
No.
give 200 Rand kuvertjie for every child.
Okay, so what's our limit for the year?
Now, my children has a lot of friends. They are at parties 3 times a month. At least.
Okay, 3 times 100. It's 300 rands a month. Is it for all the kids?
Yes.
So it's 3,600 for the year.
Yeah, just the older 2.
Okay, so it's 300 times 12 months. It's 3,600
Times 2.
times 2. So it's 7,200. Goodness. Guy, Dad, do you agree?
Dad's eyes are getting bigger and bigger there. I'm stressing.
It's a lot of money. Yeah,
But you can't tell the children not to go to the parties and they have to take a kuvertjie, an envelope with money in.
we can try at least to minimize the budget a bit. It's a lot of money, honestly.
You know, at Kiro, all the parents look at the envelopes you bring to the parties. So, yeah.
So what's more realistic according to you, Dad?
At least if maybe it can be maybe 200 rand per child, then we'll try
200
to
per
work on.
child per month.
Yes.
2,000 per child per month times 2 kids. It's 4,800. Mom, the kids will also have to learn to take knocks.
Okay.
Guy, pocket money, e-movies. Let's just say there's Netflix for 200 Rand, or what's it now? 99 Rand in Dad's house, 19 Rand. Mom wants DSTV. Do they agree on DSTV or Netflix?
The full
Yeah.
package.
Okay, so we need to negotiate that, but you guys understand how to deal with that. Data and telephones.
Yes, we have a router.
A router, how much?
499 monthly.
Okay, 499. You see, we go to the top, 499, because Cupcake also lives there. 3 kids for the nights is 149. Data at Dad, 149. What is data at Mom?
Also the same.
Okay,
We
so we
also
can
have
say
that
data
package.
is 300.
Yeah.
Okay, and then telephones for the kids.
Yeah, that is costing me 250 Rand a month.
Per child or for all 2?
Per child, they
Two.
have good phones. I must get the hold of them every month.
Okay, so it's 500 Rand. And then for you, sir, do you agree with the telephones?
Yes, yeah, I agree. It's reasonable.
Okay. And then telephone 500 Rand. Now, anything else that we forgot? So anything that we need to add coming from the right-hand column down is the incidental total. So it was 78,000 Rand for the year. If we divide it by 12, it means 6,508 Rand. 6,508. 65.
Melanie, where do you put the cleaning material for the houses? Because that's
Supposed to
also.
be part of your groceries.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, you must put it separate as cleaning material and then add it.
Mm.
So whatever the reality of the clients is, you need to put it in there. Okay. So do you see that according to the mother, the kids cost 53,000 Rands a month. According to the dad, they cost 48. Who can afford this?
Yeah.
This is step 1, people. Step 1 on the purple slide says, what is the total amount of maintenance that the children need to be maintained? What does step number 2 say?
Reduce. How can we reduce the cost?
You think now when the parents see this, they will start to reduce? Because my question is,
Yes.
can you afford this, Larry and Delilah?
No.
Because if we
cannot
go on the cheap ass version of 48,000 Rand and we take the Children's Act contribution of 50%, it means that mom needs to contribute 24,000 and dad needs to contribute 24,000. Do you have 24,000 Rand, Delilah, for the kids?
No, not that much.
Larry, do you have it?
No, I don't have it. Hey, that 5 million,
It's going to go poof very quickly.
Yes, hey.
So where can we cut, people? So let's start at the top. Can you live in a cheaper house, Delilah?
Yes, I can maybe sell the house and buy a cheaper one.
Okay. So we're going to look at that. What do you think you can bring your rental down to?
If Larry has a house where all the children can be accommodated, so I will also look around, what was that? 40,000 rand for the house.
Yeah,
12
40,000 rand, but it went up to R1 million and a bond.
Yes. So I will also million and then 12,000 rand a
Okay,
month.
so this will go down. But you see, from 12,000 rand,
That much.
and it's 15 nights, it goes down to 4,500.
Yes.
Okay, so there we cut already. Can we cut on the water and electricity?
Yes.
Because,
They must learn to switch off the lights.
yeah, so we're going to cut the electricity at mom's house, and she'll also try to get it down to 660 in line with the dad's electricity. She's going to move into the same neighborhood. Rates and taxes, let's say the mom is easy now, she's going to get a cheaper house. Everything's going to be the same as the dad.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, can they cut on garden service?
Yes, Peter can start blowing the leaves because he's 13 years old for his pocket money.
And cut the grass. So garden service in both houses will disappear. All right. Now, what about the domestic worker?
I can cut down to 3 days a week.
Okay, so let's say that goes down to 900. Dad, but then you're going to have to agree to help with the maid.
It's fine as long as the maid will do the laundry for the children.
Great. And then groceries. Mom, can you go for cheaper? Dad, can you go more expensive? Where can we cut, people? Now, all of a sudden, mom says, no, I'll cut on the chocolates.
The chocolates and the monsters.
Yeah, great. So that went down. Toiletries. We cannot cut on toiletries.
You can buy cheaper shampoo.
Yeah, we can go buy palm olive. So let's say we stick on 700 rand. Formula milk.
She's old enough, she doesn't need that anymore.
Okay, but the lactose intolerant milk, that was actually what it was.
Oh, yeah.
So she's
Okay, now
intolerant. We can't cut
the
it.
child, she needs that.
Petrol, can we cut it? Can we move that closer? Can we get a lift club? What are we going to do there? Are we going to keep it at that?
No, let's get the bus lift club.
Okay, you'll still meet the kids at home, Larry. So you're still going to drive to their house. Or no, you don't care. You're only going to pick them up on your days now.
And the bus isn't safe in Joburg. You can't put the children on the bus.
So will you rather keep Larry to drive the kids around?
Yes.
Okay. Larry, are you happy with that?
Yes, I'm happy. It's okay.
Kiro, can we cut Kiro? Peter, is he still going to be in Kiro?
Yeah, but he needs special attention. I think we should cut the crash one, at least when we find a cheaper crash.
Okay, we got the cheaper crash. It was 3.5, now it's 2. Where do you want to go? The 500 rand crash.
Yes, the 500 crash will do.
Okay, but Kiro stays and the other school stays. Are we going to keep doing ballet and soccer?
It's for their development. So, yeah, maybe we mustn't throw them off with all the changes.
Can we cut the medical aid?
Mm-mm.
Can we cut the medicine?
We can ask for the generic medicine.
Okay, so it'll go down to 200. And then the 300, the 30 rand for the other stuff can stay. This dog of 1,250.
Shame the dog, dog will have to go maybe.
Okay, let's go. Let the dog go. E-movies, what's that thing called? Netflix. 99 bucks. Do we have it? We keep it?
Yeah, let's keep it for entertainment.
Data, keep it or go.
No, the
Yeah,
daughter, they need it for their school projects.
yes.
Okay. Now, the biggest other expenses is this incidental. School clothes. Can we go cheaper?
Mm-mm. Well, you can buy, if that is 3 sets of clothes, you can buy maybe 2, and then they just have to wash it more.
Okay. So let's make it 10,000 or what?
Mm.
There's gifts of 4,800. Can the kids afford so many gifts per year for other kids?
Now they will have to choose the best friends. They can't go to all the rent-a-crowd.
Okay, so what's the total for gifts that we budget for the year?
2,000
5.
or
2,500.
1.5. Okay.
Okay, stationery.
Yeah, they must learn to look after their pencils and don't borrow it.
Okay, 3,000 rand. Suitcases.
That's the school cases. They must.
This tour.
Mm-mm.
Braces.
No, we don't.
You're going to get a second opinion, maybe. The braces can go down to another doctor. Gifts, 500 rand per child. Are you going to spend less than 500 on the gifts for your kids? Casual clothes, can we cut?
Yeah.
Well, they will have to buy pet clothing.
Let's
So we bring it down to 10,000.
10,000 as well.
Sport equipment.
We can buy a cheaper brand.
Okay. Can we cut anywhere else? Still 51,000 rand, but the incidentals went down to 4,275. 4,275. 4,275. Okay, you see what happened here at the bottom? It went down to 38,000 rand, and they are now on the same page. Amazingly, they started cutting down because they have a joint budget. They need to make it work. But even, can we cut more? Where can we cut more, people?
Let's see.
Okay. You guys can work with this through your clients as much as you want and as much time you want to spend on it. At some point, there's going to be a bottom line figure. Let's say we took him out of Kuro and put him in a normal school as well. We bought the groceries down to 3,000 each. And I'm not sure, they can't really live cheaper. I'm not sure where we can still cut. Maybe a cheaper medical aid for 600 rand. It's 1,800. Okay, you see, we still have a 33,000 rand problem. So we can cut until we're blue in our faces. There's a bottom line figure where we're going to get stuck. And that is where you need both of your clients to commit to. We both commit to a 33,000 rand problem. Okay, Larry, can we cut more? Larry is the cheap ass. Larry, what is the lowest we can go?
Let's see. No.
We cut the domestic worker as well. Larry is going to say, okay, and we cut the lunches. We cut the toiletries to 500. Larry is going to go down even more. But Larry, there comes a point, your petrol, you're going to buy a cheaper car, so your petrol will go down to 2,000 rand. Okay, but this is it. We cannot cut anymore. Where did we miss it now? Because it's supposed to be the same. Okay, Larry, do you see we still have a 30,000 rand problem? Larry?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see we still have a 30,000 rand problem?
Yes.
Can we cut more, Larry?
Yeah, let's cut. Yes.
We
Yes.
can't
Let's check.
cut more, Larry. So we cut until we blue. It's now the third round. There comes a point, Larry, where you cannot cut anymore. Okay?
Cut anymore. Let's see.
So what else do you want to cut?
The school clothes, maybe. It's not Kiro's school clothes anymore. So
Yeah,
they
since
had
we
the white
didn't.
shirt and the grey pants at Pep.
Great. So the school clothes are going to go down to 5,000 Rand for both kids for a year, for 2 seasons. Okay. But this is it now. We can't cut no more. 3858.33. 3858.33. Okay. Guys, you see, bottom line is 30,000 Rand. Can we cut more, Larry?
No.
Okay. So what does it mean? Each one of you, according to the Children's Act, need to pay 15,000 Rand. Do you have it?
Hey.
I can afford it. I have a good job. I
Yes.
work.
Great.
I'm
Kosanati,
not working.
you're not working. You
I'm
have a
not
problem.
working, so it's just depending on that 5 million I got from mine.
Also
So
from me. You got it also from me.
Okay, so what can you contribute, Larry?
uh, let's say 10,000. Since my wife, she's money, then she'll try to handle the rest.
So how much can you afford, Larry?
It's 10,000.
10,000. Okay. Delilah, if he contributes 10,000 Rand, would that be suitable for you? And then you contribute 20?
But we can cut his expenses if Lisa goes out of his house.
It's going to go up if Lisa goes out of his house.
Oh, yeah. Okay, doesn't Lisa have children? Lisa's children.
Yeah, Lisa's children are now living here as well. So now there's 7 kids in the house. So Larry's housing went down.
Yeah.
Okay, but we're just making it less now with 2,550. 2,571.43. 2,571.43. Okay, so it went down to 29,000 Rand. Not a major difference. Okay, so
But
like,
okay, 10,000 is more than I got out of him when we were married. So that will be okay.
okay. Right, so that's the nice way easing of settling. So the mother will contribute 20,000 Rand to the children's expenses. The father will contribute 10,000 Rand. That's a simple solution if we just stop there. But we have to look at that step number 3. What does step number 3 say, people?
It's the pro rata.
So what does pro rata mean?
Mother's income.
Mother's income plus father's income gives us a total.
Mm.
Great. So, Mom, what is your income?
What's it? Is it 45,000? Yes.
You must tell me.
Oh, yeah, no. Leave the 45,000. That looks good.
Okay. And Dad, what are you supposed to? What's your income? You took your 5 million, you bought a house of 1 million, you've invested it, and you know you need to start working. So, what are you currently doing for money?
Let's say I'm just a cashier at Super Spa,
Okay. And how much do you earn there?
meaning 9,000 monthly.
19,000. Great. And that's why you can afford 10,000 for the kids. So 19,000 plus 45,000 gives me a total income of 64,000. Okay, do you guys agree? Just want to bring it in total. Okay, so what does my formula say? Dad's income divided by the total gives me a percentage. Mom's income divided by the total gives me another percentage. So currently it's 30%, 70. So if that is the case, 29,000 Rand. Let's work it out with our calculators. 29,508 Rand 67 cents times 30%
Yeah.
is how much? 8,200. Ugh, what is it supposed to work it out correctly? Sorry,
8,000.
yeah, I just
600
want to check my formula. Buggered it up somewhere. Sorry, guys. Sorry, why is my calculator not doing it right?
Mm.
Is it right now? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, en hierdie een is supposed to be... Okay, so Larry is offering 10,000 Rand. What is he supposed to contribute?
8,760 and 41 cents.
Okay, so is he offering more than what he actually should?
Yes.
So should Delilah theoretically be thankful?
Yes.
Okay, so do you think we have a deal?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think we have a settlement?
Yes. Oh, but
What do you think, Larry?
Yes, we have a settlement, ma'am. Yes.
So you're willing to pay 10,000 Rand? Larry, talk to me. You offer 10,000 Rand. Are you happy to pay 10,000 Rand?
Yes, I'm happy to pay the 10,000 rands.
Okay, so Larry is supposed to pay 10. What does step number 4 say, people?
Green, eh? What did you say?
Step number 4, did you take a photo of it?
yeah,
Who pays
complete the
what
process.
percentage?
Is what?
The last part says what?
Is it who pays what in terms of the
Is
percent?
what?
Yes. So who pays what directly? So we know that Larry needs to pay 10 out of this total. Okay, but what does it look like? Do you think Larry must give Delilah 10,000 Rand? Is that what it means?
Um,
I'm asking you. Is Larry supposed to pay 10,000 Rand cash to Delilah, or what does this mean?
Hmm.
no, ooh.
Think, people.
That is 29,000 is what it's going to cost for the children per month. But now they are divided 15 days, 15 days. So don't you have to look at that as well?
Now we need to look at what items is Larry paying directly. Okay, so he's paying his own housing, 2,571. So out of the 10,000, 2,700, whatever, what was that amount? 2,751, 2,751.43 minus 2,751.43 is what Larry pays. What else does Larry pay? His own electricity of 660 and his own rates and taxes, ne? Less 660, less 450. What
Less
else
his own
does
food.
his own food of 3,000? Okay, less his own food of 3,000. Who pays the toiletries?
Mom.
Okay, so mom also pays. She pays 660 and she pays 450 for electricity, and mom pays 500. What was the toiletries? 500.
600.
Okay, 600. Are you sure? 500 for toiletries. Mom
And the
pays
house?
it. The formula milk, who pays that?
Mom.
Minus the 100. So we're taking off what she pays directly from her total, and we take off what he pays directly. Okay, the next item is petrol for the dad. He pays 2,000 directly into his own car for the petrol. Okay, then the next thing. Oh, where are we? 250, the mom pays her own 250. Who pays the school fees?
Mom.
So she pays the 1,500 for the one child minus the 1,500 for the other child. And she pays what else? Who
Dad
pays the
pays
creche?
Dad.
Dad pays that cheap ass creche minus 500. Oopsie. Okay, who pays the soccer and the ballet?
Dad.
Dad. Soccer and ballet. What was it again? Minus 450 and minus 600. Minus 450 and minus 600. Okay, who pays the 30 bucks for the mathematics?
Dad.
Okay, who pays the medical aid?
Mom.
Ma.
Okay, 1,800 medical aid for the mom. Who pays the medicine extra?
Mom.
230 for the mom. Okay, who pays the e-movies? 50-50. Come on, say both have Netflix. 50 in the one house, 50 in the other house. Who pays the data? 150 in each house, if I remember
Okay.
correctly. 150 in mom, minus 150 at dad's house. Okay, so who pays the telephones? Mom pays 500 for the telephones. Okay, now the incidentals is where we're going to have to check who's going to contribute what. Okay, so let's first see out of the 19,000 Rand, how much is mom paying? She's got 11,000 Rand left. Dad, he gave 10,000 and he paid more than his 10,000. So let's quickly look. If we add dad's payments, he's paying 10,900 already directly. Mom's only
Just
paying 7. Yeah?
what
Oh,
what happens to the bond payments
yeah.
of each person? Is that taken into account here?
We took the
Or
mom, we forgot the mom. So the dads, we gave him credit for his, but we need to give the mom credit for her 4,500. Okay, so let's just see what mom is already paying. So mom is paying 12,000 Rand so far directly. Dad is paying 10,000 Rand directly. So the difference now is that all of these incidentals of 3,850 theoretically cannot be paid by the dad because he's already over his 10,000 Rand offer. So the mom will take care of all incidentals. Okay, which is another 3,858. But it means that we have a shortfall somewhere. We missed something. Because we have 29,000 Rands worth of expenses. So if we add the 10 plus the 12 plus the 3, it means it's 16, it's 27,000 Rand. Somewhere we're missing an expense. Do you guys agree with me?
yeah.
But why is the data and stuff divided? Isn't it 300 Rand at the mother and 300 Rand at
No,
the
it was
father?
150, 150. He said it's
Oh,
149. You had the same, so I made it
oh,
150. Okay, somewhere we are missing an amount of money. I'm not sure if it's the medical aid or something. But I think we're all getting tired now. I just want you guys to relatively get the gist of it. Let's just make it, because somewhere there's an amount that I missed. But do you see the practicalities of the complexities of maintenance?
Hmm.
Are you tired, Nkosinati?
st- not really, but I'm just trying to observe here actually,
Yeah, it's
because
very
it's one of
difficult. This is what we as attorneys
yeah.
do in court, where you go through every single expense. You have to prove it with a pay slip, with a slip. You've got to add the total. So this is the reality according to lawyers. Okay. Now you guys are social workers. So if we take the basics and let's throw all of this out and just think logically. And I ask, Larry, how much do you think the kids cost in terms of housing, food, clothing? And this is what I mean. If we cut it to the basics, what at least is the total amount that we're going to get? So in your office, when you talk to your clients, you get them to agree on the basic things: food, housing, clothing, and school fees. And you know your clients' circumstances, guys. Let's look at a normal, average, let's say a mid-income house. You get anything under 7,000 Rand? So let's say 6,000 Rand for a family of 4. 6,000 divided by 4. It's 1,500 Rand. You have 2 kids. So already the housing is 3,000 Rand for 2 kids. If I say the kids just eat 1,000 Rands a month, 1,000 Rands a month divided by 30 days, divided by 3 meals, it means I need to feed kids for 11 Rand a meal. Okay, so I have 2 kids, so it's 2,000 Rand for food. Clothing, 500 for summer, 500 for winter, for 2 kids. It's another 2,000 Rand. School fees, 1,200 for 2 kids. Just those 4 basic items. It's 8,000 Rand. Divided by 2 parents paying 50-50. So can you see that no husband can pay less than 2,000 Rand per child maintenance? But you guys are talking about 1.5, 700 Rand, 1,200 Rand. So I want you to understand that if you can get the clients in your office to at least do a basic costing, housing, food, clothing, school fees, that's not including petrol and any other school activities. You can get them to a bottom line figure. Can you guys do that with your basic clients?
Yes.
And show them. According to the Children's Act, it's 50-50. So, sir, are you even paying half of that? Are you, sir? Larry? No, you're not. You're not contributing a cent. When last did you contribute, Larry? Larry's never contributed. It all came up to Delilah. So, Larry, do you see that Delilah's been paying at least 29,000 Rands a month for the last 14, 15 years? Do you understand why she's frustrated? Okay. Does it make sense now to you people?
Melanie,
Yes.
how do you work out that was now the contributions minus the what they paid? How do you work out who pays who at the end maintenance?
That's what I'm saying. We theoretically sorted this one out because Larry is now paying already 10,900. So the maintenance order would read, we need to ask Larry, Larry, are you happy to pay these expenses still? Because that's your contribution towards the kids.
Mhm.
Are you happy with this payments, Larry?
Yes, I'm happy.
Okay, so the order would read, the father agrees to contribute 10,911 Rand towards the children's living expenses. This means that he's paying half of the accommodation while the kids are with him, water, electricity, rates and taxes. The father is responsible for the ballet classes and the mathematics. The father is responsible for half of the data and the... So you clarify the red items that you've just given him or allocated to him. You have to write it out in words. So the mother will be responsible for payment of the medical aid and the school fees. Father is responsible for payment of the creche. The mother is responsible for all incidental expenses to a total value of 46,000 Rand for the year. Any amounts that exceed this, the parties have to discuss it in terms of Section 31, and the cost will be split 30-60 or 30-70%.
Okay.
So whatever they agree on, you have to word back now to your settlement. This needs to go to the maintenance court. You'll include your agreement on maintenance in your parenting plan, but it's not enforceable if it's not made an order of the maintenance court. So there's a consent to maintenance form that your clients can fill out. I'll send that to you as well, where whatever you agree here, you'll put in your settlement. What must go to the maintenance court. You send both your clients with the settlement to the maintenance court where it's made an order of court.
Okay. So in this case, nobody will pay nobody maintenance,
No.
banking account or whatever.
Yeah. So Larry didn't pay ballet, didn't pay any of those expenses. So let's quickly look at the reality of Larry only paid for the housing and his own expenses. So, come on. So Larry paid his housing, water, electricity, his own food, his own petrol, but he didn't pay any of the rest of the stuff directly to the creche. He didn't pay anything else. The only thing he did pay was the data and the, you see, then it's 9,000 Rand. He would have paid 1,000 Rand over to Lisa then.
Oh, okay.
Actually, the 1,000, because he eventually agreed to pay the 10,900. So to get to 10,900, he would have paid the cash amount to Lisa, to Cookie, of 1,800. So the father would take care of the living expenses while the children are under his care in terms of food, housing, electricity rates and taxes, and he will pay 1,838 towards the mom on the 1st of every month, from which she will pay all of the expenses.
Okay.
Okay, this is long, né?
Hello.
It's comprehensive. This is why they fight. Because the mother buffers a lot of the expenses that the dad's not even aware of. The dad thinks the kids cost basically nothing. But if you add it up and you show them they have a joint problem, then they start working together. Do they have money for lawyers now?
No.
No, they don't.
No, when they, and I think when they realize, if you put it black and white to them, what a child is costing, and you have the proof of the pay slips and everything and the slips that you keep for a month or whatever, then I think then mediation will be easier because you have the facts in front of you. This is what I've been keeping my slips for 2 months. This is what the kids are eating with me, with you, and then you will get to mediate them to a point where they can agree.
Yes. It's much easier to get them somewhere if you did step 1 completely.
Yes. Yes.
Because then all of a sudden they see we have a joint problem. We need to work together. We need to decide where we're going to cut. So don't get caught in this trap. I cannot afford 5,000 Rand. Don't start at the bottom. So, ma'am, I don't know if 5,000 Rand is enough, too much, or too little. I need to know how much the kids cost. Sorry, Lucas, ek gee net opleiding, ek bel jou oor 15 minute, hoor. Ek maak so, dankie, bye. Okay, so you need to sell maintenance to your clients as a responsibility. You chose these 3 kids. Why did you have them if you can't afford them? Must I take them away and put them in an orphanage? because then it means they're in need of care and protection. So I never fight with my clients over maintenance. I tell them it's fine if you can't afford it, but then I report to the social workers. Easy. Then they must choose. It's not my decision. I don't care if they can't take care of it because financially I know it's going tough. But then I need to do a full investigation so we can decide if we're going to remove the kids or not. Long day. I hope everything starts making sense because we couldn't do maintenance until we've sorted out the divorce. Did Larry get his 5 million? Could he buy a house? Where is he living? Is Cupcake living in the house? Because all of a sudden the mother is thankful for Cupcake because Cupcake makes things cheaper. She contributes. She helps with driving around the kids maybe. So I'm not sure if there's a big epiphany and a bright light that went on in your minds about how you thought you mediated before and what actually is really going on in reality. Okay. So, closing thoughts. What's going on in your minds, Hanli?
Yeah, I think it's just really important to have your agenda and work. You have to, it's a recipe, and you have to have your end goal in mind and don't get sidetracked by the parties in front of you.
Absolutely. Thanks. Daisy, your session diamond for the day.
Yeah, I think what I can say I've observed is that as a mediator, I need to understand my position, especially when I mediate, because if the two parties are fighting and I can't help them get solution, I'll get a problem with that. I will stuck with their fightiness. So what I learned is that I need to be able to control them, to bring them back to the track so that we can finish. Unlike now, we're doing a role play, it takes a lot of time. But if we do it physically with the clients, I think we'll be able to do it in the right way.
Yes, fantastic. Thank you. Nkosanathi, what did you learn?
From today, I've learned that the issue of you as a mediator, you have to control the sessions. And also the issue of your questioning skills. Try to make your questions be precise and direct so that you can get proper feedback and answers that will actually lead you to have a proper conclusion at the end of the day so that you can try to assist both clients. And also, the issue of calculations, I've learned a lot based on that. Usually, whenever I had clients, in terms of maintenance, honestly speaking, as I've said, I will just refer them. We'll just prepare the parental plan, we do everything. Then from there, I'll just refer them to the court so that they can handle everything. But I think from now on, I can be able to do that. I'll also continue watching this video as well so that I can see where I did wrong and improve my skills as well. So yeah.
Fantastic. And I hope you're not afraid of maintenance. Because even if you don't do it as complicated as we did it, work on
Yes.
the one that's the cheapskate. Tell him, okay,
Okay.
how much do you think your kids eat? How much do you think is the school clothes? Send them on homework. Come back next time. Tell me how much is the food, the clothing, and let's get a total.
I've tried that. The problem that I've experienced with the clients that I've referred, right? The problem was actually the mother removed the child from the public school without informing the father, right? When the father was trying to make contact in the school, he found out the child was no longer there. That's how the case came to me, because he said he doesn't know whether the child now is going to school. So when we started to organize joint sessions, that's where the mother actually mentioned the reason of removing the child. It was based on the child is actually experiencing it's ADHD. The child is hyperactive, so he needs special attention. So the main reason moving him from from the public school to private, it's because he needs the child to be attended, like he needs special attention. So that's the problems that end. Looking at the issue of the amount that the father they will be spending in terms of schools, now it's actually more than compared to what they were paying in their public school. So that's where the problem started actually.
And
So
now
the
you
father
can
actually
deal
was
with it. You deal with it because it's two separate issues. The first one is the best interest of the child. Section 7, this child has special needs. We need to provide for the needs of the child. You have to deal with that to get the dad onto the same page. Then, what is the cost implication of this reality? Because what's going to happen if we keep him in the other school? Will he develop? Will he have more issues? We're going to set a child that ends up in jail. So you need to get the dad onto the same page in terms of the best interest of the child. Then only do you do maintenance. You don't start to do maintenance first, and the root of the problem is not fixed.
Yes.
And then try to see if we can get the child into a normal school again in a year's time. Is there an option? If he develops well, can we move him back? But what's it going to take from us? Are we going to work together as a team to get him into a normal mainstream school again? But it means that we can either keep him in a normal school, but then he needs therapy. What's that going to cost? Or send him to a school where all those things are included. So they need to weigh up and make decisions jointly as the guardians in terms of Section 31. And those decisions have a financial implication. Okay, so start in the beginning with the root of the problem, and then the next is the maintenance. Maintenance is never the first step. Maintenance is always a product of the decisions that the parents made, with or without each other. And ma'am, do you see why it's difficult for him to start paying if you didn't involve him in the decisions? Now, you're struggling financially, but you never talked to him about the special needs of the child. Yes, but he was never interested. Why was he not interested? Because you moved away, or because there's parental alienation. So who's at fault? You move to the one who's at fault. And then you move forward. One step at a time, start with the real root of the problem, and then you move out. Okay, thanks, Nkosinathi. Nada, what did you learn?
I learned that it's not necessary to spend too much time on the details, getting bogged down into he said, she said, this or that, because at the end of the day, facts, everybody understands the facts when we get to that. So the facts realign people's perspectives and decisions, etc. And we've just done a role play today, and even in a role play, everybody was willing to compromise, where it was very fiery in the beginning. And so that's helping me personally a lot, because I don't need to, it's kind of like, how can I put it? It helps me to guard against going into compassion, empathy, understanding the other person, etc., because it's not helpful.
Yeah.
The facts at the end of the day is going to be much more helpful for the parties involved.
Absolutely. I tell people mathematics has got everything to do with this. Maintenance is about mathematics, not emotions. That's why there's a formula. You don't deviate from that formula. Guys, I don't want to hear who pays what and who must demand what from who. I want to know one thing only. What does your children cost? Tell me what your kids cost. You can't tell me 4.5, Daisy, if we actually know it's going to be 10 or it's more. Don't thumb suck, people. I want to know. You tell me from your expenses, how much does your kids cost? Then only can we look at who pays what. So let's do step 1. Not negotiable. Food, housing, clothes, medical, school. 5 basics. Just start there. Get a bottom line figure. Do you see your joint problem, people? What are you going to do about it? Because whose kids is this? It's not mine. You have a problem. You have a mathematical budget problem. How are we going to fix it? How can I help you to fix it? Because if we can't, your kid's going to be removed because he's in need of care and protection. End of story. And as you say, Nada, then it's neutral. It's not personal. It's nothing difficult. Okay. But it's been a long session. Well done, guys. Well done. You did well. I hope you enjoyed being the mediator. I hope you're going to think about the mistakes you've made, align your thoughts, gather yourself. But this is the best way to learn, through trial and error. Well done. You made it. Next week, we're going to draft the parenting plans coming out of this whole process. We're going to write mediation outcome reports if it's unsuccessful. And we're going to deal with the practicalities of running your own business, your own practice. Or even if you stay on in your NGO, how can you be more effective? And we're going to talk about your opening statements. Okay. So I want you to prepare well for your opening statements, because you're going to present it to your class. And then we're going to end up with accreditation theory, and we can hopefully leave next week at 2, 3 o'clock at the latest. This was a late day, so sorry about that. But next week we'll cut a little bit in the time. Okay, can I release you now? You're not
Thank you.
traumatized. Yes, Nada?
The summary, the opening statement summary of the 8 points, is that something that
I must quickly type it out for you because I can't seem to find my little paper on that. But I'll quickly type out for you what I want in there.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Anyone else with a question?
I like today. I like mathematics.
Nice. So you can train
Yeah.
your social workers. And another thing I want to say is have information day for all your new intakes. If maintenance is something your clients struggle with, have an info session where you deal with all of them in one session. Then you give them homework. They must come back after they've completed their own budget. Send them away. They must go sit and come back. Then you help them. But group them together and let them come back. They need to practice it. This is their budget. This is life. It's about the budget.
And again, I see from personal clients, I see the mistakes that are made from quickly get this. This is not cast in stone. We can alternate it afterwards, or yeah, and your attorney will say they can change it afterwards because then you must pay again his fees in court, and our people don't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah. With a family advocate as well, I see that there was now 2 referrals to our office where the family advocate was or is involved. And I can see that the parenting plan is a one size fits all and not thoroughly went through the parents, and it wasn't mediated very good. So
Yeah, it's terrible.
Mm.
And it's
And they are the
time-consuming.
specialists.
Yeah.
And we believe they are the specialists because I remember in the father's rights training, you said you don't send the people to court for the family advocate. And they are sitting there day after day. The family advocate comes here whenever, and then they are sitting there from 10 o'clock till 2 o'clock waiting. And
Yeah.
again, and in our office as well, there is, and that is absolutely now a thing of attitude. And the court can't, it is a employee working with us and the lady as well. They had a baby together. She is alienating him now for 10 years. He's not allowed to see the child. And she didn't want to mediate with a family advocate. And again, the court just said, okay, we are going to try again. They don't enforce the Children's Act. And yeah, and it's costing them money.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. So you
And you
guys,
can do it. And they say, no, we can't get involved because he's working and she's working with us. But if you are doing mediation correctly, you can mediate and try to get them to change their attitude, maybe to the benefit of the child.
yeah, absolutely. If you're good enough, you can actually serve your clients. And that's why I'm saying you guys are the new legal system. If you bring the law to your clients, you are actually in a more powerful position than a magistrate. to resolve issues, to train your clients, to get them to take responsibility for their own lives, empowering them with tools. You're a trainer, you're an educator, you're an enforcer. You are a legal system in the making. You have more knowledge after this training, I'm telling you, than most attorneys have. You can kick the ass of attorneys with this training.
Okay, it's okay.
So use it. You are empowered. That's why I'm giving you this training. Not to send them to courts and other attorneys and family advocates. You've got the skill. You can kick ass after this.
Thank you for that.
It's a big pleasure because you are in that influential position. I want you to stand and rule and reign and get families back on track. That's our job, actually, to get them through the conflict, educated and empowered to take responsibility for what they've created. They made
And-
these kids.
And although you will do maybe mediation and divorces, this can still count for family preservation because you're going to preserve the family. The situation is changing in South Africa. There's 2 houses and 2 families, but you can preserve this child's sense of belonging in his family. So yeah,
Yes.
this is very powerful.
No, I'm glad. I'm so glad because that was the aim of it. It needs to be transformational, not just for you on a personal level, but also for the clients you serve and the communities you impact. Because a second and a third generation kids will either benefit from this or they're going to be dragged through the mud by another court system. So I'm
And
glad
I'm
you
already thinking our APPs. So if the clients come, like I said, the one referral is a dad and there is a parenting plan. But if they use knowledge and I can teach them and guide them, this is family preservation and it's early intervention services. It's not statutory. They can prevent before it goes to litigation.
No,
So, yeah.
exactly. I'm so glad I like hearing what you're saying, Andy. You sound like you're inspired.
Yes.
I'm very, very glad about that.
Thank you. Thank you for today.
It's a big pleasure. I'm glad you enjoyed. Now you guys can go rest. We'll see you next week for the last week.
Thank you.
All right,
Enjoy.
guys.
Thank
The
you.
recording
Bye.
on hopefully in the next
Thank
day at
you
least.
so much. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
you. Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.